Chapter 11:30. What did it mean to bully? This was what it meant to bully. What did it mean to be wronged? This was what it meant to be wronged. What did it mean to bully others? Obviously, this was what Zichun was doing right now. What nonsense. Even a fool would know that the older a mountain gate was, the better. This was basic knowledge. Some sects were proud of their mountain gates that had been around for thousands of years. However, Zichun was using basic knowledge to fool others. Was he trying to challenge everyone's intelligence? In the eyes of the big sects, Zichun was just a shameless old dog. They had already cursed Zichun's family countless times in their hearts. What Dan Yuan and Ren Yuan were mining? They were mining resources, okay? They were resources from the small worlds of certain realms. They didn't have time to cultivate or rest. If they were given such a small world, they would rather eat and live in the mines, mining without sleep or rest until they died. Those were resources. Don't be so shameless. The clumsy bird flies first. Hearing this, everyone once again cursed Zichun's family in their hearts. This was because the Wuji sect had too many resources. Most of them could be trained from ordinary people. How could this be called poor? The cultivators of the big sects had the urge to die. Luckily, this Sky Origin Stage Senior was a reasonable man. He knew that Zichun was talking nonsense, so he decided not to listen to him. Otherwise, Zichun could use this as an excuse to ask for more resources in the future when he wanted to negotiate with them. Of course, they believed that Zichun would not admit that this was an excuse. He would say that this was evidence of compensation. The old man didn't want to listen. It was pointless for Zichun to say it alone. So he nodded and shut up obediently. He didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Then he turned to look at the reinforcements. At the same time, he pointed at a cultivator at the peak of the human prime and said, You go back and send a message. Tell your family leader and their family leaders to come and negotiate. Why me? This mortal essence cultivator was very confused. There were still over 20 elemental level cultivators in the arena. Why would it be his turn? Moreover, the earth elemental level cultivators were faster, so why would they let him go? I naturally have my reasons for letting you go. Remember, you're the only one who's going to inform all the factions. Remember, you have to clearly tell them to bring more resources when you come. Those resources can be refining materials, spirit stones, spirit elixirs, yuan stones, and yuan liquefied yuan stones. Remember, the more the better. Also, you have to be quick because these hostages, hostages don't sound nice, they're captives. These captives have to pay me for their food and lodging. They're all mortal and earth yuan. Their appetite is huge, and their daily expenses are astronomical. Before Zichun could finish his words, the human origin realm cultivator ran away. To be honest, he was completely scared away. He seriously doubted whether Zichun would take into account the cost of their trip back and forth. If he were to calculate everything one by one, he didn't know if he could compensate Zichun with all the clan's resources. Men, bring Senior back to the sect to rest. Remember to serve him well. Zichun ordered Wu Lu to do this. At the same time, he warned Wu Lu to treat this person the same as his own ancestor. Watching the old man leave, Zichun pointed at the cultivators from the other factions. Lock up these captives as well. Remember, kill anyone who dares resist. Groups of people charged out of the everlasting sect. Whether it was intentional or not, they were all at the core realm. Their cultivation bases were a level lower than the captives. Letting them take away the human origin realm cultivators was purely disgusting. The contrast between Zichun and before was too great. This made everyone's jaws drop. However, just as people said, when people liked or admired a person to the extreme, they couldn't see the other party's flaws at all. All they could see were the resplendent points of brilliance. Zichun's shameless actions made the Earth Origin Realm cultivators of the large factions want to cry. However, in the eyes of others, this was called human and down-to-earth. Zichun was no longer the high and mighty sect master in their eyes. He was no longer an unreachable cool youth, nor was he a miraculous figure filled with legends. Instead, he was a person of flesh and blood, like a big brother next door. This made them admire Zichun even more. Naturally, they liked him even more. At some point in time, the perfect body stood beside the monk. The two of them looked at Zichun, who had once again become aloof and arrogant. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Impressive. Truly impressive. Such a shameless realm is indeed worth us pondering over. It's worth humbly learning from. Then, the two of them began to discuss the realm of shamelessness. At that moment, Monk Ming Xian came in front of Monk Good and Evil. Greetings, Sect Master. Ming Xian had clearly learned of the monk's identity as Sect Master. He wasn't surprised at all. The monk was a bodhisattva and had a lot to do with Buddha. No one would object if he wanted to be the Grand Sect Master, much less Sect Master. The monk looked at Ming Xian and nodded. Perfected human essence. Yes, not bad. Ming Xian looked up and looked at the distant Zichun before looking at Monk Good and Evil. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Ming Xian, do you have something to say to me? The monk asked, putting on airs. Ming Xian didn't speak immediately. Instead, he glanced at the perfect body beside him before sending a voice transmission to the monk. What? There's such a good thing? Seriously? The monk lost his composure. The perfect body looked at Monk Good and Evil in confusion. He didn't understand what the other party had heard to have such a huge reaction. He naturally couldn't discover anything from Monk Good and Evil. Then, he looked at Monk Ming Xian. The latter pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist proclamation with a benevolent expression. However, he didn't continue speaking. Monk Ming Xian's silence was clearly a tacit agreement. Therefore, Monk Good and Evil ran towards Zichun and shouted, Zichun, I heard that you obtained some good things in the holy burial ground. Upon hearing this, the perfect body suddenly slapped his forehead and reacted. At the same time, he looked at Monk Ming Xian seriously. He thought to himself that this fellow looked very honest and benevolent, but he was also a bad person. In the holy burial ground, Zichun had given Monk Ming Xian an ancient armament. At this moment, the latter had come to Monk Good and Evil to report. Clearly, he wasn't just talking about the ancient armament. Instead, he had taken a fancy to Zichun's two black castles. If not for the Castle of Time, even if Zichun's life was demanded, Zichun wouldn't give it to others. However, it was different now. With the Castle of Time, the two black castles were dispensable. Therefore, he could still obtain them through certain means. After figuring this out, the perfect body hurriedly sought out the ancient cultivator. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of Monk Ming Xian's evil nature. Not only was this fellow evil, but he was also very smart. Zichun was very satisfied with his performance today. Be it his combat strength or eloquence, he was very satisfied. Just as he was thinking about how many resources he should ask for from the large factions, he heard the monk shout. Before he could respond, his shoulder was hugged by the monk. The monk was slightly shorter than Zichun and was fat. At that moment, he hugged Zichun's shoulder, so he could only hold his side. Zichun looked down at the monk and asked, What's the matter? It's nothing serious, the monk said. If it's nothing serious, there must be something trivial. Just get Wang Qiong to settle it. With that said, Zichun, who realized that something was amiss, prepared to leave. The monk tugged at Zichun's clothes and said, Wang Qiong can't handle such a trivial matter. I can only let you handle it. I don't have the time now. We'll talk about it when I'm free, Zichun added. No, although it's a trivial matter, it's still a rather urgent matter. The monk tugged at Zichun's clothes, refusing to let go. I really don't have the time. It's fine if you don't have the time. Give me an ancient castle, and everything will be fine. The monk tugged at Zichun with one hand and extended his other hand. He was rather direct. What ancient castle? Don't play dumb with me. I traveled thousands of kilometers to bring reinforcements, but I didn't even ask you for an aid fee. I asked for a round-trip fee and a fee for dispatching experts. All I asked for was a crappy ancient castle, and you aren't happy, the monk said unhappily. All right then. I'll give you the expert fee and reimburse the round-trip fee. Ask Wang Qiong to calculate and give you the equivalent of human-level soldiers. Bah, human-level soldiers? Who cares? My expenses are calculated using the time castle. You can barely give me 8 or 10 of them. Zichun looked down at the monk, and the monk stared back at Zichun. The two of them didn't speak anymore. They were like fighting cocks, neither giving in to the other. What is the sect master doing? He's looking at the good and evil monk. Why isn't he saying anything? Who knows? They're probably communicating telepathically. Telepathically? I don't think so. It seems like they're communicating with their eyes. Communicating with their eyes? Doesn't that mean their hearts are connected? Oh my God, does sect master Zichen have such a hobby? But why is it the good and evil monk? I heard that sect master Zichen's life is very strict. Although he has many close female friends, it has never happened before. Oh my God, could it be that sect master Zichen? Both parties looked at each other. Everything around them naturally couldn't escape their eyes. Naturally, Zichen and the monk heard the words that they thought were insignificant. Upon hearing these words, Zichen's expression changed. As for the monk, he raised his head smugly, as though he wasn't afraid. You are truly shameless. Zichen gritted his teeth and said coldly, I'll give it to you after the negotiation. To be called shameless by you, Zichen, it looks like I've just experienced it deeply. I've imperceptibly raised my realm. The monk smiled smugly and declared victory. Below, Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, and company covered their mouths and chuckled. However, just as Zichen turned around, he was stopped by someone. It was the perfect body. He had gone to report this matter to the ancient cultivator, but the ancient cultivator said that this was a matter between young people. It wasn't good for an old fellow like him to appear. Furthermore, that item was too precious. It was naturally impossible to exchange for it with resources. Since he couldn't exchange for it, he could only ask for it. Coincidentally, the perfect body had just seen the monk's shameless way of asking. Therefore, when Zichen turned around, he stared into Zichen's eyes. Boring. Zichen flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. However, the perfect body flashed and stared at Zichen again. How boring. Zichen snorted coldly and prepared to escape. However, at such a close distance, no one could avoid the perfect body. The perfect body stared at Zichen without saying a word. Zichen was extremely furious. How boring. The perfect body remained silent as he stared at Zichen. Below, Lin Shui laughed and said, Which weirdo thought of this method? It's really ruthless. He knows that Zichen is thin-skinned, so he stared at him like this. I'll look at him like this later. Enough. We'll talk after we're done. Zichen was furious. The perfect body was smug as he made a victory gesture at the distant monk. Zichen finally succeeded in returning to the ground, but he never expected to meet Lin Shui's gaze. Las. Zichen tapped Lin Shui's glabella heavily. Lin Shui pouted in pain and said, It hurts. You weren't like this just now. Chapter 11:31. After returning to the Wuji sect, Zichen immediately went to find the old man. But the old man was not at his residence. It was said that he had gone to the Medicine Refinery Peak. Medicine Refinery Peak. Zichen slightly creased his brows but soon felt relieved. The other party must have gone to Medicine Refinery Peak to look for Senior Cauldron Spirit. Cauldron Spirit was an existence that had lived for eons, and this person was a heavenly Yuan expert. They might be old friends. Li Daoxing had indeed come to look for Cauldron Spirit. However, Zichen's guess that the two were old friends was not accurate, because as soon as they arrived, Li Daoxing bowed to the Wuji Danding. Greetings, Senior. After a flash of light, Cauldron Spirit appeared. He looked at Li Daoxing with furrowed brows. Clearly, he didn't recognize him. Senior, it's me, Xiao Daoxing. I was an outer sect elder back then. I made a huge mistake and was expelled from the sect, Li Daoxing said respectfully and excitedly. It's you, Xing Dao Li. Cauldron Spirit's eyes flickered with radiance. He laughed heartily and said, So it's you. The great name of Punishing Saber Li was a household name back then. Xing Dao Li said awkwardly, Senior, you flatter me. If Senior did not plead for mercy on my behalf, I would have lost my life long ago and not just been expelled from the sect. Cauldron Spirit waved his hand and said, This is my fault. How can I punish you? No, it is Senior who is benevolent, said Xing Dao Li. All right, the Boundless sect is no more, and we haven't seen each other in so many years, so there's no need to be so polite. Come, accompany me inside. Cauldron's spirit walked towards the Grand Hall, not far away, with Xing Daily following behind. When they arrived at the Grand Hall, Xing Daily hastily wiped a chair with his sleeve and gestured for Cauldron's spirit to take a seat. That's enough. Look at yourself. You're already so old. You're no longer young. Let's just talk to each other as equals, said Cauldron's spirit smilingly. Soon enough, the maids served tea and snacks. Cauldron's spirit personally poured a cup of tea for Xing Daily. Xiao Dao Xing wouldn't dare. Xing Daoli was flattered. Back then, you would slash anyone you didn't like. You even dared to slash the patriarchs of those major powers. Why wouldn't you dare? Cauldron's spirit's smile widened as he recalled the past. Xing Daoli said awkwardly, that was many years ago. Cauldron's spirit looked at Xing Daoli and said, you must be here to help Zichun resolve his crisis. Xing Daoli nodded and said, that's right. Although the Wuji sect was destroyed, Zichun established the Wuji sect again. Since I'm here, I can't just watch the Wuji sect be destroyed. The commotion in the holy burial ground was too big. It killed all the cultivators above the Earth Prime stage, forcing me to leave. I only came back today and sensed Senior's presence. Otherwise, I would have come to greet Senior already. Fortunately, you have appeared. Otherwise, the Wuji sect would have been in real danger. Come, have a taste. This is good stuff. Cauldron's spirit picked up a teacup. A faint fragrance filled the air. Xing Daoli answered and picked up the teacup. He said, there shouldn't be any danger. At least, there shouldn't be any danger today. Moreover, those major powers will suffer great losses. Their heavenly origin stage and earthly origin stage experts have all left. They won't be able to do anything to the Wuji sect in a short period of time. But then again, Zichun has established the Wuji sect less than 500 years ago. Cauldron's spirit put down the teacup and said, this little guy is indeed extraordinary. He has the same demeanor as you did back then. Xing Daoli poured some water into Cauldron's spirit's teacup. After pouring the water, he shook his head and said, I have been roaming the mortal realm for the past few years, and I have some understanding of Zichun. To be honest, I really can't compare with him. Just the history of his growth alone is enough to put me to shame. Most importantly, not only is he brave, he is also resourceful, which is hard to come by. None of his friends are ordinary people. It has been many years since we last met. Who would have thought that the Xing Daoli who used to brandish his blade and slash at random would have learned to be humble today? I'm not being humble. It's the truth. I am just an ordinary person. Zichun is different. Although I can't divine the direction of his destiny, I believe that he will be an extraordinary person in the future. Moreover, every time he was in danger, he would have a benefactor helping him. Cauldron's spirit smiled and said, you have saved him and his everlasting sect. You are also his benefactor. Xing Daoli shook his head again and said, I only came to lend a helping hand because I had a sudden inspiration. I can't be considered a benefactor. Besides, the everlasting sect had nurtured me back then. I have always felt guilty for not participating in the final battle. Although this everlasting sect is not the same everlasting sect, I am repaying my debt of gratitude. You are very considerate. Cauldron's spirit nodded. He then asked about Xing Daoli's recent situation. The two chatted happily. Finally, when they talked about the everlasting sect, Cauldron's spirit asked, did the everlasting sect really perish back then? Xing Daoli found it strange and asked, Senior, you don't know? Cauldron's spirit smiled and said, how would I know? Back then, not long after the main army left, the entire everlasting sect was met with a devastating calamity. All the forces wanted to come and get a share of the loot. The great defensive formation of the sect did not last long before it was broken. Seeing that the situation was not good, I brought Danding into the pocket world and sealed it for 10,000 years. I thought that they would open the pocket world after they returned, but after 10,000 years, no one came. I knew that the everlasting sect was finished. It's all because of those bastards back then. Otherwise, how could the everlasting sect have been destroyed? So many experts were sent to attack the Lightning Divine Palace. Is that plaything something that can be opened so easily? That bastard sect master is the same. So many people advised him to wait a little longer, but he stubbornly insisted on going his own way and fell into a trap. He deserves it. Xing Daoli was furious and heartbroken. Cauldron Spirit smiled and said no more. Xing Daoli took a short pause before he continued. Although the everlasting sect has indeed been destroyed, there were simply too many experts back then. So many that even the 5 elemental powers felt threatened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have schemed against the everlasting sect. I have often wondered how so many experts could have died all of a sudden. And as for Sect Master, although I have always hated his way of doing things, he didn't seem to have a short lifespan. Later on, I speculated that some of them might still be alive. Cauldron Spirit said, "You mean that they have gone to another world?" "That's just my guess. I have only been to that world once over the years. I have never met anyone. That world is so big. It's easier said than done to meet someone you know without the exact coordinates." Cauldron Spirit shook his head and smiled. A trace of hesitation appeared on Xing Daoli's face. He seemed to have something to say. "Ask away if you have any questions. I heard that you came from that world. That's not a secret. Why are you hesitating for so long? In that case, you should know which of these 2 worlds is the main world. Truth be told, I came here today because I have a request. That is, I wish to know which one is the main world. Senior, please tell me," Xing Daoli pleaded. "Why are you asking this question?" Cauldron Spirit asked puzzledly. "I have been stuck at that bottleneck for tens of thousands of years. I have been wandering between the 2 worlds. Not only am I unable to find the answer, but as time passes, I even have the feeling that I will get lost in this world. For the past several thousand years, I have been moving about in this world. I have been an ordinary person, doing business, being a city lord, being a sect master of a large sect, being an elder, and so on. But I have never found the answer." Cauldron Spirit smiled and said, "I am just a medicine refiner. How can I help you? In this world, every cultivator will encounter bottlenecks. Some will encounter bottlenecks in the true energy realm, while some will encounter bottlenecks in the Sciention realm. After overcoming one bottleneck, you will soon discover another bottleneck. It is like climbing a mountain. When you reach the summit, you will discover that there is an even taller mountain not far away." "I understand what you are saying, but in the world of cultivators, after reaching the earthly Yuan realm, you are no longer climbing mountains, but building mountains," Cauldron Spirit said. "The principle is actually the same. As for why you got lost in the 2 worlds because of such a simple problem, it is because you are thinking too much and being too greedy." Xing Daoli put on a puzzled face and asked, "What do you mean?" "Think about it. If you are a child and you are asked to eat an adult's portion for a meal, what will happen to you?" Xing Daoli was once an ordinary person. Therefore, without thinking, he said, "You will feel bloated and uncomfortable." "That's right. You will feel bloated and uncomfortable because it is beyond your ability to digest. But think about it. What if you are asked to eat 2 or even 3 servings for an adult?" This time, before Xing Daoli could answer, Cauldron Spirit said, "You will die. You will die if you eat too much." Xing Daoli seemed to be deep in thought. "The reason you got lost is because what you are pursuing is beyond your ability. It is like how a child eats and a cultivator cultivates. Those with talent will naturally grow faster. Take Zichun, for example. His strike could touch the barrier of the natural laws. I believe that the strike of most earthly Yuan realm experts would not be able to touch the barrier. But when Zichun needs to make a choice, he will have many choices. At the same time, he can afford to give up on some of them." Xing Daoli raised his head and asked, "Senior, are you saying that I am not strong enough?" "You can understand it that way, but you can't understand it that way. Forget it. It is hard to explain. Besides, I have never experienced it myself. Since you asked me which world is the primary world, I can only say that I don't know. Because the world is the earliest to form. If there is a God, he is the only one who knows which world is the primary world and which is the secondary world. Even you don't know. But they all say that you are the most ancient existence in this world. Even if it is ancient, it is still ancient. But in this world, your question is just like the question of chicken and egg. There will never be an accurate answer because there is no way to verify it. But which one do you think came first?" Cauldron Spirit shook its head in response to Xing Daoli's incessant questioning and said, "It's not about which one I think came first. It's your own opinion. If you think the chicken came first, then the chicken came before the egg. It all depends on your heart. But this world doesn't recognize what I see. It thinks that what I see is fake. Cauldron Spirit smiled and said, "Why do you need the world to recognize it? Just recognize it yourself." Chapter 1132. When it came to the edicts of a world, there were some things that commanded respect and reverence. This was the case for Xing Daoli and Cauldron Spirit. Although the two appeared to be discussing the chicken and the egg, they were actually discussing the edicts of a world. Xing Daoli still could not understand even after talking for a long time. His vision was still shrouded in fog. This question had troubled him for tens of thousands of years. There were many heavenly origin realm experts in this world who were troubled by the same question. It was impossible for him to change his view of the world just because of a few words from Cauldron Spirit. Similarly, it was impossible for him to be enlightened and make a breakthrough in his realm just because of a few words from Cauldron Spirit. Furthermore, Cauldron Spirit himself did not know much about the edicts of a world. All he talked about were his insights and experiences over the years. Seeing that Xing Daoli still could not understand, Cauldron Spirit spread his hands helplessly and said, "You see, there are so many things that you don't understand. In fact, the more I talk, the more confused I become. This is something that you should be worrying about. Don't let this old man be confused." Xing Daoli was still grateful to Cauldron Spirit even though Cauldron Spirit did not answer his question. After the two chatted for a while longer, Xing Daoli got up and took his leave. As soon as he returned to his residence, Zichun, who had received the news, rushed over. Zichun knocked on the door and entered. When he saw Xing Daoli, who was deep in thought, he stood there and did not immediately speak. It was only after a while that Xing Daoli noticed Zichun. He asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Zichun respectfully saluted and asked, "Senior, may I know what I need to prepare for the peace talks?" Xing Daoli did not understand the problem of the world, and he had not figured out the problem of the egg. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Xing Daoli was about to put these questions aside when he heard Zichun's question. He put on a playful smile and said, "Prepare? What do you need to prepare? Aren't you just waiting for the other side to raise the price?" Zichun put on an awkward smile and said, "I just want to know the details. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Or does Senior have any instructions?" Zichun's question was to see if there was a bottom line for the Senior. He did not ask directly, but fortunately, Xing Daoli understood. He waved his hand and said, "There are no instructions. Everything is up to you. Just follow your heart." "Thank you, Senior." After receiving a satisfactory answer, Zichun expressed his gratitude and took his leave. "Wait," Xing Daoli suddenly said. Zichun stopped and looked at Xing Daoli in confusion. Xing Daoli also looked at Zichun and asked seriously, "Do you know which came first, the chicken or the egg?" Zichun was stunned by this question. He scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. "Just follow your heart. It's fine. Just treat it as chatting," Xing Daoli said. Zichun nodded, then thought for a moment and said, "It should be the chicken first, no, the egg first." "Ah, the chicken lays the egg, and the egg hatches the chicken. That's still not right." This was a question that Zichun had never considered before. At this moment, he was also puzzled. However, when he saw Xing Daoli's eager eyes, it was obvious that he wanted an answer no matter what. Thus, Zichun came to a realization and said, "Yes, I understand. To be precise, there should be eggs first." There were eggs first. Xing Daoli was startled by this, and the expression on his face became even more confused. Zichun explained, "That's right. Whether it was the chicken or the egg first, it doesn't make sense. So, what makes sense is that the egg came first." "But does the egg mean that there was both a chicken and an egg at the same time?" Xing Daoli was like a student who was seeking knowledge, but he was asking a childish question. However, his expression was so serious. Zichun couldn't help but laugh and said, "Senior, you are so funny. You even believe this. How would I know which came first? If you really want to know the answer, you have to ask the first chicken, or the first egg, or ask the egg. However, I don't recommend you do that, because there is no point in being serious. Moreover, there is not much point in knowing. How do you know it is meaningless? What if you insist on getting the answer?" Xing Daoli asked again. "If you insist on getting the answer, then it's hard to say. There is the egg first. Zichen smiled. Let's get down to business. If you don't even understand one, how can you possibly have both? Xing Daoli said unhappily. Upon seeing Xing Daoli so serious that he had dug himself into a dead end, Zichen said without even thinking, there was the chicken first. Why? Because I don't like to eat eggs, and I'm quite good at roasting chicken. I like to eat chicken, so I believe that there was the chicken first. This answer obviously didn't satisfy Xing Daoli, so Zichen added, of course, the main reason I came to this conclusion is because I was happy. Happy? Yes. Just like how those other powers wanted to destroy my boundless sect, it was also because they were happy. Although I wanted to kill them to avenge my humiliation, it could also be said that I was happy and wanted to kill them. Senior, when you came to help us negotiate peace, wasn't it also because you were happy? Nonsense. I wasn't happy, Xing Daoli said with a sullen expression. Xing Daoli said with a straight face. However, Zichen's words seemed to have made him understand something. The fog in front of him seemed to have dissipated a little, but there was still a large patch of fog in front of him, making him somewhat confused. Thus, he asked again, if you say that there was a chicken first, how did the chicken come about without an egg? He had miraculously returned to the original question. This question was very boring, but the expert was so interested in it. Zichen couldn't help but guess that there was something wrong with the other party's mental state. As such, he patiently said, the most accurate answer to this question is to ask the chicken. Ask it if it came from the egg, but I don't think it would know because it was still very young at the time and didn't have much memory. Moreover, I don't think that we have to ask the chicken because we can't find it, so I believe that the chicken came first. Even if you can prove that my point of view is wrong, I still believe that the chicken came first. Just like today, those powers felt that this was a misunderstanding and that I shouldn't have killed them, but I felt that they deserved to die. So I wanted to kill them. So I killed them because I was happy, because I wanted to, because what I said made sense. Xing Daoli's eyes began to shine, but they quickly became confused again, and he once again sank into deep thought. When Zichen saw that the other party had stopped asking questions, he quietly left. He vaguely guessed that the other party was so serious that he seemed to be searching for the truth of the world. However, Zichen hadn't come into contact with the rules yet, so he didn't understand this matter and just spoke his mind. Not long after, Xing Daoli's expression in the room became even more confused. The fog that had originally dissipated seemed to turn into fog in the next moment. After a long time, a voice came out from the room. There was the chicken first? No, the chicken came from the egg. So there was the egg first? No, the chicken laid the egg. So there was the egg first? No, could it be that there really was a chicken that didn't come from the egg first? In the next few days, a subordinate reported to Zichen that the word egg was often heard in the old ancestor's room. In response to this news, Zichen only nodded. During this period, he went to see Xing Daoli a few times, but every time, the other party would ask about the egg. Zichen very clearly expressed his opinion, but as Xing Daoli asked again and again, Zichen's opinion became somewhat uncertain. Thus, he hurriedly stopped the discussion with Xing Daoli and left to enjoy the scenery outside. Because while chatting with Xing Daoli, Zichen seemed to have sensed the existence of the rules, and this was the precursor to stepping into the Earth Yuan stage. The question of the egg had made Xing Daoli dizzy, and even Zichen gradually had doubts in his heart, to the extent that it affected his Dao heart. After calming himself down, he continued to see the mountain as the mountain and the water as the water. After insisting on his opinion, Zichen decided not to see Xing Daoli again. The human Yuan stage expert rushed back to the clan as quickly as possible. He was a member of the Tu clan and was at the great circle of the human Yuan stage. As soon as he returned, he announced that he wanted to see the clan head. It was actually very difficult for people of this level to see the family head normally, but because of the importance of today's matter, the first thing he did after returning was to see the family head. What? Not only did they not kill them, they were even held captive. Hearing this news, the Tu family head was furious and slammed the table, spilling the tea on the table. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail. However, he quickly suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice. Thus, the human Yuan stage began to explain from the beginning. Those damn monks actually dared to interfere in our affairs, They must have eaten a leopard's guts. The Buddhist sect's participation made him extremely unhappy. The Buddhists brought more than 20 warriors of the Earth Origin realm, and the ancients brought more than 30 warriors of the Earth Origin realm. However, this is not the main reason for our defeat. The main reason is Zichun. Zichun, what happened to him? Could it be that he has the battle strength to fight against Earth Yuan stage practitioners? The Ren Yuan subordinate said, not just fight. Zichun's strength broke through again. Reaching the great circle of the human Yuan stage, he already has the battle strength to kill Earth Yuan stage practitioners. What? Kill? Yes, he killed Jin Lingqi with just 3 strikes, and injured an Earth Yuan stage assassin with a powerful strike. However, this was not the main reason why they were held captive. Then hurry up and tell me the main reason. The 2 family head finally could not hold it in any longer, and was on the verge of exploding. At that time, under Zichun's signal, the 2 sides were about to fight, but an old man suddenly appeared and stopped the battle. Who was that old man? I don't know, but he had the aura of a Heaven Yuan stage practitioner. After he stopped the battle, he said that he wanted to negotiate, but Zichun was not willing, saying that we kept going back on our words. In the end, the old man promised that Zichun would agree, but Zichun detained our people, and also said that when you go to negotiate, bring more resources, and that he does not mind spirit liquid or Yuan liquid. The 2 family heads said angrily, Bah, he is looking for death, and he does not mind? Dream on, he will not get any resources, and he will not be able to negotiate either. As for the Heaven Yuan stage old man, he is just a problem, but we, the 5-element stage, have been passed down for countless years. Can't we solve this problem? He is just a Heaven Yuan stage practitioner, right? Did the old man say what his name was? He said that he was an abandoned disciple of the Wuji sect, called Li Xing or Li Dao. Oh, it was Li Dao Xing. He said that he was an outer disciple of the Wuji sect. Chapter 11:33. The head of the 2 families spat out the tea in his mouth. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The reason why he lost his composure was because he remembered who Li Dao Xing was. He thought that he was an ordinary Heaven Prime expert, but reality proved that there was no ordinary Heaven Prime expert. If the other party was really Xing Daoli, then this matter would not be easy to resolve. When Xing Daoli became famous, he was only at Mortal Prime, not the head of the family. But now, he was already at Earth Prime, and had been the head of the family for 10,000 years. The reason why he was able to become the head of the family was because the previous head was beaten to an unimaginable extent and had to go into seclusion. Apart from the 2 family, a few of the other family heads were also beaten, causing the family head to be replaced. When Xing Daoli attacked those family heads, it was considered bullying, so he did not deliberately kill them. But then, when faced with the revenge of the big families, Xing Daoli displayed his absolute strength. This directly caused the 5 elements to lose 2 Heaven Prime experts. At that time, the 5 elements had schemed against the Wuji sect, causing the Wuji sect's experts to counterattack, causing huge losses. So at that time, every Heaven Prime expert was an incredible foundation of the family. After losing 2, they decisively gave up on the pursuit. That time, the large faction had admitted defeat. However, they did not expect that Xing Daoli was not satisfied. He would often wait outside the large faction. Once a Heavenly Yuan stage practitioner appeared, he would ruthlessly kill them, resulting in the deaths of 2 Heavenly Yuan stage practitioners. That was an era, although the demon race did not invade. Because of the destruction of the Wuji sect, the Tianwu continent became unstable due to internal conflicts. At that time, Xing Daoli, who was holding a saber, was a symbol. This symbol, like the current Zichun, had an absolute status. The others who should have died are all dead, and the ones who should not have died are all gone. Why is that old thing still shamelessly staying in this world? That old fart, back then he was a dog raised by the Wuji sect, and now he is helping the Wuji sect. Obviously, he is working with Zichun to trick us. Zichun has not broken through yet. He can still kill him. But once he breaks through, it will be much more difficult to kill him. How? He was with that old bastard Xing Daoli. Who could get close to him? Moreover, we can't possibly fight Xing Daoli to the death because of this matter. Then what should we do? Could it be that they were just going to negotiate like this? And with a lot of resources? Because Xing Daoli's deeds were truly extraordinary, the leaders of the five elements quickly gathered together to discuss this matter. Right now, there are only two paths in front of us. We can either negotiate compensation or fight to the death. Of course, the former was easy to deal with. It was just a loss of some resources. But if we choose the latter, then none of those captives will be able to return alive. In addition, in order to kill Xing Daoli, we have to use all our strength. Not to mention, what if we can't kill him and he escapes? Even if we kill Xing Daoli, the losses on our side will be enormous. And these losses will definitely exceed the losses offered by the peace talks. The one who spoke was the head of the two clan. He was the first to receive the news and gathered everyone. Naturally, he was the first to express his stance. So you're saying that we should negotiate with Zichun? The other four looked at the head of the two clan. I'm just calculating the losses for you. The specific choice is entirely up to all of you. Moreover, this matter is not limited to the five of us. There are 3 other clans. We'll discuss it when they arrive. Perhaps they'll suggest to attack at all costs. The representatives of the other 3 clans arrived quickly. However, after hearing Xing Daoli's name, they were unable to make a choice, just like the 5 elements. Xing Daoli is going too far. The head of the Tyrant clan said coldly, "Is he looking down on our sword sect?" The head of the sword sect also said angrily. Including the 2 of them, all the clan heads of the other clans were furious. They constantly criticized or scolded Xing Daoli. However, no one was willing to make a choice when they were angry. Despicable, truly despicable. At most, we'll just fight. Who's afraid of who? Similar bold words like these were constantly heard. However, no one made the decision to lead people to fight. As the instigator, the head of the 2 clan could not help but feel disdain when he saw the indignant crowd. It was obvious that they knew what to do and had already made a choice. However, they did not say it out loud because they wanted to protect their so-called face. However, to the head of the 2 clan, they had suffered losses at the hands of Zichun time and time again. Their face had been slapped so many times that it did not matter if they still cared about their face. This matter needed to be discussed to come to a conclusion. No one was willing to put down their face to negotiate, so he had to say it. Otherwise, they would definitely eat, sleep, and take care of themselves here. They would talk all day long to make themselves happy, but it was meaningless. He coughed lightly. After successfully attracting everyone's attention, he suggested, "Why don't we negotiate?" Negotiate? Hearing this, the others looked at each other and frowned. They asked, "What's the reason?" Looking at their expressions, the head of the 2 clan had the urge to beat them up. It was obvious that everyone was thinking the same thing. Now that he suggested it out of goodwill, it was fine if they did not back down. Instead, they worked together to push him up the mountain. However, in the current situation, he could only accept his fate. He said, "If we negotiate, we will only lose some resources. However, these resources can be exchanged for those Earth Yuan martial artists. If we really want to fight, once we lose a few Sky Yuan martial artists, it will not be worth it. After all, even though Zichun is greedy, his knowledge is limited. Furthermore, the requests he made are all trivial matters. Even if we compensate for the resources, how much can we give? However, we need to nurture a Sky Yuan martial artist. I'm sure everyone knows how much resources we need." The head of the Jin clan nodded and said, "That makes sense. At our level, resources are no longer of much use. Compared to resources, the lives of the clan's experts are much more valuable. Besides, we can't disappoint the people in the clan, can we? However, if we choose to negotiate, it will seem like we are showing weakness. Then, how will the world view us? Where will we put our face?" That's right. Resources can be lost, and we don't care about those resources. However, we cannot lose our dignity and face. We cannot become the laughingstock of the world. Hearing other people agree, the head of the 2 clan became angry. He said, "If we really want to talk about losing face, then after losing to Zichun time and time again, we have lost all our face. Furthermore, why would we care about the world's opinion when we do things?" Actually, what he wanted to say was that in the eyes of the world, They were already the synonym of shamelessness. So what if they lost some face? Furthermore, they did not care about the world's opinion in the past. Now, they cared about the world's opinion because of their dignity. It was truly laughable. We cannot boost the morale of others and destroy our own. Even though we have lost, we have never given up on clearing our name. The head of the two clan waved his hand. The disdain on his face became even stronger. He said, "All right, quickly tell us your thoughts. I agree to negotiate. If you are not willing, you can go to the Wuji sect tomorrow. As for you guys, you can send people to kill them." The head of the Jin clan paused and said, "If that's the case, then let's negotiate. As for the problem of losing face, the other party is a heaven origin stage cultivator. He took advantage of our people going to another world to threaten us. If he isn't afraid of losing face, then why should we?" Agreed. Then it's decided. Seeing everyone agree, the head of the two clan was unhappy. He said directly, "Don't forget to bring more resources. Otherwise, if we can't redeem our cultivators, that would be the real humiliation." This discussion ended unhappily, because the head of the two clan felt that he was cheated by them. For their own dignity, they did not care about the dignity of others and trampled on them. Sure enough, it did not take long for the news of the two clan leading the other forces to the peace talks to spread. The news clearly stated that the two clan was the first to suggest this. In order to not hurt their alliance, the other forces had to agree. Shameless, truly shameless. Just you wait. The head of the two clan roared. In the Wuji sect, after Zichun got people to take the captives away, he did not pay any attention to them. As for the high-end accommodation and meals that were originally mentioned, he did not care about them at all. Over the past few days, he had been trying to sense the power of the rules and had already gained some benefits. This made him overjoyed. After all, after grasping the power of the rules, he could break through to the Earth origin stage. At that time, his combat strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. As for the others, such as Wild Wolf, Wu Lu, Wang Shan, and the others, they entered Zichun's time castle to cultivate. The secret of the time castle was not completely public yet. Only the upper echelons of the Wuji sect knew about it. Inside, time was accelerated by 100 times, which was very sufficient. Wang Xian, and the others also entered and cultivated their essence, energy, and spirit again, allowing them to reach their limits. There was no need to deliberately prepare anything for the negotiation. When the time came, they could ask for a sky-high price or raise the price on the ground. In order to be more ruthless, Zichun specially found the perfect body and the monk to discuss this matter seriously. Then, he came up with a compensation plan. A few days later, the family heads of the large factions personally arrived. There were a total of more than 10 people, and 8 of them were the leaders. Zichun and Wang Qiong personally welcomed them outside the sect. Then, they were led to the main hall. At the top of the hall, Xing Daoli sat upright with an indifferent expression. When the family heads saw him, they could not help but feel reserved. Zichun sat at the bottom of the hall. After the maid served tea and refreshments, he stood up and asked, "You have all come from afar. Shall we exchange pleasantries first, or shall we directly discuss the matter of compensation?" Zichun's direct opening stunned the family heads. Clearly, such a direct method proved that Zichun and the others did not want to negotiate. This was because even the basic hypocrisy and pleasantries were omitted. "Then let's begin," Jin family head said. Chapter 1134. The one who walked in was Wang Shan. He had been in seclusion, but Zichun had called him out to read out the list of compensation. Wang Shan's entrance didn't attract the attention of the patriarchs. At this moment, they were all thinking about what Zichun had just said and were very puzzled. What did he mean by, "If you find something wrong, you're welcome to point it out, and then we'll add something to it"? Everyone looked at Zichun again. His expression was calm, and they didn't think that he would make such a low-level mistake. Of course, he had said this intentionally. He didn't want them to question him. Wang Shan walked to the center of the hall with a list in his hand. He first bowed to Xing Daoli, then nodded to Zichun. He then turned to the family head and nodded as well. Ahem. With a light cough, the negotiation of compensation began. Wang Shan read out, "Compensation. First, The 8 factions attacked the Boundless sect twice, during which they destroyed countless cities and towns, causing huge losses. The second time, they directly destroyed all the cities in the Sacred Domain. The Sacred Domain has many things to do, and it needs to be completely rebuilt. Due to the great distance between the 8 factions, it is inconvenient to send labor, so we will use resources to replace labor. The compensation is as follows: 100 million high-grade origin stones, 100,000 drops of spirit liquid, and 10,000 drops of high-grade origin liquid. The above resources are limited to each faction. Oh, and to add, the Sacred Domain is the area we are in right now. After reading the first condition, the patriarchs of the 8 factions fell silent. They didn't even look at each other, but the disdain in their eyes couldn't be concealed. What Sacred Domain? It was just a barbarian land. How could it sound so good? As for the amount of compensation, they didn't have any objections. Even if they knew that it was several times the reconstruction cost, they didn't have any objections. On the other side, after seeing everyone's expressions, Monk transmitted, "It seems like it's less. Look, they aren't reacting." Zichen replied, "Don't worry, there's more to come." The second clause of the compensation. The 8 powers have broken the formation twice in succession, severely damaging the formation base and injuring more than 100,000 of their disciples. They need resources to refine pills to recover. The compensation is as follows: 100,000 stalks of 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 50,000 stalks of 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 30,000 stalks of 8,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and 10,000 stalks of 10,000-year-old ancient herbs. Note: limited to each family. If the spiritual herbs are insufficient, they can be replaced with elemental liquids and elemental stones. Among the 8 of them, only the clan leader of the Shurji clan twitched his mouth. None of them had come the first time, but they were counted together. However, these small things were not worth him talking about. These forces had been overlords for hundreds of thousands of years and had discovered countless small worlds. They even had special cultivation bases for ancient medicines and spiritual medicines. These things were really nothing to them. It's really too little. These people are truly rich and overbearing. We have been thinking of asking for an exorbitant price day and night, but the other party didn't react at all. The perfect body also sent a voice transmission. The third clause of the compensation. There are many damages to the mountain gate and the formation base. The compensation is equivalent to 5,000 superior grade elemental liquids. Note: limited to each family. The fourth clause of the compensation. After attacking the mountain gate twice, more than 100,000 disciples suffered double fright, causing them to fall into a trance. They often suffer auditory and visual hallucinations that require a long period of treatment. The compensation is as follows: 10,000 drops of superior grade elemental liquids. Note: limited to each family. The fifth clause of the compensation, the sixth clause of the compensation, the seventh clause of the compensation, the 10th clause of the compensation, the 20th clause of the compensation. Food expenses for the captives are as follows: 2,000 drops of superior grade elemental liquids. The 21st clause of the compensation. Accommodation expenses for the captives are as follows: 2,000 drops of superior grade elemental liquids. The 30th clause of the compensation. 100 drops of superior grade elemental liquids. The total compensation is as follows: 200 million superior grade essence stones, 200,000 drops of spirit liquid, 40,000 drops of superior grade elemental liquids, 150,000 stalks of 3,000-year-old spirit herbs, 80,000 stalks of 5,000-year-old spirit herbs, 50,000 stalks of 8,000-year-old spirit herbs, and 30,000 stalks of 10,000-year-old ancient herbs. Note: limited to each family. Upon reading this, Wang Shan added all 30 clauses of the compensation to ask for these resources. From their point of view, these resources were enough to be considered exorbitant. However, with so many resources, it only made the family heads of the large factions frown slightly. However, it was unknown if the reason they frowned was because of the resources or the dozens of conditions Zichen listed. In the hall, Xing Daoli was silent and didn't say a word. The family heads didn't want to be nosy. Since the other party had asked for the resources, it was better to end it here. Suddenly, Wang Shan, who should have ended, spoke again. The 30th clause of the compensation. The 8 factions have caused trouble for sect master Zichun and the Wuji sect many times. As a result, the Wuji sect, led by sect master Zichun and assisted by Devil Ape, Zhang Haoyan, and the others, improved extremely slowly and greatly delayed the time to break through to the Earth origin realm. Therefore, 150 nomological fragments will be compensated. Note: limited to each family. As soon as this news came out, the expressions of everyone present immediately changed. A blank look flashed across Zichun's face. A strange look also flashed in the eyes of the monk and the perfect body. At the same time, they asked via voice transmission, "Did you add this clause?" Zichun replied via voice transmission, "No. Speaking of which, I don't even know what a nomological fragment is." Then why did Wang Shan say this? Could it be Senior's intention? While the spiritual sense transmission was happening, Zichun and the others were extremely calm. Similarly, Wang Shan's expression was also very calm, even though the list in his hand didn't have the so-called 31st compensation clause. The large factions that had been indifferent all this time were finally moved at this moment. They could ignore the compensation of the resources from before, but it didn't mean that they could ignore the nomological fragments. The previous resources were like a drop in the bucket for them. Their forces had been around for hundreds of thousands of years, so they didn't care about these resources at all. However, law fragments were different. These things were very rare, and they were very useful for Earth origin stage cultivators. Now, they were asking for 150 of them, and it was limited to one person. It was no doubt like stabbing a knife into their heart and then bleeding their heart. "This doesn't make sense," the Jin family head immediately said. "If it doesn't make sense, please point it out." Wang Shan calmly gestured for the other party to explain. "We admit that we brought you a lot of trouble previously, and we also accept the compensation. However, the last clause says that it's because of us that your realm improvement is slow. But as far as I know, the speed of your realm improvement is almost godly. In less than 100 years, you broke through from the core realm to the peak of the human realm. How can this be considered slow? We don't dare to say that this matter is reasonable, but we want to say that it's precisely because of the pressure we exerted that your realm improvement speed is so fast. Therefore, this compensation clause is very unreasonable." Zichun stood up and said, "It is indeed unreasonable. I feel that 150 nomological fragments are too little. It should be 200, because without you, our cultivation speed would be even faster. Maybe we would have broken through to the peak of the Earth origin realm by now." Looking at Zichun, who was so confident and so serious, the head of the Jin clan was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He said with disdain, "What do you mean by Earth origin stage? Peak of Earth origin stage? Although you don't have any Earth origin stage warriors in your clan, there should be some in your allies. Didn't you try to find out about the Earth origin stage? Didn't you find out about the peak of the Earth origin stage? Peak of Earth origin stage? What a joke." This was the most direct rebuttal. The Jin family head's words were sonorous and forceful. The path of cultivation is as vast as the sea. One may not be able to enter the emptiness realm in thousands of years. How dare you boast that you can make a huge breakthrough in just 100 years? Who do you think you are? What do you think the Earth origin realm is? Facing the rebuttal, Zichun smiled and said, "No matter what the Earth origin realm is, in short, 200 nomological fragments. Note: limited to each family." The Jin family head was furious. The others' expressions were also ugly. This was obviously a threat. In the end, they could only put the final decision on Xing Daoli. After all, he was the one in charge. Xing Daoli opened his eyes and glanced at the family heads indifferently. The family heads trembled as if their thoughts had been seen through. They all lowered their heads. "You should have guessed that they are inexperienced and will not ask for anything. I am asking for these nomological fragments for them. As for 200, you can consider whether it is more or less," Xing Daoli said coldly. The family heads were unhappy, but they did not dare to refute. To be honest, 200 nomological fragments were not worth as much as the Earth origin realm cultivators. If they were to calculate, Zichun did not ask for that much. They originally wanted to fool him, but they did not expect Xing Daoli to stand on Zichun's side. Moreover, since he had spoken, this matter was settled. "All right, we agree. The family had no choice but to agree. After the compensation is paid, the Wuji sect will have no more grudges with you. I do not expect you to become allies, but do not scheme against each other. Of course we agree. Senior, please do not worry. Xing Daoli snorted and said, Of course I am not worried. If you do not abide by the agreement, I will kill you. However, Zichun does not trust you. Therefore, according to what he told me, you need to sign a peace agreement. I can still stay in this world for another 1,000 years. Therefore, this peace agreement will last for another 1,000 years. During this period, if you break the agreement, I will personally come to you and ask for an explanation. 1,000 years was a buffer period. Although it was extremely beneficial for Zichun, it was not necessarily bad for the major forces. Their people had all gone to another world and might return after 1,000 years. If there were any grudges, they could settle it at that time. Moreover, for someone like Zichun, once he broke through to the Earth origin realm, this world would not be able to accommodate him. If he wanted to pursue more power, he would have to leave and go to another world. In the other world, there were many dangers. Even many emptiness realm experts would die if they were not careful, let alone Zichun. Chapter 11:35. The contract went smoothly, but the compensation didn't immediately arrive. They hadn't expected the Boundless sect to ask for something as high as a law fragment. Furthermore, the Boundless sect had asked for so many spirit medicines, and they weren't planning on giving them any yuan elixirs. They simply sent people back to get the spirit medicines. Both sides were very satisfied with the results. Zichun magnanimously said that the Boundless sect would pay for the food and accommodation of these captives for free. The contract was signed by the sect master, the family heads, and of course, Xing Daoli. For a heaven origin expert to lower himself, it could be seen how important the Boundless sect was to Xing Daoli. While their subordinates went back to get resources, the family heads expressed that they wanted to tour the Boundless sect. Zichun naturally didn't have a problem with that. Vice Sect Master Wang Qiong led them around. During the tour, the expressions and attitudes of these patriarchs slowly changed. Their expressions were disdainful at first, then slowly turned serious, and by the time they finished their tour, their faces were already filled with admiration. Adding on the heavenly barbarian pavilion, the Boundless sect had only been established for less than 500 years. However, after so many years, the Boundless sect had developed to this point. That was enough to prove how extraordinary Zichun and the Boundless sect were. If they didn't include the Earth origin and Heaven origin realms, then the Boundless sect would be one of the top 10 powers on the continent. Furthermore, their foundation wouldn't be any weaker than theirs. It had to be known that while the Boundless sect had been established for less than 500 years, their families had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, they actually rejoiced that they had negotiated with Zichun. If they continued to develop like this, who knew what level the Boundless sect would reach in the future? Of course, this was only on the surface. If they were really going to lose an arm or a leg, they wouldn't be afraid of the Boundless sect even now. During this time, Wang Qiong brought them to Alchemy Peak. The existence of the everlasting pill cauldron was no longer a secret, so there was no need to hide it. This thing was what the Boundless sect would rely on to rise. Seeing the legendary everlasting pill cauldron, these family heads were shocked. Back then, the everlasting sect was able to grow to a point where they were extremely apprehensive and even terrified. This cauldron played an important role in this. Furthermore, as patriarchs, they naturally knew many secrets. For example, this infinite Dan cauldron came from another world, and so on. After a round of discussion, the patriarchs of the various forces had solemn expressions, because they could see the shadow of the original everlasting sect in the current everlasting sect. In addition to alchemy, there was also artifact forging. In the past, the everlasting sect had been able to show disdain for these two things. However, the everlasting pill cauldron had disappeared back then, and the artifact forging techniques had been snatched away by various powers. But who would have thought that many years later, in the everlasting sect founded by Zichun, they would see these two techniques that surpassed artifact forging once again. While waiting for the large factions to return the resources, Zichun's life was extremely restless. He didn't have any time alone during the day. He couldn't even spend time with the beauties because the monk and the perfect body followed closely behind Zichun like two tails. At night, the group of women would gather again, not giving Zichun a chance to be alone with any of them. A few days later, the large factions returned to collect the resources, and the two sides began the exchange. On this day, the leaders who had been in seclusion all came out and brought their trusted subordinates to wait in the main hall. These people were divided into 8 small groups, waiting for the people from the 8 factions to arrive. Then, both sides would count the resources. In the main hall, the patriarchs of the 8 factions and Zichun's group sat facing each other. This kind of matter naturally didn't require them to do it personally. As the resources were taken out and the counting began, the main hall became noisy. High-grade origin liquid. I have 5,120 drops here. I have 3,857 drops here. I have 8,100 drops here, 5,120, plus 8,100, plus 3,857, plus 13,620 drops, plus a total of 40,000 drops. The number is correct. Metal Clan, 40,000 drops of high-grade origin liquid. Pass. The final voice rang out. The final tally of the Metal Clan's yuan liquefied was completed. A cultivator placed 40,000 drops of high-grade yuan liquefied into a large barrel with multiple seals. This was not to prevent theft or loss, but to prevent the loss of spiritual energy within the yuan liquefied Metal Clan's yuan liquefied metal. Spiritual Herbs Inventory. Wood Clan, 150,000 stalks of 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. The number is correct. Pass. 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Pass. 8,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Pass. 10,000-year-old ancient herbs. Pass. Fire Clan, the number of high-grade origin stones is correct. Pass. Fire Clan, the number of spirit liquids is correct. Pass. Yes, pass. Yes, pass. 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 The checking of the list was a little noisy, but everyone did things in an orderly manner. Every time the items were counted, they would be sorted and put away. It took an entire day just to check all the items. Everything was correct, and there was no mistake. Then, the leaders of the 8 forces finally took out the law fragments. It was Zichun's first time seeing a rule fragment, and he found it very novel. At first glance, it looked like a piece of glass placed under the sun, emitting a dazzling light. Although it did not have a complete shape, it was still very beautiful even in the absence of rule fragments. These law fragments were of different sizes, but they had all been deliberately chosen. The largest was only the size of a walnut, while the smallest was the size of a fingernail. When Zichun's perfect spiritual sense sensed the law force in the fragments, his heartbeat quickened because he had a feeling that these things could help him break through to the Earth origin realm. Zichun took the law fragment and handed it to Wang Shan. The latter began to count it in front of the patriarch of the Great Influence. After that, the everlasting sect prepared a banquet to celebrate their reconciliation. During the banquet, both sides naturally exchanged the necessary pleasantries. This was a celebration, and everyone in the Boundless sect was drinking, including the captives. These captives had been treated even worse than the strange beasts. Today, they had finally encountered a celebration, and after learning that their clans had compensated the Boundless sect with many things, they ate and drank freely. The next day, the patriarchs of the 8 forces left with their captives. Zichun and the others stood outside the sect to send them off. After watching the other party's figures disappear, Zichun finally let out a sigh of relief. Along the way, he had been under a lot of pressure. There were always enemies to kill, but from now on, he would have no enemies. This kind of situation would last for 1,000 years. What did 1,000 years mean to the Boundless sect? It meant time. Even if the Boundless sect's slowest speed was 100 times the speed of light, it would still have 100,000 years to develop. Even Zichun didn't dare to imagine what the Boundless sect would become in 100,000 years. After the large factions left, Zichun had to carefully plan for the future development of the Boundless sect. However, at that moment, 2 beams of light flashed in front of Zichun. Monk Good and Evil was in front, and the perfect body was behind him. They blocked Zichun's path. Monk Good and Evil extended his hand and said, Now that everything is over, it's time to fulfill your promise. Zichen asked blankly, "What promise?" The monk was furious when he heard that. He glared at him and said, "Little Zichun, how dare you play dirty with me? To think that I helped you so much and treated you as—" The monk's words came to a halt because an ancient castle appeared in front of him. The ancient castle was in Zichen's hand. The blank look on Zichen's face disappeared, replaced by a disdainful smile. "A mere ancient castle has exposed your bottom line of not hesitating to fall out with me. Cut the crap." The monk had a smug look on his face as he immediately snatched the ancient castle. At the same time, Zichun took out another ancient castle and handed it to the perfect body. He said, "Yours is for cultivation of the physical body. The monk's is for cultivation of spiritual senses." Both sides were quite satisfied with this distribution. The two nodded and then pretended to express their gratitude. Finally, the monk sighed and said, "It's a pity that the third one was taken away by the demons. I say, Zichun, you shouldn't have been soft-hearted at that time. When they were about to leave, you should have used your life to threaten them. You definitely could have gotten the item." Zichun glanced at the monk and said coldly, "I'm not as shameless as you. For a mere ancient castle, I exposed my bottom line of being unscrupulous." Shameless. If we really want to talk about it, you, Zichun, are 100 times more shameless than me. The reason why you didn't attack that demoness is because you have taken a fancy to her. The monk deliberately raised his voice so that Lin Shui and company could hear him. "You're really shameless. You're so shameless that there's no hope for you. I just gave you the item and now you're framing me." Zichun didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the monk. As they chatted, a heart-palpitating aura suddenly appeared in the world. This aura was filled with destructive power, as though the world was about to be destroyed. What's going on? What's happening? After sensing this inexplicable aura, everyone's expressions changed instantly. The clear sky was instantly enveloped by black clouds as an oppressive aura descended. In this aura, there was also the might of the heavenly Tao. After everyone present sensed the heavenly might, they immediately exclaimed, "This is the heavenly lightning that only comes from a lightning tribulation." But why is there a lightning tribulation here? Which cultivator is breaking through to the essence core realm? He actually attracted a lightning tribulation. However, isn't this commotion a little too vast? The crowd couldn't be mistaken. This was the aura that a lightning tribulation should have. However, this aura was much stronger than an ordinary lightning tribulation. Even if 100 or 1,000 cultivators at the peak of the imperial realm were to undergo a lightning tribulation at the same time, there wouldn't be such a huge commotion. The rolling black clouds gathered in the distance. As more and more black clouds gathered, the black clouds got closer to the ground. From afar, the black clouds seemed to have already pressed down on the ground, as though the sky was about to collapse. That's the small world where the Thunder Clan lives. The Tribulation Taker should be there. Let's go and see who it is. In the face of this oppressive aura, everyone's emotions became unstable. Among the loud shouts, there was some panic and fear. Chapter 1136. This is the Earth Element Lightning Tribulation, explained Gu Xiu as he flew out from the sect and landed beside Zichen and the others. This is the Earth Element Lightning Tribulation, explained Gu Xiu. It's triggered when someone breaks through to the Earth Element realm. If they succeed, they'll break through to the Earth Element realm. Earth Origin Thunder Tribulation? Everyone turned around and looked at Gu Xiu in confusion. This is the aura of the Earth Origin Thunder Tribulation. There's no mistaking it. Every Earth Origin Realm cultivator has to take this step, just like the Core Realm cultivator. However, the aura of the Thunder Tribulation this cultivator attracted is much more terrifying, Gu Xiu said. The place where the Thunder Tribulation appeared is not far from the Thunder Clan small world. Could it be Elder Gue? Zichun thought of this possibility and turned into a ray of light, flying towards the Thunder Clan small world. Devil Ape and the others followed closely. They were curious, obviously wanting to see the power of the Earth Origin Thunder Tribulation. You guys stay in the sect. Don't go out to check without my permission. All cultivators at the peak of the spiritual origin realm, seal your strength to avoid attracting the Thunder Tribulation, Zichen ordered as he rushed forward. The panicked cultivators calmed down after hearing Zichen's words. They returned to the sect as fast as they could, and some of them began to seal their strength. The Earth Origin Thunder Tribulation is unusual. Be careful. Don't get too close, Gushio reminded them, but he was still worried, so he followed closely. At the same time, a few Earth Origin Realm cultivators followed. They were curious about what kind of cultivator could attract such a terrifying thunder tribulation. By the time everyone arrived, the dark clouds in the sky had already reached a limit. Occasionally, silver light would break through the clouds and illuminate the ground. Those silver lights were the silver light emitted by bolts of lightning. At this moment, the dark clouds seemed to be hiding thousands of bolts of lightning. The Thunder Clan's small world was forcibly closed because of the change. Under the dark clouds, an old man stood. He looked up at the sky with an excited expression. It's Elder Gue. He attracted the thunder tribulation. Great. It's Elder Gue who broke through. Our Wuji sect will finally have an Earth Origin Realm cultivator. When they saw old Gue, the expressions of LV Pong and the others became excited. However, other than being excited, there was also a trace of worry on their faces. Such a mighty lightning might was really too shocking. Moreover, since it was a lightning tribulation, there would always be danger. The clan heads of the major powers left with their captives. However, before they could get far, they felt a vast might of lightning descending from the sky. It's the Earth Origin Thunder Tribulation. Someone is about to pass the tribulation. An Earth Origin Realm warrior said, "What's there to be surprised about? It's not like you guys haven't experienced it before." The Hua family head snorted coldly. The head of the Mu clan frowned and said, "The pressure of this thunder tribulation is very strong. Its aura makes people tremble uncontrollably. This thunder tribulation is probably not ordinary." That's right. Maybe someone from Zichen's group is undergoing tribulation. Let's go and take a look, said the head of the Jin family. The group of human origin stage cultivators left first, while the rest of the Earth Origin stage cultivators flew towards the location of the Thunder Tribulation. Standing on a mountain peak, they saw Elder Gue under the Thunder Tribulation and were slightly stunned. Why is it an old man? Even if an old man can pass the Thunder Tribulation, he won't be able to achieve much in the future. I thought such a vast Thunder Tribulation was for Zichen's group. I didn't expect it to be an old man. Sigh, he's too old. He has no potential. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. In the Wuji sect, they had no impression of Elder Gue. When they saw his old face, they all showed disdain. Even if this old man reached the Earth Origin stage, he wouldn't be a threat to them. An Earth Origin stage warrior pointed at Zichen's group in the distance and said, "Look at their excited faces. This man should be from the Wuji sect." So what? Another Earth Origin stage warrior said with disdain, "Even if he can break through, he won't be able to reach the emptiness realm in this lifetime." Zichen's group is so excited because they finally have an Earth Origin stage warrior in their sect. Although his potential is limited, an Earth Origin stage warrior can still scare people. Small forces will always be small forces. What they lack is the most powerful warriors. An old man who is about to die is going to pass the Thunder Tribulation. How can they be so excited? The Earth Origin stage warriors of the big forces were expressing their disdain for Elder Gue. Their faces were full of mockery. Suddenly, a myriad of silver light shot out from within the black clouds. Rolling thunder continuously sounded, as though thousands of lightning snakes had merged together in an instant. An extremely dazzling light pierced through the black clouds, illuminating the world that was enveloped by the black clouds. I wonder if he can pass the Thunder Tribulation and how many bolts of lightning he can withstand. Under the gazes of the crowd, the lightning tore a hole in the dark clouds in the sky. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket shot straight toward Elder Gue like a beam of light. The oppressive aura made it difficult for the crowd to breathe. The terrifying might of thunder was raging. The trees in the forest in the distance couldn't withstand the aura and exploded. The rocks started to collapse. Zichen's group, who were nearby, quickly retreated. What a terrifying might of thunder! It's many times more terrifying than the first bolt of lightning we faced. This man is so old that he is about to die. I didn't expect him to attract such a bolt of lightning. Looks like he was quite famous when he was young. The crowd of cultivators from the big forces changed their expressions. Zichan and the others held their breaths and stared ahead, praying for Elder Guay in their hearts. Boom! The lightning beam landed on the top of Old Guay's head. Endless lightning power surged. Old Guay's body instantly emitted tens of thousands of lightning bolts. They were dazzling and bright. When the lightning bolts reached their peak, they exploded with a loud bang. When the lightning exploded, Elder Guay's body exploded as well. Elder Guay was dead. In the distance, exclamations came one after another. No one could believe what they had just seen. It was just one strike. Elder Guay was smashed into pieces with just one strike. But how could it be possible? How could Elder Guay be killed with one strike? Although they saw it with their own eyes, Zichan and the others couldn't believe it. Humph, I thought he was some great figure. After all, he was just a nobody. He couldn't even resist one bolt of godly thunder. And the godly thunder without the power of rules. I'm afraid he broke the record for the shortest death by godly thunder in history. Such a person is not worth our attention. It's good that he's dead. We can leave now. The disdainful voices came again. Suddenly, an Earth Origin Realm cultivator frowned and said, "No, if he is dead, why hasn't the thunder trial dispersed yet?" The thunder trial? Ha, it hasn't dispersed yet. In the sky, the dark clouds were still rolling. The world suddenly turned pitch black. After one strike, the thunder trial didn't disperse. Instead, it became even more powerful. Beams of silver light pierced through the dark clouds like sharp swords, illuminating the ground below. Bang! A sharp and ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. The void began to tremble. The entire sky was like the surface of the sea. It suddenly began to tremble, and then ripples appeared. A huge vortex appeared as the space twisted and rotated. In the center of the vortex, there was a huge vacuum black hole. The black hole was hundreds of meters wide, like a path to the netherworld. A violent chi came out from the black hole. What is that? The sudden change shocked everyone. Some of them didn't understand, and some of them were shocked. Could it be that the thunder trial didn't kill his real body? His real body is on the other side of the black hole? Two blood-red lights, like two sharp blades, shot out from the black hole as if they were going to pierce through the sky. Immediately after, a huge head poked out from the black hole. This was the head of a snake, as big as a house. The two red blades were the deep cold light emitted from the other party's eyes. What is that? A snake? A huge snake. What kind of snake is that? Why have I never seen it before? It is a snake. Its real body is a strange beast. No wonder it caused such a big commotion. On the side of the major factions, there was a trace of shock on their faces. They did not expect that the one undergoing the tribulation was actually a mutated beast. Strange beasts were stronger than humans at the same level. Strange beasts had a strong physique. It was an advantage, but it was also a disadvantage. When they broke through, the thunder trial they faced would be stronger than humans. They were the ones who really went against the natural order. If they were rejected by the natural order, their chances of survival would be very small. Of course, great danger came with great rewards. Every strange beast that passed the thunder trial would be stronger than humans at the same level. This phenomenon still existed in the Earth Yuan realm. Strange beast. It is a strange beast. On the other side, Di Yuan's expression became extremely ugly because the Wuji sect had more than one mutated beast. They had an army of mutated beasts. At first, they didn't feel anything, but after seeing this giant snake undergoing tribulation, they felt like they could see the mutated beast army growing up in the future. Every year, many mutated beasts would undergo tribulation. It is not a snake. It has claws. Claws. Is it a flood dragon? The snake's head appeared from the black hole. Then, the snake's body appeared. It was hundreds of meters long. However, behind the snake's body, there were two huge and sharp claws. No, it is not a flood dragon. It is a turtle. As Old Guay's real body appeared, the chi in the air became more and more violent. Everyone's attention was on Old Guay. They were watching his real body slowly appear. It was a tortoise. To be precise, it was a black tortoise. Its huge body was like a towering mountain peak. On the tortoise shell, The patterns were the most ancient patterns in the world. The ancient patterns divided the entire tortoise shell into dozens of pieces. On each piece of the tortoise shell, there were 108 sharp thorns. The thorns were incomparably sharp and flickered with a dim light. They were like the sharpest weapons in the world. When the huge body appeared, the pressure was suffocating. The big force's faces changed drastically when they saw Old Gue's real body. They shouted, "A black turtle! It is a black turtle! Damn it! How can it be a black turtle? A true-blood ancient beast, a black turtle." The appearance of Elder Gue had shocked everyone greatly. Old Gue's real body appeared. He looked at the sky with his red eyes. It was as if there were two red blades in his eyes that pierced the sky. Boom. Chapter 11:37. The thunderbolt that fell from the sky was still a straight divine thunderbolt, but it was even more powerful than the first one. There were no signs of birds, beasts, or humans within a radius of 10 miles. There was only the lightning punishment and Elder Gue below it. The appearance of Elder Gue's true body was too shocking. The black tortoise was an ancient beast with true blood. It was definitely the king of the ancient beasts. Its grade was second only to Longhu Sovereign. After many years of cultivation and Longhu Sovereign's blood essence, Elder Gue had completed a real transformation. The second thunderbolt fell from the sky. The black tortoise did not use any technique to block it, but opened its mouth. What is he doing? Opening its mouth? Is he going to swallow the divine thunderbolt? Under everyone's shocked gazes, the black tortoise swallowed the divine thunderbolt that fell straight down. The divine thunderbolt was swallowed in one gulp, and the power of the thunderbolt raged in the black tortoise's body. There were faint flashes of lightning in its crimson eyes, and silver light could be vaguely seen in its mouth and nose. It stretched its neck forcefully, and the divine thunderbolt entered its stomach. The earthly origin realm cultivators who were previously disdainful were now shocked. They widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. The black tortoise dared to swallow the lightning punishment and let the power of the lightning punishment explode in its body. One could imagine how strong its body was. Swallowed. It swallowed the divine thunderbolt in one gulp. It was very simple, but it was very shocking. Seeing that the black tortoise did not feel any discomfort after swallowing the divine thunderbolt, and its aura became even more violent, they finally sensed the black tortoise's unlimited potential and the real threat. While everyone was still in shock, the black tortoise had already refined the second divine thunderbolt. Then, the third one fell. This time, the black tortoise did not continue to swallow it, but chose to block it with its body. The divine thunderbolt exploded in the sky, and the power of the thunderbolt was like a silver snake. It fell on the barbs on the tortoise shell, and then flowed into the tortoise's body. The black tortoise's body began to shine like a brilliant thunderbolt. Before this, the black tortoise's clone had exploded in this way. But this time, the black tortoise used its body to block the thunderbolt. Naturally, the previous situation would not happen again. The dazzling thunderbolt began to converge, and the divine thunderbolt was absorbed by the black tortoise. The power of the third divine thunderbolt completely dispersed, and the black tortoise was intact. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This physique is much stronger than that of humans. The shock continued as the fourth bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Above this bolt of lightning, the power of rules appeared. Divine Law Lightning. It's actually the Divine Law Lightning. It's actually the Divine Law Lightning. Since there were rules in the Divine Thunder, its power was naturally a level higher than the original Thunder. An increasingly terrifying aura wreaked havoc in this world. Under normal circumstances, the power of rules would only appear in the seventh heavenly thunder. However, there were 3 in a row. If one survived, the rules would be added to one's body and they would reach the Earth Prime stage. If one died, then everything would be over. Under normal circumstances, an Earth Origin stage martial artist would release their spirit weapon when the 7th Thunder Rule appeared. This would allow the spirit weapon to be baptized by the Thunder Rule at the same time as the martial artist. Once the spirit weapon died, the spirit weapon would be destroyed. The 4th bolt of lightning fell on the black tortoise. The first thing to bear the brunt of the attack was still the barbs on the tortoise's back. As the endless lightning flashed, the barbs also reflected the lightning. Above the lightning, there was also the power of rules raging. Bang! Following an explosion, one of the barbs exploded and turned into dust. Bang! Bang! The explosion continued. Some of the barbs couldn't bear the power of rules and exploded one after another. At the same time, the endless power of thunder was still raging on the tortoise's back and body. The black tortoise's body couldn't help but tremble in the void as if it was suffering great pain. However, until now, it was still using its body to resist the thunder rule. It didn't make any moves to fight back. The fourth bolt of lightning finally dissipated. More than a dozen of the barbs on the black tortoise's back disappeared. The fifth bolt of lightning fell. The sixth bolt of lightning fell. The explosion continued. More barbs exploded. The black tortoise's entire body was emitting lightning. When the sixth bolt of lightning dissipated, cracks appeared on the black tortoise's back. The tortoise's shell was cracked by the power of thunder. However, during this period, the black tortoise was using its body to resist the divine thunder. At the same time, it was using the divine thunder to temper its body. The seventh bolt of lightning didn't appear immediately. This gave the black tortoise time to recover. On the surface of its body, the power of rules started to flash. The cracks caused by the thunder rule were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's the breath of life. He hasn't passed the thunder rule yet, but he can mobilize the breath of life contained in the power of rules so quickly. Exclamations sounded again. All the Earth Origin Realm warriors were in disbelief. Zichun and the others couldn't tell what was going on. However, after seeing Master Gui's injuries recover, they were all excited. The last 3 bolts of lightning are the most important. I wonder how many people have died under the last 3 bolts of lightning. All the Earth Origin Realm warriors looked very serious. Whether the black tortoise lived or died depended on whether it could withstand the last 3 bolts of lightning. In the sky, the dark clouds started to shine. Thousands of lightning snakes seemed to be merging again. After 3 breaths, the dark clouds were pierced by the silver light. The 7th bolt of lightning fell. The power of this bolt of lightning was stronger than the 6th. The power of rules contained in it was naturally more and more terrifying. The black tortoise, who had been resisting, finally moved. It released a powerful breath. The light of energy filled and covered its entire body. Like a shining mountain, it rushed towards the bolt of lightning in the sky. Boom! The bolt of lightning exploded in the sky. Endless thunder power raged. This was the black tortoise's first counterattack. However, its body only lasted for a few breaths in the sky. After a few breaths, the light of energy on its body dimmed and disappeared. Its huge body fell down. When it fell down, the thorns on its back, which were like sharp swords, also exploded. Up to this point, 30% of the barbs on his tortoise's back had been destroyed. The black tortoise's body fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. The energy in the pit was raging. Smoke and dust were flying everywhere. In the sky, where the black tortoise fell, there was a light. It was the light from the blood he spat out. Zichun and the others looked at the deep pit worriedly. However, the thunder rule in the sky hadn't ended yet. They didn't dare to go forward. Screech. In the deep pit, a sharp screech came out. Then, a powerful breath came out. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the black tortoise appeared. The cracks on his back were as eye-catching as ravines. His blood, which was still emitting light, had already lost all of its spiritual energy and was dripping down the cracks. His spirit was no longer high and had become sluggish. However, his eyes were incomparably bright. The black tortoise chose to take the initiative to attack. However, it was still seriously injured. It could be seen how terrifying the 7th bolt of lightning was. Without giving the black tortoise more time to recover, the 8th bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The black tortoise roared and rose into the sky again. When it released a powerful breath, the power of rules surrounded its huge body and healed its injuries. Another explosion came from the sky. It was another big collision. The terrifying energy spread in all directions. Within a radius of more than 10 miles, the mountain rocks were all shattered. The forest was shaken into nothingness. The original mountain forest was completely turned into a plain after this collision. The black tortoise's body fell straight to the ground. There was another deep pit on the ground. Under the raging thunder, the spiritual power in its blood was gone. It no longer shone. The cracks on the tortoise's back became bigger again. It was as if it was going to be split into countless pieces. This time, the black tortoise didn't get up immediately. It was coughing up blood. Its snake-like neck was full of holes. Blood was gushing out. At this moment, the world became dead silent. The thunder and lightning in the sky stopped. The humans who were watching in the distance didn't say anything. Their faces were full of worry and shock. Of course, they were worried about Zichan and the others. Those in the Earth Origin realm were full of shock. They were also in the Thunder Rule. However, the Thunder Rule they had experienced before was much weaker than this. Of the 9 bolts of lightning, 8 had been passed. There was only 1 bolt left. It had passed life, but not death. It seemed that the black tortoise was preparing for the most powerful attack. The 9th bolt of lightning paused for a moment. During this moment, the black tortoise seized the opportunity to recover again. Finally, when the 9th bolt of lightning broke through the clouds and fell from the sky, the black tortoise raised its head and stared at the sky. It looked dispirited, but its eyes were shining brightly. "Senior Gue, hang in there. You must hang in there." Zichan and the others were cheering for Senior Gue in their hearts. When the 9th bolt of lightning finally fell, the black tortoise let out another roar. After this roar, the sharp barbs on the black tortoise's back suddenly left its body. Like a rain of swords, they shot towards the lightning in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of swords pierced the space and the sky, whistling toward the lightning. As soon as the 2 sides touched, the lightning on the barbs lit up. Then, there was a series of explosions in the sky. The barbs were exploding. This time, it was a large area. This made people wonder if all the barbs would explode under such powerful lightning. When the barbs were shattered, the lightning continued to fall and broke through the black tortoise's defense. Then, endless lightning raged on the black tortoise's body. The power of rules began to surge. In front of everyone's eyes, it became bright. The glaring light made everyone lose their minds. They could no longer see the black tortoise bathed in the lightning. Everyone's previous expressions of worry and shock had now turned into anticipation or waiting. They were waiting to see the final result. They were waiting to see if there would be another ancient beast of Earth Prime True Blood today, or if another ancient beast in the Thunder Rule would die under the Thunder Rule. The 9th bolt of lightning was terrifyingly powerful. It continued to wreak havoc. Although it only lasted for 10 breaths, the power of the lightning began to weaken. However, everyone felt that it was extremely long. When the lightning finally dissipated, there was a huge crater on the ground. In the center of the crater lay the peak of a black mountain. The black tortoise's appearance could no longer be seen clearly. Its body was charred by the lightning, like a charred corpse. Chapter 11:38. The lightning turned into lightning snakes that were still wreaking havoc. These were just the scattered waves, so their power was much weaker. As the 9th bolt of lightning disappeared, the clouds in the sky also dissipated quickly. The sky cleared up again, and the golden sunlight shone down warmly. It was as if the clouds had parted, bringing hope to everyone. Below them, the forest within a dozen miles had been leveled. On the leveled ground, there were thousands of holes. At the center of it all, there was a huge hole, and the black tortoise was lying there. The black tortoise's body was already charred black, like a burnt corpse. Beside it, there were 9 pitch-black barbs inserted into the ground. Originally, there were thousands of barbs on its back, but after the baptism of the 9 heavenly tribulations, only these 9 barbs were intact. Everyone spread out their spiritual thoughts. After checking the black tortoise's condition, their expressions became complicated. There was shock, astonishment, worry, jealousy, unwillingness, and of course, ecstasy and excitement. After the lightning tribulations, the black tortoise's aura became very weak. It could even be said that it was dying. But after all, it was still breathing. Everyone here had experienced the lightning tribulations before, so they naturally knew that after the lightning tribulations, As long as there was still a trace of life, it would not die. Therefore, the black tortoise was still alive. A true-blood ancient beast that survived the lightning tribulations and became an Earth origin realm being. It's alive. It's actually alive. Such a terrifying lightning tribulations, but it didn't kill it. Is it still human? How could it survive such a lightning tribulations? It's a true-blood ancient beast, not a human. It's much scarier than a human. The Earth origin realm people from the big factions were naturally filled with jealousy and unwillingness. After surviving the lightning tribulations, the black tortoise had already stepped into the Earth origin realm. Not only that, but it had just entered the Earth origin realm, and it would have super strong combat power. Although it had just broken through, it was definitely one of the best among the Earth origin realm people. It could even be said that it was a king. The black tortoise's breakthrough was a threat to them. Moreover, the black tortoise was from the Wuji sect. As for jealousy, it was not only because of the black tortoise's identity as a true-blood ancient beast, but also because of its good luck. The lightning tribulations had destroyed so many barbs, but why did it not destroy all of them? Only a few were left. The 9 barbs were the source of their jealousy. It made them feel very uncomfortable, and very unnatural. Of course, no one would purely believe that the 9 barbs were intentionally left behind by the lightning tribulation. The reason for that was because the 9 barbs had also passed through the baptism of the lightning tribulation and transformed into Earth origin. It could be said that the 9 barbs of the lightning tribulation could already be called Earth weapons. Although they were the hardest and soulless Earth weapons, they were still Earth weapons, far surpassing spirit weapons. But were the 9 barbs really soulless? To an outsider, the situation was as such. These were 9 soulless Earth weapons. They had the toughness of an Earth weapon, but they did not possess the power of an Earth weapon. But to the black tortoise, this was an extremely powerful Earth weapon. It had a soul, and it had the most perfect, most powerful, and most inseparable soul in the world. This was because he himself was the soul of the Earth soldier. Soul weapon fusion. Unbelievable. He actually passed through such a terrifying lightning tribulation. The Wuji sect finally has an Earth origin realm cultivator. And it's an Earth origin realm cultivator at the level of a true-blood ancient beast. The Earth origin realm cultivators of the ancient race were all amazed. Gushio glanced at the Earth origin realm cultivators of the big sects in the distance and smiled faintly. He thought that these people were probably jealous right now. That's great. That's great. He did it. He really did it. Elder Gue is so awesome. Because they were too excited, Zichen and the others were jumping and laughing, shouting loudly. From today onwards, the Wuji sect would have its own Earth origin realm cultivator, and a very powerful one at that. A ray of light suddenly appeared on the charred tortoise's body. Following that, rays of light passed through the charred tortoise's body. In the blink of an eye, thousands of rays of light shot out from the charred tortoise's body, illuminating the already bright sky. It was like another golden sun. The charred corpse exploded, and a black tortoise that had undergone the baptism of the thunder tribulation reappeared. This black tortoise was only 1/10 of its original size, but the aura it exuded was 10 times stronger than before. Endless power of rules surrounded its body, constantly circulating around it. The black tortoise broke through. Its body shone brightly, and a powerful chi belonging to the Earth origin realm was released. At this moment, the black tortoise was no longer a human, or a pure beast. It had become a special existence. The light on the black tortoise's body slowly disappeared. When it disappeared, there was no black tortoise in the sky. There was only a human figure. It was a tall human wearing a dark black armor and holding 2 sharp thorns in his hands. It was a middle-aged man who no one had seen before. He was in the prime of his life, but he had a pair of deep eyes. The chi released from his body made people tremble. Zichun and the others couldn't help but shout. They could sense the existence of 2 Earth origin realm cultivators from this human. One was the black armor on his body, and the other was the sharp thorns in his hands. 2 Earth origin realm cultivators. Elder Gue broke through, and has 2 Earth origin realm cultivators. The middle-aged man was Elder Gue, the black tortoise. He stood in the air, looking down at his hands holding the thorns. Looking at the armor on his body, There was a trace of excitement in his deep eyes. Then he laughed at himself. This is the first time I have transformed into a human. I am not used to it. It seems that I am too handsome and too young. Zichun and the others had already rushed over. He was the first to say, "Congratulations, Elder Gue. Congratulations, Elder Gue. By the way, Elder Gue, you have become so handsome." Yes, Elder Gue is young and handsome now. Elder Gue put away the sharp thorns in his hands, and the armor on his body was also hidden. A linen robe appeared on his body. His middle-aged appearance suddenly became old. He smiled and said, "I have lived for too long. I am no longer suitable for the life of a young man. This is good." Zichun and the others took Elder Gue to the school. When they saw the Earth Origin Realm cultivators on the mountaintop in the distance, Zichun suddenly asked, "Elder Gue, what should we do if we meet them now?" Elder Gue laughed loudly and said, "If I fight with my life on the line, none of them will be able to leave alive." Neither Zichun nor Elder Gue deliberately suppressed their voices. When the people of the big forces in the distance heard this, their expressions immediately changed. They were angry, but their hearts were full of shock. This is the benefit of being a strange beast. The thunder tribulation is terrifying, so the harvest is naturally great. Yes, it is easier said than done for others to get an earth weapon, but he has two, one for attack and the other for defense. Moreover, it is the most suitable for him. Let's go. Since we have reached an agreement, we will not fight anymore. There is nothing for us to do here. The cultivators of the big forces began to return. They looked calm, but their minds were in turmoil. Today, the black tortoise had given them too much of a shock, so much so that they felt threatened by the everlasting sect in the future. This was because the everlasting sect didn't have many things, but it had a lot of strange beasts. And because of the flying divine tiger, Longhu sovereign, and the barbarian dragon leading them, their loyalty was unquestionable. When they returned to the Wuji sect, they welcomed the celebration again. The celebration lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, Elder Gue chose to enter seclusion to adapt to the power of the laws. The matters of the Wuji sect had been settled. The ancient cultivator left with a group of ancients. Before this, the ancient cultivator had personally come to thank him because of the castle. After all, that thing was priceless. Although the perfect body had to be given away, the ancients had to express their gratitude. However, they were rejected by Zichun. The ancients had been of great help to Zichun. It could be said that they had done him a great favor. If not for the Castle of Time, the 2 ancient castles would definitely not be given away. However, there were no ifs. Therefore, Zichun was very willing to give them away. Even if the perfect body did not shamelessly pester him, he would still give it to him. After the ancients left, Monk also left with his people. His true identity was the sect master of the Buddhist sect, so he naturally had to return to the sect. He did not want to be a shameless fighter for Zichun. The next time we meet, it will definitely be at the Earth Essence realm. I hope you can break through as soon as possible. If you break through later than me, then I'm sorry. I'll have to settle the grievances I've suffered all these years with you from beginning to end until you break through to the Earth Essence realm. As though recalling the scene of him breaking through while Zichun did not, and the scene of him ruthlessly teaching Zichun a lesson, Monk couldn't help but laugh smugly. All right, stop dreaming. Hurry up and scram. Zichun kicked Monk's butt and sent him flying. I'll be back. Monk quoted a classic sentence from another world that everyone knew. In the main hall of the Wuji sect, all the higher-ups were gathered. Zichun sat at the top of the hall and looked at the people below. He said, "Since I was reborn, battles and enemies have always been with me. They brought me pressure, but they pushed me forward continuously. Now, there are finally no enemies in front of me, and the Wuji sect has a rare 1,000 years of peace. While we thank seniorly, we also have to plan the future of the Wuji sect." Below, everyone looked at Zichun, waiting for Zichun's orders, because they knew that the sect master had already planned everything. From now on, all the cultivators of the Wuji sect will be divided into 3 groups. These 3 groups will enter the time castle to cultivate for a year. The 3 groups will be led by the leaders they elected. LV Peng will temporarily act as the sect master and be in charge of all the affairs of the Wuji sect in the future. The devil ape will cooperate with him, and the spirit-devouring rats will continue to search for treasures. Wang Qiong, Heifeng, Wild Wolf, Zhang Tong, all the higher-ups will enter the time castle to cultivate until they reach the peak of the human essence realm. Although the large factions had compensated a lot of resources this time, if a faction wanted to develop, they had to continuously search for, mine, or create resources. Of course, they couldn't just sit around and eat. Therefore, Ziqian divided the group into 3 groups. One group would cultivate, another group would gain experience, and the third group would mine those resources. Chapter 11:39. Within the Time Fortress, the 3 special accelerated spaces were as large as worlds. Therefore, there was no need to worry about space being insufficient. After all, it was the work of a saint. If it could only accommodate a mere 100 or so people, how could it live up to its name? Torvosaurus, divine skysoar tiger, and the army of exotic beasts that Zichun had previously recruited all entered the Time Fortress to cultivate. Lin Shui, Wang Xian'er, Shangguan Yuer, Binger, and the others also entered the Time Fortress. As for Su Mingyao and Longhu, they accompanied Zichen in his cultivation to break through to the Earth Yuan realm. Before Cauldron Spirit left Medicine Refinery Peak, Xing Daoli sought an audience with Cauldron Spirit. As I said, I really don't know anything about cultivation. If you feel that it is too confusing, I suggest that you follow Zichun for the rest of the journey. Follow Zichun? Xing Daoli's face was filled with puzzlement. That's right. The things you don't understand are because you are in the middle of it all. With Zichen's cultivation realm, you can barely be considered as an observer. Some things can be seen more clearly as an observer. Cauldron Spirit continued, of course, this is only a suggestion of mine. I can't guarantee that it will help you. After saying that, Cauldron Spirit left. The relocation of Medicine Refinery Peak required Cauldron Spirit's personal command. He did not have much time left. Xing Daoli stood where he was and silently pondered over Cauldron Spirit's words. Zichen had yet to reach the Earth Yuan realm, but Cauldron Spirit wanted him to follow Zichen. When he thought about it, he realized that Cauldron Spirit wanted him to be Zichen's bodyguard. Of course, Xing Daoli did not think that way. It was just that he did not understand Cauldron Spirit's true intentions. Even after leaving Medicine Refinery Peak, Xing Daoli still could not figure it out. Therefore, he decided to take a stroll around the Boundless sect. Everyone in the sect knew how terrifying this old man was. He was the one who single-handedly facilitated the peace talks between the Boundless sect and the 8 major powers. Wherever Xing Daoli passed by, the crowd would respectfully salute him before going on with their business. Right now, the Everlasting sect was in a busy state. Cultivators of all realms were standing outside the pill pavilion in a long line, waiting to receive cultivation pills. In another place, there were also cultivators waiting to receive primal stones. These people were the first lucky ones to enter the time-accelerated space. They would stay there for over 100 years. During this time, they would need to obtain enough cultivation resources for 100 years. As for the rest, apart from some who were guarding the sect, the rest went to other small worlds to mine or go out to train. In short, after the peace talks, the Wuji sect, which no longer had any enemies, did not relax. Instead, they became even busier. The sacred realm needed to be rebuilt, but the Boundless sect didn't participate. This was because many new factions had already been established in the sacred realm for hundreds of years. Zichun gave them the resources, and the task of rebuilding was left to them. As Xing Daoli walked, he involuntarily walked to the Boundless sect's main hall. Within the main hall, Zichun was currently revising his cultivation technique. Now that he had 3 pages of the Heavenly Tome, the cultivation techniques recorded on them were naturally the most powerful. Each of the 5 elements only had 1 page of the Heavenly Tome, but that was enough to create an immortal power. Zichun had 3 pages, so he naturally had to use the Heavenly Tome to its fullest potential. That was why he had to use the Heavenly Tome to do something for the Boundless sect. First, there were the 3 perfect cultivation techniques. Other than a few higher-ups, Zichun had yet to pass down the core cultivation techniques. Now that the time had come, he had to pass them down. Furthermore, he had to ensure that the subordinates who received them were absolutely loyal. Other than that, there were other cultivation techniques that Zichun would pass down one by one in the following days. The Boundless sect was like a huge machine that was bustling with activity. News of the peace talks seemed to grow wings as it spread to the martial heaven continent. Forcing the 8 powers to negotiate, the Wuji sect now undoubtedly had the qualifications to be valued by the entire continent. Although they were still lacking in high-level cultivators, after the news of Zichun killing an Earth Prime cultivator in 3 strikes, and the news of the Black Tortoise's breakthrough spread, with so many powerful cultivators leaving this world, no power dared to underestimate the Wuji sect anymore. Originally, the devil race of the Chaos region had received orders to forcibly attack the barbarian lands. However, as news of this spread, they began to hesitate. If they attacked the Boundless sect now, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The battle between the human race and the devil race was still ongoing. It was like a great training exercise. The strong would rise above the rest, while the weak would be eliminated. Zichun, just you wait. Once the devil race sends another batch of reinforcements, we'll trample your Boundless sect. The prince's icy voice rang out from a certain part of the martial heaven continent. A month later, the Boundless sect's matters were all settled. A carriage pulled by Longhu Sovereign left the Boundless sect. The coachman was Xing Daoli, who was in the heavenly origin realm. Zichun was shocked when he found out that Xing Daoli was going to leave with him. Although he was looking for an opportunity to break through, and the chances of him encountering danger were low, it was still great that a Heaven Yuan expert was willing to follow him. He couldn't ask for anything better. "Where are we going?" asked Su Mingyao after they left the sect. "Let's go sightseeing to calm our hearts. Then we'll try to refine some law fragments and see if we can break through," said Zichen. Longhu pulled the carriage and began to travel through the sacred region. They had originally wanted to come out to relax and calm their hearts, but they had neglected their fame in the sacred region. Wherever they went, cultivators would recognize them at a glance. They would bow to them from afar before taking a detour. Along the way, their hearts couldn't calm down, but they had already received too much respect. For example, when they passed by a town that was about to be built, a cultivator immediately became excited when he saw Longhu pulling the carriage. In the end, it caused an uproar and chaos. The cultivators didn't dare to get close. They only bowed from afar and shouted loudly for Lord Zichun. Zichun could only appear and nod to everyone. This had happened too many times in the past month. Thus, under Zichun's instructions, Longhu stopped walking on the main road and walked through the forest instead. The carriage was a product of the Boundless sect's master refiner. It was reinforced with many formations. It wasn't heavy, but it was extremely sturdy. In the current world, only earthly origin realm or heavenly origin realm cultivators could destroy it. As they passed through the main road and walked through the forest, they would also encounter cultivators. When Zichun held Su Mengyao's hand and walked through the mountains to play, there would always be cultivators who would suddenly jump out and excitedly bow to them. "Lord Zichun, are you here for sightseeing?" "Lord Zichun, you're not familiar with this place. Let me be your guide." "Lord Zichun, are you and Madam tired? Why don't you come to my house and rest?" These cultivators looked at him with eyes full of fanaticism and enthusiasm. Even Zichun couldn't refuse. If it was just once or twice, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, similar situations happened frequently. The two of them could only smile bitterly. In comparison, Xing Daoli was much calmer. He looked more like a person who had entered the world. During this time, Zichun asked why Xing Daoli could recognize him at a glance. The answer made Zichun smile bitterly again. It was said that Zichun's portrait had been spread all over the Holy Realm. Of course, this time, it wasn't as a wanted criminal, but as a worshipper or protector. As long as it was a cultivator's house, there would be a portrait of Zichun. Apart from Zichun, there were also portraits of Longhu, Torvosaurus, and others. These people are really too much. They released my portrait without my permission and didn't give me any benefits. This is copyright infringement. Zichun put on a serious expression. Su Mingyao smiled and asked, "Do you have any clues?" Zichun sighed, shook his head, and said, "No, it's like there's a layer of fog. I can't feel any rule power at all. Maybe it's because we advanced too quickly, so we need to properly comprehend it in this realm." Zichun hadn't felt the existence of any laws. Only when he raised his strength to the peak would he feel that barrier. Our cultivation speed is already very fast. It's not wrong to put it down. Looking at the beautiful scenery ahead, Su Mingyao said, the environment here is very good and there are no cultivators. How about we stay here for a few days? Zichun nodded. Just as he was about to reply, he felt energy fluctuations in the distance. After the energy fluctuations, there were sounds of fighting. Zichun smiled bitterly. I'm afraid it won't work. Let's go and take a look. It wasn't two people fighting, but two forces. Both sides were fighting over a mountain with spiritual energy. When Zichun and the others arrived, a few of them had already died. The two Dan Origin Realm leaders were fighting fiercely. Zichun came with Su Mingyao, while Xing Daoli drove the carriage behind. When the two sides saw the man and woman who suddenly appeared, they were stunned. They didn't understand how they could meet outsiders in such a place. They were first stunned by Su Mengyao's appearance, but after seeing Zichun, their expressions immediately changed. Then, one of them took out an object from his spirit ring. It was a portrait. He first looked at the portrait, then looked at Zichun, and shouted excitedly, Zichun, it's Lord Zichun. Boss, quickly stop. Lord Zichun is here. Following a series of exclamations, the two Dan Origin Realm cultivators stopped and looked over. With a glance, the two saw Zichun and bowed from afar. Lord Zichun, it's really you? The other cultivators looked at Zichun excitedly, as if they had seen a legendary existence. Zichun looked at them, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only say, okay, everyone, disperse. There was no dissatisfaction on the faces of the cultivators on both sides. Instead, they were even more excited. After bowing to Zichun again, they took the bodies of their companions and left in two directions. Su Mingyao smiled. Look, your words are like an imperial edict. Zichun sighed, don't make fun of me. It seems that we have to leave. It's impossible to calm down in this area. Chapter 1140. Early in the morning, the sky had just brightened up. Tall Mountain Town was quiet. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded on one of the streets of the town. A panicked voice broke the silence of the morning. Sister Yao, open the door. Save him. A little girl stood outside a pharmacy, banging on the wooden door. The little girl was only 12 or 13 years old. She had two cute braids on her head. Her face was full of tears, and she looked terrified. Behind the little girl, there was a stretcher. The stretcher was carried by 4 strong men, and the person lying on the stretcher was also a strong man. This strong man had suffered extremely serious injuries, and his stomach had almost been cut in half. They simply treated the wound, and under the little girl's suggestion, they brought him here. This pharmacy was opened a year ago. It didn't have a name, only the 2 words pharmacy were written on the shop front. The owner was very young, and seemed to be someone from a fallen family. He had a beautiful and virtuous wife. When he came in a carriage. The strange beast pulling the carriage was very strange but very dignified. There was also an old housekeeper following him. The young owner and his beautiful wife were both skilled in medicine. In addition, they charged low fees. Although the pharmacy had only been open for a year, they quickly made a name for themselves in Tile Mountain Town. The wooden door opened with a creak. A beautiful woman in white opened the door. She was the owner's wife. She was beautiful like a fairy. In the past year, the pharmacy's business had been booming. It was said that the owner's wife's beauty was the reason. Shaolin, what's wrong? The woman in white looked at the nervous little girl and asked, Sister Yao, please save my father. Seeing the woman in white, the little girl knelt on the ground with a thud. Tears rolled down her cheeks like raindrops. The woman in white looked up and saw the strong man on the stretcher in pain. The stretcher had only been on the ground for a moment, but the ground was already soaked with blood. If it wasn't for the strong man's physique, he would have fainted long ago. Even so, the strong man's face was pale and bloodless. Shaolin, get up first. You guys carry him in. While they were talking, Su Mingyao gestured for everyone to come in. She then shouted into the room, Husband, come out quickly. There's a patient. When Zichun walked out of the room, the strong man had already been carried in, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. "Chingij, I beg you to save my father," the little girl cried. Zichun stepped forward to check the man's wound. He frowned slightly and said, "The injury is very serious. Although it is a little troublesome, fortunately, he was sent here in time. There is no danger to his life." When they heard Zichun say that there was no danger to their lives, the other 4 men were stunned. Their intestines were about to fall out, and the blood wouldn't stop flowing. This wasn't serious enough to kill them. Was he bragging, or was he a real divine doctor? Zichun did not know what the 4 of them were thinking. He held a small pair of scissors and cut open the wound that the strong man had randomly bandaged. He saw the wriggling intestines in the strong man's stomach. Seeing this, Zichun's expression did not change. To be honest, as long as he was willing, even if the strong man was dead, he could still bring him back to life. He did not sew up the wound. Instead, he opened the jade bottle, poured out the medicinal powder, and gently sprinkled it on the wound. The medicinal powder was white in color and emitted a faint fragrance. When inhaled, it gave people a refreshing feeling. When the medicinal powder was sprinkled on the wound visibly shrank. Miracle. This is really a miracle. What is this? A divine medicine. This is not a miracle. This is a miracle. Seeing that their boss's wound was rapidly scabbing, the 4 men opened their eyes wide again. They were shocked to the extreme as they witnessed the incredible scene in front of them. The little girl no longer cried. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the miraculous scene in front of her with excitement. After sprinkling half a bottle of medicinal powder, the strong man's bleeding finally stopped. The wound was also in a scabbing state. The strong man fell into a deep sleep because of excessive blood loss. Phew! Zichun breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Okay, I'll get some more medicine for you. Go back and boil it. When you wake up, let your father drink it. Remember, don't touch the wound. It's best not to move for the next few days." The little girl nodded repeatedly. Zichun went back to the table to prescribe the medicine. Then, he personally grabbed a few herbs from the medicine box behind him, wrapped them in a few pieces of hemp paper, and handed them to the little girl. The little girl was very excited. After receiving the medicine, she thanked him again and again. Of course, she did not forget to ask about the consultation fee. Zichun touched the little girl's head and said, "This time, I took out my ancestral medicinal powder and consumed half of it. The consultation fee is naturally higher than usual, but you go back first. When your father is better, come to me." The little girl thanked him again. Then, she took the medicinal powder and left with the 4 men carrying the injured man. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, Zichun yawned and said, "Sorry to trouble you to clean it up. I'm not awake yet. I'll go back to sleep." Su Mingyao smiled and said, "Go. Leave this to me." The 2 of them had lived in the small town for more than a year. Although they had always slept together, they had not taken the final step. They had known each other for hundreds of years and had gone through many life and death situations together. They had long had each other in their hearts, so it was natural for them to be together. Unfortunately, this time, it was not that Zichun did not want to, but that Su Mingyao cultivated the ethereal Tao. It focused on the unity of heaven and man and comprehending the heavens and earth. But before that, she had to ensure that her body was pure and untainted. After staying in the small town for a year, the 2 of them lived the lives of ordinary people. They ate, slept, and took care of the business of the medicine shop. As time passed, they seemed to have forgotten their identity as cultivators. After cleaning up the room, Xing Daoli, an extremely competent steward, had already prepared the meal. After the meal was served, Xing Daoli protested, "I say, young master, our shop's business is so good. Shouldn't we hire a few assistants to do the cooking and laundry?" After washing up, Zichun walked to the table. Smelling the delicious food, he was very satisfied with Xing Daoli's cooking. He immediately smiled and said, "We'll talk about this later." After saying that, he called Su Mingyao over to eat. As for Xing Daoli, he was very sorry, but he did not have the qualifications to sit at the table. He could only stand to the side and watch Zichun eat. After the meal, the medicine shop opened. Zichun began to see patients and get medicine. Of course, There was no lack of young masters who were not sick. Their eyes peeked into the room from time to time. If there were too many patients, Su Mingyao would also come to help. These young masters would immediately be transferred to another place. Zichun just shook his head and smiled at this phenomenon. A young master from a small town, with the strength of Jinqi stage 1 or 2, wanted to take advantage of Su Mingyao. Although they did not dare to say that this was courting death, they naturally returned without success. Moreover, every time Su Mingyao would deliberately increase the treatment fee. Not only did they not take advantage of her, they also lost money. Regarding this, Zichun felt very helpless. He thought that instead of overestimating themselves and wanting to take advantage of Su Mingyao, they might as well take advantage of him. The medicine shop was open for the whole day. At night, it was closed for meals and sleep. In the morning, it was open for treatment. At noon, it was closed for treatment. At night, it was closed for meals and sleep. This was Zichun's daily life. At the same time, it was also his life for more than a year. Every day was a cycle. It was very boring, but the two did not feel that way. On the contrary, they felt that this kind of life was very warm and cozy. Without the days of fighting and killing, Zichun felt that his life was even more relaxed. On the third day, during lunch, Zichun suddenly said at the table, "In the past few days, 50% of the patients were injured. I heard that a ferocious beast suddenly appeared on Tile Mountain. It was very strong. Many hunters were injured, and a few people died. During this time, we invited a few cultivators, but they all died." Su Mingyao put down her chopsticks and asked, "You want to kill the ferocious beast?" Zichun shook his head and smiled. "No, I don't have the leisure to do that. We are here to experience life and to understand the rules of life. We are ordinary people, so we don't have the time or ability to care about that. However, there are a few herbs in the house that are almost out. These days, no one has come to deliver them. I want to go up the mountain to pick some." Su Mingyao looked at Zichun and smiled. "Don't worry, leave the house to me." Another 3 days passed, and the herbs were still not delivered. Zichun decided to go up the mountain to pick the herbs himself. However, as soon as the medicine shop was opened, a few strong men with knives came in. "What are you doing?" Seeing that they were coming in aggressively, Zichun took a few steps back and asked with a cautious look, "Miracle Doctor, Miracle Doctor." The leader of the strong men came in and knelt on the ground in front of Zichun. This man was the father of the little girl who was injured that day. Xiao Lin quickly kowtowed to the Miracle Doctor. As he spoke, the strong man held the knife in one hand and pulled the little girl to kneel down. "Brother Wang, quickly get up. I am doing business here. Why are you kneeling here?" Zichun recognized the strong man and quickly went forward to pull him up. The strong man lived across the street and opened a grocery store. Usually, his wife took care of it. The business of the grocery store was not very good, but it was barely enough to make a living. As for his main identity, he was a hunter and was said to be the leader of the hunting team. They had met a few times before, but were not familiar with each other. However, the girl named Xiao Lin often came here and was very familiar with the two. "Miracle Doctor, you saved my life, saved the lives of my family. Please allow us to kowtow to you," the strong man said, and at the same time, he stubbornly kowtowed to Zichun. Behind the strong man, the other 4 people also knelt down and said loudly, "Miracle Doctor saved the life of our boss, which is equivalent to saving the entire hunting team. We will kowtow to you." These men were very upright. In this dark society, people like them were rare. Zichun saw that he could not help them up, so he could only let them kowtow a few times. "Miracle Doctor, to be honest, I used to look down on you. I always thought that you were a good-for-nothing pretty boy. I even told Xiao Lin not to interact with you, so that she would not be deceived. I did not expect that this time you would forgive me and even save my life." As he spoke, the strong man kowtowed again. This time, Zichun did not stop him because he was very dissatisfied with the strong man's words. What did he mean by pretty boy? "I am Zichun, the famous Zichun in the entire Tianwu continent." Chapter 1141. After the muscular man apologized, he continued to kneel on the ground. He did not get up, as if he still had something to say. The corner of Zichun's mouth twitched, and he was a little depressed. He thought to himself, "Don't say such nonsense again, or I don't mind throwing you out." Godly doctor, although you don't have the strength to truss a chicken, you have a kind heart. If I was in any other pharmacy, I would have been chased out long ago if I didn't pay any fees. Furthermore, with my previous injuries, it would have been difficult for me to survive. Godly doctor, you have a good character, high medical skills, dignified conduct, and a kind heart. Please accept my bow again. The muscular man's words were not coherent, but Zichun still listened to him. Of course, it would have been better if he didn't say that he didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Finally, after kowtowing 8 or 10 times, the muscular man began to talk about business. Godly doctor, I'm here to return the consultation fee. Zichun nodded and said, All right, just give me 5 primeval stones. Primeval stones were the currency of the entire Tianwu continent. Even in this undeveloped town, where there weren't many cultivators, it was still the main currency. What 5? The muscular man's eyes widened. The 4 people behind him also had a look of disbelief. Zichun explained, This is the cost price. If you continue to bargain, I will have to pay. Zichun was speaking the truth. The previous powder cost 5 primeval stones. However, there was a main ingredient, a 1,000-year-old medicinal ingredient. Zichun did not include this ingredient in the cost. If he did, then the cost of that half a bottle of powder was already too high to be calculated. At the very least, the muscular man could not afford it. However, the muscular man's previous injuries were already close to death. In the entire town, other than Zichun, no one could heal him. No, godly doctor, you misunderstood. What I meant was, it's only 5 primeval stones. I thought you would at least ask for a few hundred. The muscular man hurriedly explained. His expression was incomparably awkward. Hearing this, Zichun finally understood why the muscular man knelt down. He was afraid that the consultation fee would be too high and could not afford it. Although the muscular man was the leader of the hunting team and owned a general store, he did not have much savings. Zichun smiled and said, 5 is enough, but you have to do me a favor. What favor? The muscular man asked. Didn't you say that I don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken? I'm going up the mountain to pick some herbs. I'll have to trouble you guys to lead the way and protect me at the same time. After Zichun finished speaking, they realized that Zichun had a basket of herbs on his back. Godly doctor, that won't do. Recently, a ferocious beast has appeared on Tile Mountain. It is said to be very strong and many cultivators have died. You must not go up the mountain, the muscular man immediately said. If I don't go up the mountain. The burly man gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before saying, The godly doctor must not go up the mountain. How about this? What herbs do you need? We will go and pick them for you. That's right. Let's go harvest it. If the miracle doctor dies in there, it will be a loss to the entire Tile Town. The other 4 people also concurred. Zichun shook his head and said, I need special herbs. You guys don't know anything about it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Just take me there. Seeing that they were still hesitating, Zichun said, At most, I don't want the 5 primeval stones. Just take it as payment. The muscular man heard this and immediately said, Godly doctor, who do you think we are? We don't want you to go because we're afraid that you'll be in danger. Forget it. Since you insist on going, we'll risk our lives to go with you. We'll ensure your safety. Here, this is the consultation fee. You should have agreed earlier. Zichun put away the primeval stones and carried the basket. He hugged Su Mingyao and said goodbye. Xiaolin, you stay here. If anything happens, just say my name. Wang Mengshan looked at Su Mingyao and said. Wang Xiaolin nodded and said, Dad, don't worry. I'll definitely protect Sister Yao. The group left the pharmacy. But before leaving the town, Zichun went to buy a lot of things. When he came back, the basket was already full. Seeing that most of the things in the basket were food, the 5 of them looked at Zichun strangely. Wang Mengshan asked, Godly doctor, are you going to pick herbs or on vacation? Why did you bring so much food? I'm going to stay in the mountain for a few days. I can't starve. Zichun smiled and said, Oh right, don't call me godly doctor. My name is Zichun. Just call me by my name. It's awkward to call me godly doctor all the time. Wang Mengshan didn't argue and said directly, Brother Zichen, you're only going to stay in the mountain for a few days, but the things you brought are enough to last you half a year. Plus, there's food on the mountain. Aren't you tired? Zichen smiled and said, I'll just treat it as training. After leaving the town, the group of 6 prepared to go to Tile Mountain. Tile Mountain was the name of the mountain closest to the town. It wasn't just a mountain, but a mountain range. After walking for more than 10 miles, Zichun saw more than 10 people waiting there. They had long knives in their hands and longbows on their backs. They were obviously hunters preparing to go up the mountain. They're from our hunting team. As they approached, Wang Mengshan introduced them to each other. When they heard that Zichun was the godly doctor, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Their original intention was to go up the mountain to hunt beasts, but at this moment, they changed their minds and focused on protecting Zichen. Zichen smiled and didn't refuse. Although these hunters were ordinary people and didn't have true qi, they were very strong. Have you heard? Our town has a new mayor. I heard he's in the true energy realm. What? True energy realm? So strong? That's right. In this town, the mayor is the real powerhouse. On the way up the mountain, the group of hunters chatted with nothing to do. There were cultivators in the town, and these hunters often worked with cultivators, so they knew some cultivation levels. Now that they were talking about the mayor, their faces were filled with admiration. After walking for more than 10 miles, they reached the foot of the mountain and began to rest. Tile Mountain was a huge mountain range, but the town wasn't bustling. This was because there was a city 100 miles away. Outside the city was the real Tile Mountain range, and all the powerful cultivators were there. When they rested, Wang Mengshan saw Zichun take out the wine and food from the bamboo basket and distribute it to everyone. Wang Mengshan suddenly understood, and his face was filled with gratitude. Along the way, these people talked about things that happened in the town. When they were halfway up the mountain, they were stopped by some cultivators. What are you doing? Wang Mengshan stared at the 2 cultivators in front of him. The 2 of them were only in the 3rd stage of true qi and could barely be considered cultivators. However, Wang Mengshan had more than 10 people in his group, so they weren't afraid of them. Ferocious beasts are rampaging on the mountain. We were ordered to kill them, a young man said arrogantly. Kill them if you want. Why are you stopping us? We're here to pick herbs, Wang Mengshan said. Killing ferocious beasts is also helping the people. So, from now on, everyone who enters the mountain has to pay 5 vitality stones, the young man said. What? Wang Mengshan's eyes widened. The other hunters also stared at the 2 cultivators as if they were idiots. Are you crazy? You're asking us for vitality stones? We're from Tile Mountain, and we've been hunting for generations. We've never met a rule that says we have to pay 5 vitality stones to enter the mountain. The young man snorted. That was in the past. Now that ferocious beasts have appeared on Tile Mountain, the mayor sent my master to kill them. At the same time, he's also collecting fees from you hunters. Don't worry, you don't have to pay every time you go up the mountain. You only have to pay once a year. Seeing that Wang Mengshan and the others were about to protest, the young man said coldly, This isn't our idea. It's my master's idea. Let me tell you, my master is one step away from the Khanate realm. Wang Mengshan and the others' expressions changed. They could ignore the 2 men in front of them, but they couldn't ignore the person who was about to reach the Khanate realm. They looked at Zichun, waiting for him to make a decision. Zichun finally understood why no one had come to his place to sell their medicinal herbs these past few days. It turned out that there was such a thing. We'll pay vitality stones. Can you register? Zichun asked. Of course. I have paper here. Just write your names. The young man looked at Zichun's strange appearance and asked, You're not a hunter. What do you do? Zichun smiled. I own a medicine shop in town. Because I'm missing a few herbs, I came up the mountain to pick them myself. You're the owner of that medicine shop? The young man looked at Zichun with a touch of surprise. Of course. He's a genius doctor. If you're accidentally killed by a fierce beast, go to the medicine shop and find a genius doctor. I guarantee your life. Wang Mengshan said proudly. Very good, very good. I've heard of the name of the medicine shop. Seeing it today, it's really extraordinary. How about this? The hunters will pay 5 vitality stones each. As for you, Just 50 is enough. What? 50? You're crazy. Wang Mingshan stared at him. Zichen's expression was relatively calm. After coldly glancing at Wang Mingshan, the young man looked at Zichen and jokingly said, "If you don't want to pay, then forget it. When this matter is over, we'll go to the medicine shop to pay you a visit." Zichen said, "Of course you can pay vitality stones. But if you die, who can guarantee that next time someone won't ask for vitality stones from me?" "Die." The young man jokingly said, "Don't worry. Even if you die, we won't. Or rather, we'll live longer than you and live more comfortably than you." Zichen sneered. "That's not necessarily true." Just as Zichen's voice fell, a shrill scream came from afar. Then, a loud shout sounded. "Run quickly. The fierce beast is coming. The fierce beast killed Sir. Run quickly. Help." Among the screams, there were also shrill screams and the roars of fierce beasts. The two young men's faces changed. Their faces were full of fear. They didn't care about these people and prepared to run. Chapter 1142. Suddenly, a black panther leaped out. It was so fast that the two cultivators didn't even have time to escape before it caught up. Claw up, claw down. Puff, puff. Blood splattered as the two cultivators' heads were smashed. When the black leopard suddenly appeared, the two of them didn't even have time to scream before they were easily killed. These hunters were all stunned, so much so that they forgot to escape at the first moment. This was a Xiantian realm demonic beast, not a ferocious beast. Earlier, Zichen had used his spiritual sense to sense the existence of a true Qi stage 10 cultivator, but he only lasted a few breaths before he was easily killed. At this moment, more than 10 cultivators who came to the mountain were all killed. Not a single one survived. After killing the two cultivators, the Black Panther turned its head to look at Zichen's group. Its cold eyes emitted a murderous intent. It seemed to have seen that these were all ordinary people. This time, it didn't immediately kill them. Instead, it walked forward step by step, giving off an unimaginable pressure. "Beast, get lost." Seeing the Black Panther approaching, Wang Mingshan roared. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he rushed toward the Black Panther with his broadsword. At the same time, he shouted, "Zichen, go!" Bang! Seeing the human rushing toward it, the Black Panther's eyes flashed with disdain. It lightly waved its claw and sent Wang Mingshan flying. Zichen stood in place, looking at the approaching Black Panther with a calm expression. When he saw the two young cultivators, he knew that his year of training was about to end. He was experiencing life and comprehending the laws of nature. Once he used his extraordinary strength, this training would end. "Godly doctor, hurry up and leave." The second man rushed forward, slashing at the Black Panther with his broadsword. The Black Panther lightly clawed again, sending the second man flying. The broadsword in his hand shattered. On one side was a Xiantian realm demonic beast, and on the other side was a human with some strength. The difference was too great. The Black Panther only had eyes for Zichen. It closed in on him step by step. Zichen looked calm, but the others felt more and more pressure. After another two people rushed forward and were sent flying, the others reacted and pulled Zichen, wanting to escape. Zichen's body stood there like a pillar. They couldn't move him at all. The expressions of the burly men changed. They immediately felt that Zichen was a little unusual, but it was life-threatening. They no longer paid attention to Zichen and ran straight to the back. The Black Panther finally arrived in front of Zichen. A cruel killing intent flashed in its cold eyes. It raised its claws and slapped at Zichen. "Don't!" Wang Mingshan and the rest shouted loudly. Their eyes were filled with despair. In their opinion, Zichen would soon follow in the footsteps of the other two and be smashed in the head by the Black Panther. In their despair, they didn't notice that Zichen's expression was still so calm. However, there was a trace of anger in that calmness, which was caused by the early end of the training. Therefore, when the Black Panther raised its claws, Zichen also raised his palm. Just like the Black Panther, his palm lightly struck forward. This strike was like a boneless strike, without any power. The claw and palm collided, and a loud sound rang out. Zichen stood still, his expression unchanged. The Black Panther's cruel expression suddenly froze, and a trace of shock and fear appeared on its face. A strong force flowed through Zichen's palm into the Black Panther's claw, and then into the Black Panther's body. Pong! After a loud sound, the Black Panther was sent flying. Its body rolled a dozen times on the ground before stopping. Smoke and dust rose from the mountain. The Black Panther didn't move again. It was dead. The Black Panther was dead. In one collision, the Black Panther was the one who died. Regardless of whether it was the despairing Wang Mengshan or the fleeing burly men, they all stopped in their tracks and stared in shock at Zichun, who hadn't moved a single step. How is this possible? This is impossible. The godly doctor killed a ferocious beast with one slap. Is the godly doctor a cultivator? Among the shocked expressions of the crowd, there were also many doubts and puzzlement. Zichun looked at the crowd calmly, as if he knew what they were thinking. He said, "Nothing is impossible." As soon as he said that, the group of burly men realized that Zichun, who had just called them brothers, immediately had an additional aura. This was an unfamiliar aura, and the two people who were in the same world a moment ago became people from two different worlds in an instant. "Pick up all the storage bags of the dead cultivators," Zichun said calmly, but in fact, he was sighing in his heart. He knew that this year's training had been wasted again. Wang Mengshan and the others reacted, nodding repeatedly, and then ran into the distance. After a while, they found more than 10 storage bags and respectfully placed them in front of Zichun. Zichun didn't even look at those storage bags and said directly, "You can divide the things inside. If you want to continue hunting, then please go ahead. If you don't want to, then come back with me." "What about this one?" Wang Mengshan pointed at the dead Black Panther and asked carefully, "This is a Khanate realm demonic beast. You can deal with it yourself." Wang Mengshan suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "Are we still picking herbs?" Zichun shook his head and said, "No, let's go back." When Zichun returned with Wang Mengshan and the others, the door of the medicine shop was already surrounded by a group of cultivators. At the door, Su Mengyao and the old steward looked at these people calmly, but Xiao Lin was more agitated and angry. She pointed at an old man with a goatee and said, "Shopkeeper you're lying. This is not the patient we saw." The old man with a goatee sneered and said, "You didn't see the patient, but you prescribed the medicine. Now he's dead. What do you think we should do?" Su Mengyao asked calmly, "Then what do you think we should do?" An imperceptible cold light flashed in the eyes of the old man with a goatee. He snorted and said, "I've found the mayor. Everything will be decided by him." While they were talking, a middle-aged man walked out. He looked at Su Mengyao with undisguised love in his eyes. He coughed lightly and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wei Chun from the Wei family of Kingstown. I'm the mayor of Tile Town." Xing Daoli asked indifferently, "Mayor Wei, are you using your family to pressure us? You're overthinking. We're not from any family." Wei Chun smiled and said, "You've misunderstood. I've just come here and encountered such a tricky case. Of course, I'll investigate it thoroughly. One side died, but before I have enough evidence, I won't wrong anyone. How about this? This medicine shop will be closed for the time being. I'll make a decision after I've thoroughly investigated it. As for you two, how about you stay in the mayor's mansion for the time being?" The old man with a goatee said coldly, "The mayor has shown mercy. Why don't you thank him?" Xiao Lin pointed at the old man with a goatee and then looked at the mayor. She said angrily with a trembling voice, "You're shameless. You're framing us." Obviously, even a child like her understood what was going on. The onlookers around also understood, but they didn't say anything. If they really wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the femme fatale. Su Mengyao looked at the old steward. Xing Daoli spread his hands and said helplessly, "This has nothing to do with me." There was a touch of disappointment on Su Mengyao's beautiful face. She said, "Failed again." Then the two of them looked at Zichun, who was outside the crowd. Wei Chun was slightly angry at being ignored like this. When he saw the two of them looking outside the crowd, he also subconsciously looked back. The crowd parted and Zichun walked over. The medicine basket behind him was no longer there. His expression was calm and indifferent. "You're the owner of the medicine shop." Looking at this young man, Wei Chen was extremely unhappy. He subconsciously put on a condescending and arrogant attitude. Zichen didn't say anything and continued forward. Do you know that the medicine you prescribed killed someone? If you know what's good for you, come with me obediently, Wei Chen said again. His voice was much colder. Zichen walked in front of Wei Chen and looked at him calmly. He asked, do you know that your idiotic actions are disturbing someone's cultivation? Cultivation. Wei Chen was startled. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The Wei family of Kingstown, right? Zichen asked again. Wei Chen nodded subconsciously. The bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. Do you know that your actions will bring disaster to the Wei family? Zichen asked again. Wei Chen's face suddenly turned pale. His legs went weak and he almost fell. The old man with the goatee next to Wei Chen was even more shocked. Zichen had seen him before and he had also seen Zichen. In the past year, the two sides had competed several times. Because of Zichen's arrival, he had stolen 80% of his business. During this time, he had even looked for trouble with Zichen several times, but he was ignored and didn't get any benefits. This time, he found the mayor, and the mayor just happened to be interested in the lady boss. Both sides hit it off. Bringing a dead person here was just an excuse. His original intention was to close down the shop and bring people to kill. However, he didn't expect that this gentle young man would be so horrified with just 3 short sentences. Who are you? Wei Chen's pale face showed a trace of fear. Zichen looked at the dead person on the ground and shook his head. When a cultivator kills, it's fine as long as they're happy. You're still using this as an excuse. It's too low. Wei Chen wanted to refute that he didn't want to kill, but he didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that he would die if he opened his mouth. I've been cultivating here. I want to live a normal life and comprehend the final great path. I've been here for more than a year. During this time, I have to make a living and deal with those small fries. Life isn't easy, but I can barely get by. I have a chance to see the great path. But you've wasted a year of my time. Wei Chen was only at the true element boundary, so he didn't know what the great Tao was. However, it sounded like it was very powerful. So before Zichen could finish speaking, he was so scared that he knelt on the ground and shouted, My lord, please spare my life. For the sake of the Wei clan, please spare my life. There was an uproar all around. The most powerful mayor of Tile Town was actually kneeling before the boss of the medicine shop and begging for mercy. Your actions have made me very angry, so you must die. If I were an ordinary person, and you succeeded in your scheme today, I'm afraid that in the future, my life would be worse than death. So, in order to prevent such a tragedy from happening, I can only make your life worse than death. So, you must die, and the family behind you will also pay a heavy price for your foolish actions today. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's body flashed with light. The light fell on Wei Chen, and his body exploded. Blood splattered on the face of the old man beside him. The old man was just a normal person. He was so scared that he fell to the ground and lost control of his bowels. Chapter 11:43. In the blink of an eye, those who deserved to die were all dead. The ground was dyed red with blood. Everyone was stunned, dumbfounded and tongue-tied. They couldn't utter a single word. In their impression, the owner of the pharmacy was an extremely gentle young man. At the same time, he was also a weak person who didn't even know how to kill a chicken, let alone kill someone. But today, right in front of their eyes, he killed more than 10 people in an instant. And all of them were cultivators. Sister Yao. The scene was so terrifying that Xiao Lin burrowed into Su Mingyao's arms. Don't be afraid, Xiao Lin. They're all bad people. Su Mingyao gently patted Xiao Lin's shoulder, but her expression turned cold. Don't kill me, I beg you. Don't kill me. Those who deserved to die were all dead. The old man with the goatee was still alive, but he was almost scared to death. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, begging for mercy with tears and snot. Puffed, with a flash of light, shopkeeper whose head flew out. His mouth was open and his eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. Everyone was still in shock and didn't have time to express their opinion on Zichen's actions. A carriage pulled by a strange beast drove out from the back alley. Those who paid attention noticed that it was the carriage that Zichun and the others came in. Let's go. Zichun glanced at Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao nodded, then glanced at Xiaolin. She reached out and pointed at her forehead. A ray of light entered Xiaolin's forehead. Xiaolin was motionless as if she was hit by a spell. Su Mingyao gently pushed her away and walked towards the carriage. Sigh, we have to go again. Xing Daoli sighed. After Zichun and Su Mingyao got into the carriage, he sat down on the frame. Where are we going now? Xing Daoli asked. To Connecticut to destroy the Wei clan. Really? We must. All right. Xing Daoli nodded and signaled Longhu to speed up. Everyone consciously made way for the carriage and watched it leave. The shock in their hearts lingered for a long time. Wang Mengshan and the others had been keeping an eye on Zichun the entire time. Zichun had killed the mayor without even moving, and now he was going to kill the mayor's main clan, the enormous Wei clan. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, previously, we even said that the mayor was the strongest person and that Zichun didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. Haha. As he spoke, he knelt on the ground with a thud, facing the departing Zichun. Beside him, the other burly men also knelt down. The others seemed to have realized something. One by one, they knelt down and looked at the gradually disappearing carriage with gratitude on their faces. Xiaolin also woke up. Today, Su Mengyao's finger strike would change her fate. Similarly, the fate of her family would also change because of it. Longhu pulled the carriage out of Tile Town. Once they were outside the town, Longhu pulled the carriage into the air and headed straight for Kong City. Kong City's scale was similar to Zhongli cities in the past. It was made up of many factions, but they were not the strongest. They were loyal to the Wu Kingdom, and this area was under the jurisdiction of the Wu Kingdom. Longhu pulled the carriage into the air and unleashed his aura. Among the powerful aura, there was a wild, murderous intent. Along the way, some cultivators were startled when they sensed the murderous intent. They did not know where the carriage and its owner came from, but they could guess that he was going to kill someone, so they followed him from a distance. Inside the carriage, Su Mingyao asked, "Are we really going?" "We have to go." Zichun's attitude remained firm. "But is it appropriate to vent your anger on an entire clan just because of one person? It might not be appropriate, but it might save a small town." Zichun said, "If others can kill someone in a fit of anger, so can I. I wasn't willing before, but I'm willing now." Su Mingyao fell silent. Zichun fell into silence too. Outside the carriage, Xing Daoli's voice rang out. "This world is one where the strong prey on the weak. Although there is reason everywhere, there is also no reason. If you have the ability, you kill. If you don't have the ability, you'll be killed instead." Zichun was lost in thought. Today, you killed someone, but you're still thinking of reasons and excuses. "You're just as boring as that mayor," said Xing Daoli. "It is very boring." Zichun nodded. "If you continue to be boring, you'll be further and further away from the laws. They are illusory, and you're deliberately avoiding them. If you want to break through, it will be very, very difficult." At this moment, Xing Daoli no longer played the role of a steward. He was an elder, carefully and patiently teaching a junior. "In my life, I rarely admire people, but there is one person I admire the most. He isn't famous in the Martial Heaven continent. He has always been an unknown existence. But I know that if he were still alive, I wouldn't be his match." Back then, his method of breaking through to the Earth origin realm was very simple. He just fought and killed. This continued for 100 years until he finally comprehended the laws and broke through. After fighting and killing for 100 years, he still isn't famous. Of course he isn't famous. Those who fought with him all died. No one helped him spread his name, so how could he be famous? After saying that, Xing Daoli closed his eyes and once more became an old steward. His change of role and control of scale were all very precise. Zichun knew that he was a bit impatient because he hadn't been able to sense the laws, but the Wei family would still be exterminated. When the carriage descended from Connecticut, Zichun was followed by a group of cultivators. There were quite a few core cultivators among them. The carriage landed in the city, causing a huge explosion. The stone ground shattered, and a terrifying aura shook the city. Some of the cultivators screamed and scattered in all directions. The guards in the city held their weapons and quickly rushed toward the carriage. "Tell me where the Wei family's residence is." An indifferent voice rang out from the carriage. "Who are you? How dare you come to Kingstown and behave so atrociously? Die!" One of the guards shouted. "Go, kill him." "Yes, I can sense the Wei family's bloodline." As soon as he said that, a beam of light shot out from the carriage. The guard who was hiding behind was hit, and his body exploded. "Fellow cultivator, why have you come to Connecticut with such a murderous aura?" The figure flew over from afar. It was a Yukong. "Tell me where the Wei family is," said Zichun indifferently. "Chen Feng, don't waste your breath on an invader. He dares to behave atrociously in my Kingstown. I will make sure he doesn't return. Now, activate the Great Protective Array and inform the City Lord. Summon the cultivators of my Wu Kingdom. We must kill this bastard." A cold voice sounded. "You are from the Wei family." The indifferent voice rang out again. Although there were two Yukos in the air, both knew who the other was asking. The second Yukong's expression changed, but he still snorted coldly and said, "That's right. I am from the Wei family." Before he could finish, another beam of light shot out. The Wei family's Yukong's body exploded. He was dead. Chen Feng's expression changed drastically when he heard that he had been killed in one blow. Connecticut was not small, but it was definitely not big either. Zichen's indifferent voice reverberated between heaven and earth. It had already spread throughout the entire city. When the cultivators of Connecticut heard that the other party was here to cause trouble for the Wei family, their expressions changed and then became complicated. Evil deeds bring about self-destruction. Trouble has finally come. Ha ha, ha ha. A beggar with a broken leg in the city laughed loudly. He laughed until tears flowed out, but he didn't realize it. The Wei family has finally provoked someone they shouldn't have. The Wei family has suffered retribution. They deserve to be unlucky. After today, there will be no more Wei family. Damn it. The Wei family has never caused trouble. Who dares to go against us? Which bastard dares to go against the Wei family? The Wei family has a close relationship with the Prince of Wu country. This person dares to cause trouble for the Wei family. He is simply courting death. The people in the city had complicated expressions. Some cursed, some laughed loudly, some felt pity, some were happy, some were angry, and some were gloating. However, most of them were cursing, and there were also many who added insult to injury. It was obvious that the Wei family was not popular. "How dare you cause trouble in Connecticut? Die!" A cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr realm rushed over. Below, there was a group of cultivators approaching with murderous intent. Roar! Long Hu opened his bloody mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Connecticut shook 3 times under this roar. The Yukong in front suddenly stopped rushing. Blood flowed out of his orifices, and his body fell to the ground. The bodies of the group of cultivators below instantly exploded. Long Hu's roar killed a group of people. How terrifying. Just a roar of the beast killed Wei Ling, who was at the peak of the Zephyr realm. The Wei family has really provoked someone they shouldn't have. Kingstown's Great Protective Array suddenly opened, and the 4 city gates slammed shut. An old, angry voice rang out. "I don't care who you are. How dare you come to Kingstown and behave so atrociously? I will make sure you don't return." Rays of light began to flash. Waves of powerful aura wreaked havoc in Connecticut. The core primordial cultivators of the Wei family finally reacted. They all appeared and rushed over with elixir weapons. Everyone in the city, this matter does not only concern the Wei clan, but also concerns the entire Connecticut city and the entire Wu kingdom. In the face of a great enemy, if we do not work together, we will definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Wu kingdom and even the entire southern continent. That's right. We should all work together and beat the dog behind closed doors. Even if he is a powerful dog, there are countless cultivators in Connecticut. I don't believe that he can kill everyone. As they rushed forward, the voices of the core primordial cultivators echoed. Clearly, they had sensed how terrifying Zichan was. They wanted to persuade others to attack together. But as long as they were cultivators, no one was a fool. In the face of a battle where they could be killed in one hit, no one dared to rush to their deaths. Moreover, the other forces in Connecticut had not expressed their stance. The individual cultivators in the city would not rush to their deaths. Everyone, the Wei family will reward anyone who can kill this bastard with 1,000,000 primordial stones. We will also recruit him as the son-in-law of the Wei family. Seeing that morale boosting was ineffective, these people offered a sky-high reward. As the saying goes, when there is a great reward, there will be brave men. Faced with the price of 1,000,000 primordial stones, many cultivators were tempted. But being tempted and acting were two completely different concepts. It could be said that they had the heart, but not the guts. Chapter 1144. The atmosphere in Connecticut City became a little strange. No matter how much the Wei family talked and offered a huge reward, nobody moved. In fact, after the promise and reward sounded in the sky, they even ran far away, afraid that they would be affected by the fierce battle. But was it really a fierce battle? The answer was obviously no. It was just a group of elixir essence cultivators, and some in the air. Even if Zichun wasn't serious, it wouldn't be enough for Zichun to kill them. Moreover, how could they let Zichun continue to attack in a battle of this level? Longhu, who was already bloodthirsty and violent but had been suppressing himself, wouldn't give him the chance. Attack. Everyone is watching us. As long as we can hold on for a while, they will help us. Nobody moved. The Wei family naturally saw the problem, so they decided to take the initiative to attack. As long as they could hold on for a while, they would see hope. Good, very good indeed. They're already at our doorstep, but nobody in Connecticut City is standing up. Fine, fine, fine. The task of killing the thief today will be handed over to the Wei family. The Wei family of Connecticut City. The Wei family of Connecticut City. Since the reward didn't work, they could only provoke them. After the provocation, the cultivators of the Wei family in the sky called out to the Wei family of Connecticut City and launched a strong attack on the carriage. Elixir weapons and spirit weapons danced in the sky. There was a ghastly killing intent in the beautiful light. Like a rain of swords, they left streaks in the sky and slashed at the carriage in front. Roar. Longhu roared again. The roar was like thunder, exploding in the sky. The materialized sound waves spread like ripples. The entire Connecticut City began to shake violently as if there was a huge earthquake. Bang, bang, bang. The rain of swords stopped 3 feet away from Longhu and couldn't move forward anymore. In the ripples, the rain of swords dimmed and lost all its attacking power. Then, they exploded. Both spirit weapons and elixir weapons shattered in an instant. The fragments of the weapons scattered in all directions, whistling like hidden weapons. The people of the Wei family began to cough up blood. They looked extremely shocked. They knew that the other party was very powerful, and they needed to hold on for a while. However, a roar was enough to shatter all their weapons. It was obvious how powerful this strange beast was. Just as they felt that something was amiss and were preparing to retreat, Longhu let out a long roar. The roars of dragons and tigers echoed in the air. The Supreme Being aura spread across the area. The materialized ripples of light appeared once again and charged toward the cultivators in front of them. The previous roar had shattered the weapons, but now, after the dragon roar and tiger roar, the cultivators' bodies had shattered. The shock in the hearts of the cultivators in Connecticut had reached its limit as they watched the bodies of the cultivators explode in midair. Even today, and even many years later, many people would still remember that scene clearly. The owner of the carriage didn't appear. Just a strange beast mount was enough to destroy the prosperous Wei clan. In the blink of an eye, there was no one in the sky, only a thick blood mist drifting in the air. "Who are you? Why have you come to Kingstown?" The old voice sounded again, but this time, other than anger, there was also fear in it. "Exterminate the Wei clan." A cold voice came from the carriage. "We don't know you and have no enmity with you. Why do you want to make life difficult for our Wei clan?" "It's my pleasure." You've gone too far. This is Kingstown. This is Wu Kingdom. No matter how strong you are, can you fight against an entire kingdom? You don't have to worry about that. Without waiting for the Wei clan's cultivators to arrive again, Long Hu pulled the carriage into the air and flew toward the Wei clan. In the sky, the sounds of rewards and provocations were still ringing out, but no one would foolishly cooperate with the Wei clan. The other party had obviously come here for the Wei clan. After today, whether the Wei clan would still exist was still uncertain, let alone the promises they had made. Moreover, the enemy was so powerful that even if they were the emperor of Wu Kingdom, they wouldn't dare to attack the cultivator in the carriage. Just as the Wei clan was facing a great calamity, the leaders of the other forces in the city had already gathered. Their goal was to wait and see. If the Wei clan could hold on for a while, they would help. If not, then sorry, they could only ignore this cultivator's wanton slaughter. The Wei clan has a human origin realm ancestor. If even he can't deal with the enemy, then there's no need for us to do anything. That's right. This person is so aggressive. Just the beast alone is so terrifying, not to mention the existence in the carriage. I think the Wei clan is doomed this time. They finally kicked an iron plate. This happened in Kingstown. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Has the news spread? We've already sent the news to the royal family. The royal family should have a plan. Just as the leaders were discussing, a subordinate reported that the enemy had already killed their way into the Wei clan. They've killed their way in. What about the Wei clan ancestor? Did he attack? The cultivator in the carriage came out. Everyone looked at the subordinate. The subordinate's expression was extremely shocked. He said, "No one came out of the carriage. It was the beast that killed them all. As for the Wei clan ancestor, he was killed by the beast's claw." What? Killed by a claw? That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. The Wei clan ancestor unleashed a powerful attack, but the beast easily shattered his attack and killed him with a claw. The few people recovered from the shock and exclaimed, "Terrifying. Truly terrifying." Killing a human origin realm cultivator with a single slap is indeed terrifying. At least we can't stop the enemy. What's the situation now? The leader asked. The beast is still killing. After a moment of silence, the leader said, "Let's go and take a look. If we go rashly, will we vent our anger on the enemy?" Someone asked. "We represent Kingstown. As long as we don't attack or show hostility, it's fine." With that, the group walked out of the room. The ground of Kingstown was still shaking. Screams and curses echoed throughout the city. The entire Wei clan had turned into a living hell. Long Hu killed all the cultivators in his path. As for the mortals and children, they were spared. The aggressive old man was killed by Long Hu with a single slap. That was the Wei clan ancestor. Without their backbone, the Wei clan was finished. "Fellow cultivator, we're from Kingstown. May I ask where you're from?" A voice came from afar. It was the leader of the other forces. "This has nothing to do with you. Get out of here." A shout came from the carriage. The leader's expression changed, but soon they saw Long Hu turn his head and stare at them coldly. Their hearts trembled. Without another word, they turned and left. The screams lasted for more than 2 hours. All the cultivators with the Wei clan bloodline were killed. As for why the mortals and children were spared, it was because Zichun couldn't bear it. Besides, he didn't want to eliminate the root of the problem. Eliminating the root of the problem was because he was worried about the consequences. When the major forces destroyed the Wuji sect, they didn't eliminate the root of the problem. When the major forces schemed against the Buddhist sect, they didn't eliminate the root of the problem. They even saw the Buddhist sect being established. This was because they were strong and confident. They weren't afraid of revenge. Reality proved that the Buddhist sect didn't seek revenge until now. The Wuji sect only had one Earth origin realm cultivator. Zichun was the same. He wasn't afraid of leaving the Wei clan alive. He wasn't afraid of the possibility of revenge in the future. At the very least, the Wei clan had no hope of revenge in the endless years he was alive. Blood and corpses were everywhere in the Wei clan. Long Hu spat out a ball of fire, turning the entire Wei clan into a sea of fire. Then, under the gaze of the cultivators in the city, Long Hu pulled the carriage out and walked to a huge square in Kingstown. Sensing the terror of the enemy, the other forces had already unsealed the defensive formation. However, Long Hu didn't leave. Instead, he pulled the carriage and lay down quietly in the square. What is he doing? He's still not leaving after killing people. Is he waiting for someone? The cultivators in the city were confused when they saw that the owner of the carriage hadn't left after the Wei clan was destroyed. Only the major forces vaguely guessed something. They were even more shocked. One of them said, "Is he waiting for the imperial family to come? He's still not leaving after killing people. He's probably waiting for someone to seek justice for the Wei clan. Or maybe he thinks it's too troublesome, so he's just waiting here to resolve this matter. What should we do? Should we inform the imperial family? It's about the imperial family's dignity. It's useless even if we inform them. They'll only be satisfied after a real battle and are afraid." Just as the major forces guessed, Zichen didn't leave because he was waiting for the Wei clan's reinforcements. He wanted to resolve this matter completely. Otherwise, if he left rashly, the small tile town might be implicated. Zichen didn't have any feelings for the tile mountain. It didn't matter to him whether the tile mountain was destroyed or not. However, he didn't want others to die because of him. Therefore, he was waiting for the Wu country to send cultivators over. Whether it was to seek justice or to seek revenge, Zichen would only leave after resolving this matter. The carriage was in the square. No one dared to disturb it. The cultivators who had seen Longhu's might looked at him with reverence. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators gathered in Kong City to watch the show. The Wei clan's destruction caused a huge uproar. They wanted to see the person who destroyed the Wei clan. During this time, there were many people clapping and cheering in the city. However, there were no complaints. No one knew if they were all killed. 2 days later, the Wu country's reinforcements finally arrived. However, they were stopped by the leaders of the major forces before they could enter the city. Then, they told them everything that happened in the city. It's just a mutated beast. It's not worth mentioning. Just because there's a powerful mutated beast doesn't mean the people in the carriage are powerful. How dare you come to the Wu country and cause trouble? We must seek justice. This time, all the cultivators who came were in the human origin realm. There were 5 of them. The leader was even at the peak of the human origin realm. He was very powerful. Such a team naturally didn't fear a mutated beast in the human origin realm. Their persuasion failed. The major forces could only sigh helplessly and let the 5 of them go. Chapter 11:45. Hearing the voice of the owner of the carriage, the 5 of them became even more arrogant. In their eyes, the other party was afraid and was asking for peace. This was human nature. They would always use their own ideas to figure out others. Therefore, the strong man at the peak of the human Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Peace? Do you think it's possible to make peace with killing in Kong City of the Wu Kingdom? Then let's fight." Zichen's voice came from the carriage again. "Fight? You don't deserve to say that word. It's just killing." The peak human Yuan cultivator said coldly, "That's right. It's just killing." The last voice came from the carriage. After that, there was no more sound. After Zichen finished his words, Longhu broke free from the ropes on the carriage and rushed forward like a beam of light. "Be careful of that beast. That exotic beast looks a little familiar." "Kill." The 5 of them had different reactions, but Longhu had already rushed forward. They didn't have time to think about why it looked familiar. As soon as Longhu appeared, their auras began to surge. They held their human-level weapons in their hands, ready to kill the beast. Bang! Longhu flashed and appeared in front of a human-level warrior. He reached out his claw and hit the human-level warrior. A loud bang was heard as the human-level warrior was smashed into pieces. Longhu continued to attack, breaking through the human-level warrior's defense and hitting him in the chest. Another explosion sounded. The human Yuan cultivator exploded, killed in 1 hit. As for the other 4, 2 of their attacks landed on Longhu, but the weapons seemed to have hit a hard rock. They left some white marks on Longhu's body, but they didn't break his defense. This scene caused the other 4 people's expressions to change drastically, and their eyes were filled with shock. The cultivators who were watching from afar were also shocked. Longhu flashed and attacked again. Again, he slashed with his claws. The second human Yuan cultivator exploded and died. The other 3's attacks didn't break his defense. Then, the third person fell. "It's a misunderstanding. Friend, it's a misunderstanding. Let's talk. We want to make peace. The other two human Yuan cultivators were terrified. At this moment, they had sensed Longhu's true level. He was at the peak of human Yuan. You only have one chance. Sorry, you missed it. The voice sounded again from the carriage. It was cold, indifferent, and emotionless. Bang! The body of the fourth mortal Yuan exploded. The fifth human origin stage cultivator, who was also the strongest among the group, had turned the fear on his face into madness because of his companion's death. Die. I'm going to die with you. He gritted his teeth and roared. His expression was sinister and crazy. The Longhu, who had been casually attacking before, now had a serious expression on its face. It extended its claws, which began to glow, and an extremely terrifying energy aura emanated from them. This was the first time the Longhu massacre had officially launched an attack and killed a person. The claw fell, the weapon shattered, the defense broken, the body dead. Without any suspense, the 5 human origin stage cultivators were all killed within a few breaths. As for the most powerful cultivator who thought he was the strongest, Longhu only showed a slightly serious expression, but he wasn't serious at all. In less than 10 breaths, 5 Earth origin stage warriors had died. Kingstown suddenly became extremely quiet. It was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. It was as if the entire city had fallen into a dead silence. Shock, astonishment, horror, to the point of speechlessness and deathly silence. Sigh. The leaders saw this scene from afar. Apart from being shocked and horrified, they also let out a heavy sigh. They felt sorry for the deaths of the 5 human origin stage warriors. They were all powerful warriors in the human origin realm, and they were the higher-ups of the Wu Kingdom. They could have survived, but they had overestimated themselves. They were too confident, and they underestimated their opponents. Their deaths were not worth it, and they were extremely miserable. Dead. They died just like that. Human origin stage. Those were 5 human origin stage warriors. Even in the royal family of the Wu Kingdom, they were extremely powerful. I can't believe they couldn't even last 10 breaths against this strange beast. Think about their arrogance just now, and look at the broken bodies on the ground. It's better to keep a low profile. All right, stop lamenting. Hurry up and inform the mayor to send a message to the royal family. The leaders of the various forces headed to the mayor's palace. The message was sent by the mayor, who was appointed by the Wu Kingdom. He was a human origin stage warrior. However, the mayor hadn't appeared since Zi Qin's appearance to the end of the massacre. Looks like the mayor is still holding a grudge against the Wei family. His attitude is still very indifferent. These years, the Wei family has been too high profile because of their relationship with the royal family. However, this time, they have kicked an iron plate and provoked someone they shouldn't have. Yeah, according to the report from our subordinates, the Wei family was destroyed, but they didn't touch the Wei family's resources at all. It's obvious that they don't care about the Wei family at all. They are only here for the Wei family. After leaving the mayor's palace, the group of leaders moved again. However, they didn't dare to go back to the square to watch the strange beast and the owner of the carriage. Right, what kind of strange beast is that? It's so powerful. That's right. Although that exotic beast looks strange, its battle prowess is truly too strong. That strange beast is undeniably powerful. However, I feel that the old man in the carriage is not weak either. Don't forget, he has been watching the strange beast kill people from a close distance. He didn't move at all. Even when he saw so many people die, his expression didn't change at all. Indeed, there isn't anyone extraordinary. A strange beast with a dragon head and a tiger body. It looks quite powerful. Let's go back and check the ancient records to see what kind of strange beast it is. While they were shocked by the Longhu's power, they were also very curious about the Longhu. Thus, they decided to check the ancient records to see what kind of strange beast it was. The Longhu was an ancient beast. It was the supreme beast among the ancient beasts. Its name was the Longhu Supreme Beast. Ancient beasts were like ancient weapons. They rarely appeared in this world. They were just a family in a city with a heritage of 1,000 years. However, The Longhu Supreme Beast hadn't appeared for at least 100,000 years. Thus, even if they went back and flipped through the ancient records, they wouldn't be able to find any clues about the Longhu Supreme Beast. The Wu country was located in the southern continent. Its existence was like the barbarian land, occupying a region by itself. This region belonged to the Wu country, just like the barbarian land currently belonged to the Wuji sect. The Wuji sect had the final say there, while the Wu country's royal family had the final say here. When they heard that a provocateur had invaded Connecticut and wanted to destroy the Wei family, the royal family was furious. Many officials also said that this was a provocation to the Wu country and that the traitor must be severely punished. Thus, when the news came, the royal family immediately sent 5 Mortal Origin Realm cultivators. In their opinion, as long as the Earth Origin Realm cultivators didn't appear, these 5 people were enough to deal with any unexpected situation. If the other party had helpers, then these 5 people could mobilize other forces to participate in the battle. They estimated that the 5 people had already arrived and started fighting with the provocateur. Indeed, after a short while, news came from Connecticut. However, the results were shocking. The provocateur was still alive, but the 5 Mortal Origin Realm cultivators were dead. They didn't even last a moment. Kill him. No matter who he is, he must be killed. Since he dares to provoke the Wu country, he must not be allowed to live. Since the Mortal Origin Realm cultivators can't kill him, then let the Earth Origin Realm cultivators kill him until he is dead. In the palace hall, the Wu country's emperor's angry voice sounded, "Let Wei Shi go. Kill the provocateur and hang his head in Connecticut for 3 months." Wei Shi was an Earth Origin Realm cultivator in the Wu country. He was also one of the 3 Earth Origin Realm cultivators in the Wu country. His battle strength was ranked second only to the Wu country's emperor. The Wu country's emperor was also an Earth Origin Realm cultivator. Logically speaking, such an existence had long lost interest in worldly things. What he pursued wholeheartedly was power. However, he was an exception. He didn't dare to go to another world, and he knew that it was impossible for him to break through if he stayed in this world. Therefore, under such circumstances, he developed a crazy love for worldly power. Thus, he founded the Wu country and became the first emperor. He had been in power for thousands of years. After he finished his business, he returned to his harem. There were 3,000 beauties there. Coincidentally, one of his favorite concubines was from the Wei family. Therefore, this time, he killed the provocateur without asking for the reason. The leaders of the forces in Connecticut didn't find any clues about the Longhu sovereign. However, the Longhu sovereign's strange and unique appearance made them speculate. Dragon head and tiger body. It should be a Longhu beast. Bored, one of the leaders guessed. There's no such thing as a Longhu beast in this world. There is a liger beast, but it's also an extremely rare existence. Another person said, Longhu beast, Longhu beast, Longhu beast. I wonder if you've heard of the Longhu sovereign? Everyone's attention was instantly attracted. Someone said, Longhu sovereign? You're talking about the everlasting sect's sect master, Zichen's mount, the Longhu sovereign? Of course I've heard of the Longhu sovereign. It's said that he also has a dragon head and tiger body. He's powerful and is filled with dignity. Sigh, now that you mention it, is it possible that the strange beast in the square outside is the legendary Longhu sovereign? How is that possible? It's just a coincidence. The Longhu sovereign's fame is resounding. Most importantly, that's Zichen's mount. Zichen is the everlasting sect's sect master. Why would he come to our place? Yeah, that's Zichen we're talking about. He's able to kill an Earth Origin Realm existence. His fame is widespread. Why would he come to our place for no reason? Being in the southern continent, they had naturally heard of Zichen's name. They also knew some of Zichen's deeds. However, Zichen was far away in the uncivilized land. It was impossible for him to come here. This region couldn't be considered rich. It was very different from the uncivilized land. They had no reason to convince themselves that the existence in the carriage was Zichen. It's Zichen. It must be Zichen. He's here to gain experience. An old voice suddenly came from the hall. Immediately after, a brilliance flashed in the hall. An old man with white hair appeared in the hall. Chapter 1146. Greetings, Grand Patriarch. The old man was only the Grand Patriarch of the Chen family, but everyone in the hall stood up and saluted him. The leader of the Chen family was still in disbelief. He immediately asked, Grand Patriarch, what did you just say? It's Zichun. Is the person in the carriage outside really Zichun? That's not possible. Zichun is far away from us in the barbarian land. There's no transmission array between us. How could he come here? The leader asked. The old man said indifferently, You don't know about this because you don't know much about it because of your cultivation level. Anyone who has reached the peak of the mortal level and wants to break through to the earth level has to take an unusual path. During this period, the most common path is to experience the world, and the most special one is to experience the world as an ordinary person. You have to experience the vicissitudes of life, taste the joys and sorrows of life, understand the rules, and find a path that suits you. Zichun has just reached this stage. He has extraordinary combat power, so he can't just break through casually. That's why he has to experience the world. There must be a reason why he came to the Wei family. Go and find out where Zichun was before he came to Kingstown. Once you find out, you will know whether he is Zichun or not.
Yes.
The leaders of the various forces nodded. They were shocked and curious. They immediately went back and sent people to find out more information. In this area, they were undoubtedly the most resourceful and well-informed. As long as they set their mind to it, they could find out anything. In less than half a day, they received accurate information. It was still the same hall, but the people sitting in the main seats were no longer the leaders. Instead, they were old men. These old men were all in the mortal level and were the grand patriarchs of these families. They listened to their subordinates' reports quietly. They didn't say a word, but their expressions became more and more serious. After their subordinates finished their reports and left the whole hall was still silent. Zichun, it really is Zichun. After a long time, a voice sounded. Zichun's name had long since spread throughout the martial heaven continent. There was practically no power that didn't know about him. He was the only one who had managed to survive against a major power. Furthermore, 2 years ago, a major power had been forced to sign a peace treaty with Zichun. Zichun, it's really him. Looks like that one is indeed the Longhu Supreme Beast. No wonder it's so strong. I just didn't expect that there would be someone bold enough to have designs on Zichun's woman. One of the leaders laughed self-deprecatingly. Hee, although Wei Chun is dead, I'm afraid that even the spirits of the Five Elements forces would admire what he did. He actually set his sights on Zichun's woman. This is something that even the spirits of the Five Elements forces wouldn't dare to think or do. That's right. We also didn't expect that the Wei family would be destroyed because of some unknown Wei Chun. I'm afraid that there aren't many people in the Wei family who have heard of Wei Chun. I didn't expect that the entire Wei family would be destroyed because of him. Hee, if it really is Zichun, then there's no suspense. The Wei family will be destroyed. As for justice, don't even think about it. Furthermore, there's no justice to speak of in this matter. Listening to the discussions below, the ancestors of the mortal origin realm couldn't help but frown. They said indifferently, Enough, all of you shut up. What we're discussing right now is how to make Zichun leave. If he doesn't leave, then no one will be able to live a peaceful life. That's right. If Zichun didn't leave, then they would tremble in fear. Zichun's reputation was too great, and they didn't know much about Zichun. When they first met him, he was already destroying a family. That was why they were afraid of Zichun. Zichun is powerful and has a noble status. I don't think he would kill the innocent. He's staying here because he's waiting for someone to stand up for the Wei family. As long as we don't do anything, I don't think Zichun will lower himself to deal with us. This sentence seemed to be belittling their own power and raising Zichun's status. However, no one was disgusted by it because Zichun was worthy of their respect. Not to mention them, even if the emperor came, he would have to raise Zichun's status. Since we know Zichun's identity, then we can't let the royal family send more people here. Looking at the situation now, even if the emperor himself came, he would still die. Therefore, we have to send the news back as soon as possible. We can't let them cause any more trouble for that devil. Just as the voice of an elder in the hall fell, A voice came from outside the door. It's too late. The royal family has arrived. Everyone raised their heads and asked, They're here. Who is it? Wei Shi. Earth Yuan stage Wei Shi. Everyone exclaimed. Wei Shi's strength was second only to the emperor. If it was any other time, the appearance of such an existence would naturally require everyone to come personally. But today, his enemy was Zichen. One had to know that Zichen had killed an Earth Yuan stage cultivator before. Therefore, they asked worriedly. Wei Shi came personally, but his opponent is Zichen. How can he be a match for Zichen? Who knows if they haven't fought? Zichen's battle prowess is publicly acknowledged in the Tianwu continent. Several Earth Yuan stage cultivators have already died to prove it. However, Wei Shi's reputation is limited to our Wu country. If he goes up against Zichen, he will definitely die. But so what? If you have the ability, then you can make them stop. What? They're fighting? Soon. I think the battle will start when we arrive. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Everyone rushed out of the hall and flew towards the square. At this moment, the square was already filled with cultivators. After knowing that the person who came was Wei Shi, all the cultivators looked at Wei Shi with admiration. Some even shouted excitedly. Some cultivators who hated the Wei family were worried about the owner of the carriage when they saw Wei Shi come personally. Wei Shi stood in the air and frowned slightly when he saw Long Hu. If it was before, Wei Shi would definitely ask who the opponent was when Zichen asked him to fight or not. Unfortunately, Zichen only gave them one chance, and the 5 of them had already wasted it. Therefore, when Wei Shi appeared, Zichen rushed out of the carriage without saying a word and charged towards Wei Shi. When the patriarchs and patriarchs came out, they saw that the battle had started. They immediately shut up and watched. Seeing a young man rush out of the carriage, the square was filled with cheers. A young man who dares to attack an Earth Yuan stage cultivator with Longhu sovereign must be Zichen. In the air, Zichen and Wei Shi clashed for the first time. Zichen's body shone with golden light and released a powerful aura. When he collided with Wei Shi, a loud explosion was heard. Zichen took 2 steps back while Wei Shi was pushed back. Zichen looked at Wei Shi with disdain and said, "Too weak? Who are you?" Wei Shi was shocked and angry after being pushed back by a human Yuan stage cultivator. His expression turned serious. "I'm here to kill the person who stood up for the Wei family." After saying that, Zichen rushed forward again and mobilized the power of his essence, qi, and spirit. Golden light shone, and Zichen looked like a god of war in golden armor. A halberd appeared in his hand, and he smashed it towards Wei Shi. Wei Shi's expression turned solemn as he began to form seals with both hands. Strand after strand of the power of the rules were drawn out by him, forming a sharp blade of rules in front of him. Then, he controlled the sharp blade with his mind and slashed at Zichen. Pong! The halberd hit the blade of rule energy and a loud explosion was heard. The powerful force instantly destroyed the blade of rule energy. At the same time, Zichen didn't slow down and rushed towards Wei Shi with his halberd. Puff! With a flash of light, Wei Shi's defense was broken. A bloody hole appeared on his body and he fell backwards. This was the second time the 2 of them had clashed, and Wei Shi was injured. Cries of disbelief rang out continuously. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. As expected of Zichen, fighting above his level is as easy as eating and drinking. Wei Shi is in danger. Obviously, the people from the other factions didn't think highly of Wei Shi. Zichen's 3rd attack appeared, and it was 3 times stronger than the previous one. Wei Shi coughed out blood and flew backwards. His chest was smashed, and he suffered an unimaginable injury. His expression was completely filled with fear. At the same time, he wanted to retreat and run away. However, he couldn't. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back. At the same time, his essence, qi, and spirit reached the peak and he once again felt the existence of the rule energy barrier. He flashed and appeared in front of Wei Shi at lightning speed. He raised the halberd in his hand high and smashed it down. Pong! There was a final explosion between heaven and earth. Endless golden light shone in the sky. It was as if a golden ball had suddenly exploded. Golden fragments flew everywhere. When the light in the sky faded, Wei Shi's figure was no longer in the sky. There were some fragments on the ground. Only Zichun was left in the sky. He held the halberd in his hand and was dressed in black. The thunder wings on his back flapped slowly. He stood in the air and looked extremely cold. Oh my God, he has wings. He actually has wings. He killed Wei Shi with 4 attacks. Who is he? Many cultivators exclaimed. They were shocked to the extreme. Until now, they still hadn't guessed Zichun's identity. This proved that they were too weak and couldn't be linked to a certain circle. At this moment, all those above the core realm had guessed Zichun's identity. Zichun was the only one in the world who could bring Longhu Sovereign, have the heavenly thunder wings, and have such powerful combat strength. The people of the major forces looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. They turned around and headed to the city lord's mansion to pass on the news. However, no one would dare to stand up for the Wei clan this time. In the sky, Zichun put away the halberd and descended from the sky. However, he didn't enter the carriage this time. Instead, he waited outside. Soon, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open and a white jade-like arm appeared. Zichun pulled the owner of the arm out of the carriage. At that moment, many people were stunned. Su Mingyao, who was dressed in white and had a peerless appearance, stunned everyone. The effect was similar to Zichun's powerful combat strength. Let's go. We'll take a look around the city and wait for a few more days. Chapter 1147. The news of Wei Shi's death spread to the Wu Kingdom's palace and caused a huge uproar. The killer was Zichun. This news came along with Wei Shi's death. The ministers in the palace were all cultivators. Not a single one of them was a mortal. They knew better than anyone else what Zichun's name meant. It represented a legend of a generation. Hearing this name, everyone fell into silence. The arrogant words of the ministers, the insults of dignity, and the like could no longer be heard. Zichun's name was like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. The atmosphere was very tense. The Wu Kingdom's emperor finally arrived. His clothes were untidy and his hair was messy. He had just arrived in the palace. It was obvious that he had rushed here after hearing the news. When he reached the palace, he roared in anger. Why? Who can tell me why? Zichun is the leader of the Wuji sect. Even the 5 elements are wary of him. Why would he go to Connecticut to kill someone and wipe out the entire Wei clan? Why? Tell me why. Why did he give the 5 mortal realm cultivators a chance to talk, but not Wei Shi? The angry roar lasted for a long time. Everyone thought that the emperor was venting because he felt guilty about Wei Shi's death. In reality, he was afraid. He was afraid that Zichun would suddenly kill him. Of course, he was also very sad that his good brother Wei Shi had died because of his carelessness. After a long time, the angry roar disappeared. The Wu Kingdom's emperor's emotions slowly returned to normal. An official walked up and recounted the events from beginning to end. When the Wu Kingdom's emperor heard this, his mouth twitched. Zichun's female friends were not weak. They were all as beautiful as fairies. There were many people in the world who had their eyes on them. However, even the spiritual bodies of the major forces did not dare to have such thoughts. But who would have thought that while Zichun was training, there would be an idiot at the true energy realm who would be so bold as to have such thoughts? And because of this true energy realm cultivator, the Wei clan fell into an irredeemable situation. Even the Wu country that he governed and the emperor himself were in danger of losing their lives. Fortunately, Zichun was not a bloodthirsty person. When the news came, Zichun was still waiting in Kingstown for someone to stand up for the Wei family. Stand out? Stand out my ass. That Wei clan almost harmed the Wu country. A cold light flashed in the Wu emperor's eyes as he said coldly, "Since the cause of this matter has been investigated, the Wei clan has offended Zichun and put the Wu kingdom in danger. Naturally, we cannot let them off so easily." The ministers below did not understand the emperor's meaning. They thought that since the Wei clan had been destroyed and all the cultivators had died, this should not be a light mercy. This Zichun is really something. If he wanted to exterminate the entire clan, he could have just killed them all. Why did he have to leave some alive? What is the meaning of this? The hearts of the ministers trembled. The Wu Emperor continued, "Because of these ant-like mortals, we have suffered huge losses. Leave no one from the Wei clan alive." With that, the emperor returned to the harem angrily. Before long, the corpse of the Wei clan's concubine was carried out by a few eunuchs. That day, the news from the royal family reached Kingstown and the city lord's residence. The city lord found the leaders of the various factions to convey the royal family's secret order. That night, many men in black appeared in Kingstown. They rushed into the Wei clan and their properties. They killed everyone they saw and wantonly massacred. That night, there was no moon or stars in the sky above Kingstown. Kingstown was very dark and very quiet. Mournful screams broke the silence of the night, but no one in the city came out to investigate. Everyone seemed to have become deaf in an instant. This was the clearest statement from the royal family. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, when the sun rose, Connecticut City returned to its original state. Everyone from the Wei clan disappeared overnight. The Wei clan's resources were also absorbed and divided by various factions overnight. The Wei clan of Connecticut City was also removed from Connecticut City overnight. Walking out of the inn, they came to the streets. The streets were very lively, and there was an endless stream of people. The disappearance of the Wei clan did not cause a commotion in the entire city. Zichun looked at Su Mingyao beside him and asked, "Where else do you want to go today?" Su Mingyao shook her head and said, "Let's go. Let's go train." The matter in Kingstown was resolved. Long Hu pulled the carriage and left Kingstown. The various factions in Kingstown heaved a sigh of relief. When the news spread, the Wu Emperor also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he continued to enjoy himself in the harem. When Long Hu left Kingstown, he was the center of attention. After leaving Kingstown, Long Hu pulled the carriage and flew into the air. When they passed by Tiletown, many people in the town saw the carriage in the air. They all knelt down and kowtowed. The trip to the Wu Kingdom was one of the few incidents where Zichun wiped out an entire clan. However, it was definitely not the last. As time passed, in the future, Zichun would still cause rivers of blood to flow when he was angry. A few months later, they passed through the southern region and arrived at the eastern region. On a certain official road, Zichun, who was disguised as a merchant, encountered bandits. Looking at the shining long sword, Zichun tactfully expressed that he would hand over all his belongings. However, the bandits were not satisfied. After stealing the belongings and sensing that there were women in the carriage, they raised their swords and charged in. At first glance, they saw Su Mingyao. They were instantly shocked and lustful. In the end, this group of bandits was wiped out. None of them were spared. Glancing at the corpses on the ground, Zichun shook his head and sighed. Why bother? He put away the belongings and pulled the carriage into a big city. He was prepared to sell all his goods. However, before he could sell all his goods, a local faction discovered him as an outsider and came to ask for protection fees. He did not know if they were deliberately making things difficult, but the protection fees were actually more valuable than the goods themselves. After the goods were stolen, and Long Hu was almost taken away as well, Zichun was empty-handed. Regarding this, Zichun could only shake his head and smile bitterly. In the past few months, he had been doing these kinds of loss-making transactions. Zichun felt that he was unlucky enough to have his goods stolen again. However, he did not expect that the local faction would find him again that night. They forced their way in and held their swords to his neck, threatening him to hand over Long Hu and Su Mingyao. As for Xing Daoli, they did not want him because he was too old. Zichun symbolically toughened up and acted as if he would rather die than submit. However, who knew that someone would slash at Xing Daoli's neck? This slash was sudden, decisive, and direct. However, Xing Daoli was not injured. Instead, the long sword was broken after slashing at his neck. This gave the group of people a fright. This person was using a sword to take someone's life. Naturally, the training was over. That night, the gang in the big city was completely wiped out. After wiping out the gang, the carriage stopped in the middle of the street, quietly waiting for the faction behind the gang to arrive. That day, Zichun killed hundreds of people, until the blood flowed like a river before he slowly left. For the next 3 years, Zichun trained in the eastern continent. However, the whole world seemed to be incompatible with him. It was like a dream for him to live a normal life. Good days did not end in a day or two, but ended in 2 or 3 months. And every time, Zichun was forced to take action. Another 2 years passed. Zichun was still training, but there were no results. One day Longhu, who was a good mount, suddenly said, Zichun, I can't take it anymore. I want to sleep. 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 Zichun was shocked when he heard this. He immediately moved in front of Longhu and checked if there was anything wrong with him. At the same time, he asked, Longhu, you're not feeling well. Xing Daoli laughed. Longhu's sovereign is about to awaken and evolve. It's a good thing for him. When he wakes up, he will break through to the Earth Yuan realm. You don't have to worry. Zichun's face immediately lit up when he heard this. Longhu had entered a deep sleep in the purple gold gourd. When he woke up, he would be at the Earth Yuan realm. Zichun naturally could not compare with such a talent. He could only obediently train. Without Longhu, Zichun could only buy a few horses. Right now, he was more like an ordinary person. One day, several months later, Xing Daoli looked at the dejected Zichun and asked, What's wrong? You still don't feel the rules? Zichun shook his head, indicating that he did not feel the slightest bit of rules. Xing Daoli smiled and said, Don't worry. There's still time. Longhu used to be mighty and extraordinary. Just its appearance alone could intimidate many people. However, after Longhu fell into a deep sleep, Zichun bought a dark horse and encountered more and more trouble. Senior, how did you train in the past? Looking at the corpses at his feet, Zichun helplessly asked. This was another case of murder in a fit of rage. Xing Daoli smiled and said, When I was training in the past, I was alone. Who would find trouble with me for no reason? Who's like you? You're rich but stupid. You even brought a beauty with you. It would be strange if they didn't have any ideas about you. Moreover, you continuously killed people. It's not entirely their fault. Su Mingyao's face blushed. She lowered her head and said, I've implicated Zichun. Xing Daoli waved his hand and said, I'm just joking. Mingyao, don't mind it. Because of you, Zichun is not destined to be lonely. His way of training naturally can't be lonely. Everyone's behavior is different, and their lives are different. Similarly, the rules they comprehend are different. That's right. Indeed, there's no such thing as a burden. We've been out for many years now, and we've lived the lives of ordinary people for many years. Although we've been forced to take action to punish and kill in the end, we've also learned some things. Zichun said confidently, Don't worry. Although I can't guarantee that the following training will be smooth sailing, at least our troubles will be reduced by a lot. Really? Su Mingyao looked at Zichun with a skeptical expression. It can't be any more real. Zichun smiled. Before the three arrived at the next city, they put away the carriage and walked into the city. They still chose to open a shop in the city. They looked for a shop, negotiated the rent, and bought medicinal ingredients. After a month, the shop opened. Chapter 1148. The shop had just opened and had not started to make money, but people from many departments had already come. Some wanted to collect protection fees, while some legal departments wanted to collect various fees, such as cleaning fees, license fees, hygiene fees, and so on. Even so, there were still some colleagues who came. Naturally, they were not here to support him, but to threaten and intimidate him in secret or directly. If this situation had happened many years ago, Zichun would have been extremely angry when he had just come out of train. Even if he had to end his training early, he would still have talked to them. However, after being out for so many years, Zichun was no longer so extreme in dealing with things. These people came for nothing more than money, so he gave them money. Zichun was very generous and straightforward. He did not refuse anyone. Therefore, on the opening day, many people knew that the pharmacy's boss was easy to talk to, righteous, stupid, and rich. It seemed that because of his reputation, these people would visit the pharmacy every few days during festivals to greet Zichun and ask about his well-being. After a few months, the money he earned was not even enough to pay for various expenses, let alone make ends meet. However, Zichun did not care. Money was just a worldly possession. As long as he could train, it was fine. In this regard, Xing Daoli did not express any opinions. This was because everyone had a different way of training, and the comprehension of the rules was something that happened in an instant. There was no such thing as training, right? Just follow your heart. As expected, Zichen's troubles were much less during the days when money was given away. There were no blind colleagues who killed people or gave him fake medicine to squeeze him. There were also no criminals who visited his shop all day. Soon, half a year had passed, and Zichen's pharmacy had yet to turn a profit. It had always been in the negative. However, in the past half a year, more and more departments came to ask for money, and so did the number of people. In the end, there were even more people than patients. The pharmacy's boss's reputation for being good-tempered gradually spread. No matter how much money they lost, Zichen didn't care. That was because they were just material possessions. So even though they had become more and more greedy, Zichen wasn't displeased at all. He continued to satisfy them. The only thing Zichen pursued was a peaceful life of tempering. However, when the saying, "a man's heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant," was right in front of their eyes, it couldn't be any better for these people. Gradually, they were no longer satisfied with pure wealth. Instead, they put their attention on the spiritual and physical pleasures. Therefore, they set their eyes on the fairy-like wife of the medicine shop owner. Su Mingyao was Zichen's bottom line. Even if they had designs on Xing Daoli and wanted to make fun of him, Zichen wouldn't mind. However, Su Mingyao was different. She was like Zichen's reverse scale, and also the only bottom line for Zichen's training. After these people set their sights on Su Mingyao, Zichen's killing intent, which had been dormant for more than half a year, was triggered again. The medicine shop owner, who had always been gentle, became tough for the first time. He directly kicked out the people who came. Therefore, the relationship that had been maintained for half a year collapsed at this moment. All kinds of troubles came one after another. Because they wanted Su Mingyao too much, or because they thought that Zichen was a fool with a lot of money but was afraid of trouble, they took some tough measures. One day, the peaceful life was broken. Early in the morning, a group of people came. They forced the door open and put their weapons on Zichen's neck. At the same time, they dragged Su Mingyao and threatened Zichen to take Su Mingyao away by force. The reason why they did this was because Zichen had previously angered them. At the same time, these people's actions also angered Zichen. When they were angry, they would only kill Zichen with their knives. At most, they would kill Xing Daoli. However, when Zichen was angry, he would exterminate the whole family. That morning, none of the people who broke into the medicine shop came out alive. Zichen held a hatchet. His body was covered in blood. He walked to the door of the medicine shop and stood there, waiting for the others to come. This was a bloody morning. Blood flowed like a river, and the smell of blood lingered for a long time. Mortals who came were killed one by one. There was no suspense. Soon, the news of a homicidal maniac spread in the city. Therefore, the officials began to act and sent cultivators. 2 true energy cultivators came. They looked coldly at Zichen as if they were looking at a dead man. They did not waste time. After announcing the fact that Zichen was a homicidal maniac, the 2 of them rushed towards Zichen. In the eyes of the 2, each person with a hatchet could finish him off. Indeed, each person with a hatchet. The hatchet only moved twice, and the 2 of them fell into a pool of blood, dead. 2 true energy realm cultivators had died, causing an uproar. However, in such a large city, cultivators were practically everywhere on the streets, and true energy realm cultivators had also come. The hatchet in Zichen's hand flashed again. Each person with a hatchet. This was very fair. Therefore, after the hatchet flashed, the cultivators fell again. The crowd fell into a panic. Therefore, the officials sent another strong cultivator. This time, it was the innate realm. The innate realm was stronger than the true energy realm. However, in Zichen's eyes, they were all the same. The hatchet continued to flash. Every time it flashed, an innate realm cultivator would die. After the hatchet flashed 10 times, 10 innate realm cultivators fell and never got up again. Then came the true energy realm and spirit origin realm cultivators. They seemed to be testing Zichen's combat power. Those cultivators, from low to high, charged at Zichen. Zichen's counterattack was simple. He just held the hatchet and slashed forward. Everyone who came was killed with a single slash. The slash continued until several layers of corpses were piled up. Finally, the Elixir Realm cultivators came. These cultivators who had survived the Thunder tribulations were extremely powerful. No one dared to underestimate them. However, in front of Zichun, they were still killed with a single slash. The hatchet was an extremely common weapon used by mortals. However, in Zichun's hands, it was like a divine weapon. He killed everything that stood in his way. That day, the city was shaken. Some of the higher-ups finally realized that something was wrong. However, they didn't have time to deal with the criminals below. They could only send the Human Origin Realm cultivators to investigate. When the Human Origin Realm cultivators arrived, they stood in the air. They didn't care about the corpses on the ground or how many people Rinpochian had killed. What they cared about was the calm expression on Rinpochian's face. Every slash of the hatchet was like chopping wood or vegetables. It was very calm. After killing the Elixir Realm cultivators, Zichun looked up at the Human Origin Realm cultivators again. His expression was still calm. However, the Human Origin Realm cultivators' expressions changed drastically when they saw Zichun's gaze. Rinpochian could kill the Elixir Realm cultivators with a single slash. Naturally, Rinpochian was not immortal. However, they couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation of power from Rinpochian. It was as if Rinpochian was immortal. Of course, Rinpochian was not immortal. This was because their cultivation levels were too low. Soon, they guessed the real reason why Rinpochian had hidden his identity and opened the pharmacy. Immediately, they were drenched in cold sweat. After guessing Zichun's true strength, the city's upper echelons were enraged. Just as Zichun stopped killing, a group of guards escorted a group of people to the entrance of the medicine shop. Zichun was very familiar with these people and had interacted with them many times in the past half a year. However, at that time, they were extremely proud and arrogant. Now, however, they were looking at Zichun in fear. Zichun held the hatchet in his hand. His expression was calm. This time, Zichun didn't need to do anything. The guards took out their weapons and chopped off the heads of these people one by one. They chopped off the heads from the top. The number of people killed by these guards was no less than Zichun's. After killing all the people involved, Zichun returned to the pharmacy to pack up his things. Then, he left with Su Mingyao and Xing Daoli. His training had come to an end. When he left, the city lord led the rest of the higher-ups and respectfully sent off Zichun's group. Zichun began his training once again. This time, he left for another 3 years. From the time Zichun left the Wuji sect until now, a full 15 years had passed. During these 15 years, Zichun either pretended to be weak or killed people. He was a powerful cultivator, but he couldn't even live a normal life. He didn't fit in with this world. It was as if the world had rejected him. Perhaps it was because of his mood, or perhaps it was because the other party had gone too far, but during these 15 years, Zichun killed many people. Looking at the frightened cultivators around him and listening to the mournful cries for mercy, Zichun's heart was cold. It was even showing signs of being frozen. Seeing Zichun gradually walking down the wrong path, Xing Daoli sighed and asked, "You still don't understand?" Zichun shook his head. He was very confused. "You went out to train for 15 years, but you didn't see any rules. This doesn't mean that there are no rules, but that you didn't see them. In fact, the rules are everywhere." Zichun looked at Xing Daoli in confusion and sincerely asked him to explain. "When you're sick, you need to take medicine. This is common sense, but if you look carefully, these are the rules. Driving a carriage on the main road is common sense. There are also rules. When you're hungry, you eat. When you're thirsty, you drink. This is common sense. Everyone knows, but are there no rules here? When it's hot, you'll wear less clothes. When it's cold, you'll wear more clothes. This is also common sense, but it's also a rule." Xing Daoli looked at the confused Zichun. "What are the rules?" "They are the rules defined by this world. In the mortal world, rules are laws. Breaking the laws is breaking the rules and must be punished. Mortals have to abide by all kinds of rules and laws. Cultivators cultivate the heavenly Tao, so they have to abide by the rules of the world. And these rules are the rules. Mortals abide by the laws of their country. Cultivators abide by the rules of the world. There are countless rules in the world. Everything has its own rules. You can eat without being hungry, drink without being thirsty, sleep without being sleepy, get married, and have children. These are all rules. When it's raining, you can use an umbrella to take shelter from the rain. There are also rules to avoid the rain. Finally, Xing Daoli looked up at the sky and sighed. The rules are everywhere. Survival is where the rules are. People are born to abide by the rules and grow up under the rules of the world. It's very difficult to jump out of the rules. Listening to Xing Daoli's words, Zichun recalled everything he had experienced in the past 15 years as a mortal. The confusion on his face dissipated and his eyes gradually brightened. The things that he couldn't understand before were suddenly enlightened by Xing Daoli's words. He couldn't see any rules before, but now he could see them everywhere after hearing Xing Daoli's words. A bolt of lightning flashed through Zichun's mind, and the fog in his mind dissipated. So the rules were that simple. The rules are everywhere. Zichun's eyes were as bright as starlight. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the sky. A ball of light appeared between his fingers. Chapter 1149. It had been 15 years since Zichun had left the everlasting sect. 1,500 years had passed in the castle of time. To the outside world, the martial heaven continent hadn't developed much in a short 15 years. However, the everlasting sect had undergone heaven-shaking changes in those 15 years. Wild Wolf, Heifeng, Zhang Tong, and the others had followed Zichun for many years. Back then, Zichun had still been in the air, while they were at the core nascent realm. There had been some disagreements between them, but they had eventually become friends. Back then, they had followed Zichun to fight against the other powers of the Chaos Lands. After many fierce battles, they had established the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Many years later, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had moved back to the sacred region because of the Devil Race's invasion. Many years had passed, and Zichun had grown to the point where even the major powers feared him. While Zichun had transformed and matured, these old people hadn't stopped advancing. With many resources at their disposal, they had all broken through to the mortal origin realm. 15 years ago, when Zichun had left, he had arranged for these people to give up their authority and enter seclusion in the Castle of Time. Under the acceleration of time, they had broken through again and again, until they had reached the peak of the mortal origin realm. It was time to comprehend the laws. Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, Qin Xing, Qin He, and the others had also broken through in the Castle of Time. These people had all been in the same generation as Zichun. After 1,500 years of time acceleration, they had become true elders of the sect. Thus, they moved from behind the scenes to behind the scenes. Some left the Wuji sect to learn from Zichun and train in the mortal world, striving for a breakthrough. Some took out some fragments of laws from the treasure trove and tried to refine them to comprehend the laws within. The first group of elders had retired. Shang Guanyuer, Wang Xian'er, Lin Shui, and the others had also left the everlasting sect after breaking through. They had gone to search for Zichun, who they hadn't heard from in 15 years. The barbaric dragon and flying tiger were in the same situation as Long Hu. They had fallen into a deep slumber, beginning their true awakening. It was worth mentioning that the devil ape, which was part of the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline, had also fallen into a deep slumber. The old people had either left or retired, and the new generation had replaced the old. The Boundless sect's new members had risen to power. The leader of the newcomers was naturally Zichun's eldest disciple, Ling Er. She was the famous Rakshasa girl in the fringe back then. She had already entered the human Yuan realm, and her combat strength had improved a lot. However, she lacked an opportunity to be tested. Back then, Chen Feng, who did not have the slightest aptitude for cultivation and had a runny nose, had finally grown up. His strength had broken through to the human elemental stage in one fell swoop. He had broken through to the human elemental stage with his physical body and did not have the slightest trace of elemental energy in his body. He had taken the path of specialization. The Thunder Spirit, which had been clamoring all day long about deceiving its master, destroying its ancestors, and defeating Zichun, had also made a huge breakthrough. However, there was still some time before it fell into a deep sleep. There were also Wang Qiong's children, Wu Lu's children, and the children of other elders. These people of the younger generation were also rising. The Castle of Time could increase their strength, but before that, they had to return to the real world to stabilize their realms and increase their experience and knowledge. Otherwise, the growth of their spiritual energy wouldn't be able to suppress the rapid growth of their strength. In the blink of an eye, 15 years had passed. The prince, who had suffered great humiliation in the holy burial ground, had also endured for 15 years. 15 years later, the reinforcements of the demon race had finally arrived. He could not wait to lead an army of the demon race into the Holy Land to avenge his humiliation. This was because he had found out through certain channels that the old people of the Boundless sect had either left or gone into seclusion. Now, the only ones left were some immature juniors. The prince was full of confidence, but before he could step into this area, he was blocked outside by the people of the Boundless sect. Seeing that the leader of the Boundless sect's cultivators was actually a woman, the prince laughed disdainfully. The great Boundless sect really doesn't have many people left. They actually let a little girl lead. What's wrong with a little girl? I can still kill you, Ling retorted. Humph, then let's see who will die. The prince snorted coldly and shouted, Kill! Kill everyone! Ling Er's beautiful eyes looked forward and said coldly, Don't leave anyone alive. After 15 years, the demons had officially invaded the Holy Realm. The battle with the Boundless sect had begun. This battle between humans and demons would last for a very, very long time. In the prince's opinion, the Boundless sect had lost those old people. The rest of the people should be vulnerable. The battle would end quickly. The demons would completely suppress the Boundless sect. However, as soon as the battle began, the prince found that things were not as he had imagined. Ling Er's body shone with bright silver light. This was the extreme in origin energy. Because there were specializations, her extreme in origin energy was even colder than Zichen's. At a glance, the prince felt as if he had seen Zichen's extreme in origin energy clone. He had originally looked down on Ling Er, but after she displayed her strength, the speed of her killing gave him a fright. Lightning flashed around Lei Ling's body. His expression was ferocious and full of murderous intent. At the beginning of the battle, he charged into the demons and used lightning to kill. At this moment, Lei Ling was like Zichen, who had used lightning power many years ago. Qin Feng appeared. He cultivated a perfect body, but it was even purer than a perfect body. This was because he did not have origin energy in his body. He only had physical strength. His body flashed with the unique golden light of a perfect body. The golden blood in his body made a sound like waves. Wave after wave of power passed through his blood and spread to every part of his body. Every time he struck, a demon's body would explode. This scene was very similar to Zichen's in the past. After that, some mutated beasts roared. These were all ancient beasts. They had followed Zichen and refined many ancient beasts' blood essences. Their potential had also increased step by step. After many years, they already had some shadows of true blood ancient beasts. They had some incredible divine abilities. Without the elders of the everlasting sect, the barbarian dragon, the dragon tiger, and the flying divine tiger, these ancient beasts still formed an army. They were brought out from the ancient beast world, and the resources provided by the everlasting sect for many years had earned their loyalty. When the war started again, they fought bravely. In the battle, other than ancient beasts, there were also groups of mutated beasts. Like the ancient beasts, they had formed an army and were absolutely loyal to the Boundless sect. The true energy realm miners who had followed Zichen here on a large scale had also improved after many years. A batch of weak existences had been eliminated. The rest had either broken through to the core realm or the mortal realm. Their combat strength had greatly increased. Therefore, when the battle was about to start, the Boundless sect's army stunned the demons. How can this be? Looking at the one-sided battle, the prince's face was filled with disbelief. Die! The Thunder Spirit shouted. He used his extremely fast footwork to pass through the crowd and attack the prince. In another direction, Qin Feng turned into a beam of golden light and charged forward. The demons in this line were all sent flying by him. The demons who were sent flying were mostly heavily injured. Some unlucky ones were smashed to death. In this battle, the demons suffered a crushing defeat. The prince fled with serious injuries. But the next day, he unwillingly brought Earth Origin Realm demons. He wanted to use his powerful combat strength to take down the Boundless sect in one fell swoop. On this day, 2 elders walked out of the Boundless sect. These 2 people stopped more than 10 Earth Origin Realm demons. Old Gue wore the Earth Weapon Black Tortoise armor and held the Black Tortoise spike in his hand. He had turned into a middle-aged man with a powerful and dangerous aura around him. Beside Old Gue stood Old Man Ching Feng. He also held 2 Black Tortoise spikes in his hands. However, once they left Old Gue's hands, the Black Tortoise spikes would lose their spirit. They could only be called earth weapons. Even though the Wuji sect had done their best to forge an incredible spirit weapon for him, it still exploded under the lightning tribulation. The 2 of them stood in the air, calmly looking at the Earth Origin Realm demons. The demons looked hesitant. In the end, the Earth Origin Realm demons retreated. The battle between the Earth Origin Realm demons did not take place. The 2 sides seemed to have reached a tacit agreement. In the following battle, the Earth Origin Realm demons did not appear. However, the demons brought in many strong cultivators who were comparable to spiritual bodies. Their combat strength was no weaker than Ling, and the others. Because of these strong cultivators, the one-sided battle was gradually evened out. In Xing Daoli's words, the real training of soldiers had begun. Those who survived the baptism of war were the real elites. A new era had arrived. In this new era, there was a new protagonist. The name Zichun was gradually forgotten. On the ground of the city, corpses were lying on the ground. Blood gathered in the low-lying areas. Residents stood in the distance, terrified. Zichun killed people. Su Mengyao stood in the distance. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking at Zichun. Her face was full of surprise. Zichun raised his head and pointed to the sky. Light flashed between his fingers. The light was the power of rules. How is this possible? Xing Daoli, who had not changed his expression for 15 years, looked at this scene in shock. He had only intended to give Zichun some pointers, but that was all. He didn't want Zichun to take the wrong path. However, he didn't expect Zichun to really understand the world and see the rules just because of his few words. These were the real rules. With the rules, one could reach the Earth Origin Realm. 15 years of experience in the mortal world, less than 15 words of advice. How can he reach the Earth Origin Realm like this? This breakthrough is too easy. Xing Daoli looked at Zichun, who was surrounded by a strong aura, and said in disbelief. Comparisons were odious. Thinking back to his past self and looking at Zichun now, he really had the urge to bang his head against the wall. The power of rules bloomed between his fingers. The power of rules in all directions gathered between Zichun's fingers. The original light gradually grew bigger and condensed, like a light ball of rules. Rules are everywhere. Everything in the world is rules. Zichun raised his head and looked at the growing power of rules between his fingers. His expression was very focused, as if he was looking at the perfect body of a beauty. When the rules arrived, the world's rules reacted. The clear sky was instantly replaced by tribulation clouds. The pitch-black tribulation clouds surged in the sky and then pressed down. An oppressive aura made the residents in the city feel endless panic. This is the lightning tribulation. The heavenly lightning tribulation of the inner core realm. Bulsh *T. How can the lightning tribulation of the inner core realm be so scary? This is not a heavenly lightning tribulation, but a world-destroying lightning tribulation. It's dark. Some god, devil, or monster must have appeared. Under this oppressive aura, the cultivators and mortals in the city fell into panic. God? Is he a god? He is a ghost, a demon. After witnessing Zichun kill people with their own eyes and seeing the sky turn dark after he pointed at the sky, the people in the distance became extremely frightened. They screamed and ran away. Chapter 1150. With the addition of the rules, one would reach the Earth Prime Realm, breaking away from the realm of mortals and reaching another height that most people could not match. More and more tribulation clouds gathered in the sky, descending several feet from the sky. The dark clouds shrouded the entire city as if the end of the world had arrived. Thousands of tribulation lightning flashed, and the entire city was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. The first tribulation lightning was brewing in the tribulation clouds. One could imagine that once this tribulation lightning was successfully brewed, it would not be much weaker than the first tribulation lightning that the black tortoise had experienced. The tribulation clouds pressed down, and the oppressive aura was like the end of the world. The residents in the city fell into panic and began to flee out of the city. Once the tribulation lightning fell, the entire city would cease to exist. Su Mingyao looked at Zichen excitedly, very happy for Zichen. However, Xing Daoli frowned slightly and said to himself, he really broke through just like that. Zichen felt a unique power. This power was called the rules. At this moment, the rules had already arrived and were added to his body. Zichen's expression was solemn and dignified. His gaze was fixed on the increasing power of the rules between his fingers. The divine thunder of rule did not fall because the power of the rules in his hand had not completely spread out and reached his body. However, the surrounding power of the rules was already added to his body. After a moment, just as Zichen's body was wrapped by the power of the rules, Zichen spoke again. The rules are everywhere, but this is not the rule that I want. After saying that, Zichen pointed his finger forward. The ball of rules that had just condensed dissipated in an instant. The ball of rules dissipated and scattered between heaven and earth, just like when they had just gathered. However, the power of the rules that enveloped Zichen did not dissipate. Instead, it went out of control in an instant. The power of the rules that was extremely docile just now turned into the sharpest weapon in the world in the instant that it went out of control, cutting towards Zichen's body. Puff, puff, puff. Immediately, there were many sharp marks on Zichen's body. Golden blood gushed out like a fountain. Zichen's face instantly turned pale. His body was unstable, and he half knelt on the ground, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, he suffered the backlash of the rules. This was the punishment for breaking the rules, just like how mortals would be punished for breaking the law. The tribulation clouds in the sky could no longer sense the existence of the tribulation taker. The dark clouds slowly dispersed. There were at least 100 wounds on Zichen's body and more than 10 on his face. It was a ghastly sight, but when he looked up at the dissipating tribulation clouds, his eyes were incomparably bright. His mouth was open, and he seemed to be smiling even as he coughed up blood. Su Mingyao was stunned by the previous scene, but she quickly reacted and immediately rushed to Zichen. She supported Zichen and asked nervously, Zichen, how are you? How are you? Painful, very painful. Zichen grimaced and sucked in a breath of cold air. To be able to make Zichen complain of pain, it was obvious how much nomological damage Zichen had suffered during the nomological backlash. Furthermore, he had a perfect body. His powerful physique failed to defend against these nomological powers. Let me help you up, said Su Mingyao. No, no need. I'll lie down for a while. Zichen hastily stopped her, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he aggravated his wounds. At this moment, Zichen's wounds still had nomological powers on them. These nomological powers had yet to dissipate. Zichen's wounds were unable to heal for a long time. Blood kept flowing out of his wounds. Xing Daoli, who was still in shock, was now truly stupefied. His reaction was much slower than Su Mengyao's. He only reacted after Zichen had been lying on the ground for a long time. Then, he abruptly slapped his thigh, jumped up, and shouted excitedly, Zichen, I finally understand why Senior Cauldron Spirit wanted me to follow you. Your vision is very broad, much stronger than mine was back then. Zichen rolled his eyes, indicating that he had heard Xing Daoli's words. However, he was unable to reply. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I didn't expect you to so decisively give up the opportunity to advance to the Earth Prime Realm. You even managed to block the nomological backlash. Oh, right, perfect body. You are a perfect body. I had been wondering why such a monstrous physique would appear among the weak humans. Now that I see you blocking the nomological backlash, I seem to understand a little. Perhaps perfect bodies exist specifically to block the nomological backlash. With a perfect body, they have the initiative to choose when they choose to make a nomological breakthrough. Xing Daoli appeared very excited. The reason for his excitement was that Zichun had given up on making a nomological breakthrough. Instead, he had survived. It was just like how in the mortal world, when someone disobeyed an imperial edict, he should have been beheaded. But miraculously, he didn't die. And this was undoubtedly the first time he had seen such a situation in his life. He found it unbelievable. This was because in his original worldview, there was only death in such a situation. Indeed, even spirit bodies didn't dare play like this. They would die if they played like this. Seeing Xing Daoli jumping around him in excitement, Zichun used the strength he had just accumulated to say, "Old master, can you stop swaying in front of me? I feel even weaker. I'm about to die." Xing Daoli reacted and smiled embarrassedly. Then quickly get up and recover. Zichun was slowly helped up by Su Mingyao. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to circulate his body's strength and cultivation technique to expel the nomological powers. Moments later, Zichun opened his eyes. Seeing that Zichen's injuries didn't show any signs of recovery, the two of them asked nervously, "How is it?" Zichen said, "I can't. These nomological powers are like maggots. There's no way to expel them." Impossible to expel? How is this possible? Xing Daoli was also puzzled. Zichen said again, "I don't know why, but I keep feeling that these nomological powers seem to have fused with my body. They are a part of my body, just like my bones and flesh. They can't be separated or expelled. How can this be?" Xing Daoli frowned and began to think, "Senior, hurry up and think of a way. Otherwise, Zichun will die." Su Mingyao said nervously. Xing Daoli muttered, "This situation shouldn't have happened. Since it's a backlash from the nomological powers, it's fine to expel them. But why are there still some nomological powers remaining in your body after the backlash? The nomological powers of the world are the heavenly Tao. Since it's the heavenly Tao, it shouldn't be so boring as to continue killing if it can't kill in one strike." Zichen opened his eyes and suddenly said, "Could it be a reward?" "Reward? What reward? The nomological powers didn't kill me, so they left these nomological powers to me. Perhaps it's compensation." Xing Daoli understood the meaning of Zichen's words and immediately said, "Then try and see if you can refine them." Zichun closed his eyes again and began to mobilize his cultivation technique to refine the nomological powers contained in the wounds. The power of the natural order was like a thin thread. What Zichen had to do was to use his enormous strength to grab a thin thread from the many wounds and pull it to his own territory. Then, he would slowly refine it and divide it up. On Zichen's body, a wound suddenly stopped bleeding. Then, under the power of blood and qi, the wound was healing at a visible rate. It worked. It must have worked. Su Mingyao was very excited when she saw the wound heal. Xing Daoli looked at Zichun as if he was looking at a monster. Then, he cursed, "Damn it. How is this a reward and compensation? This is simply a benefit after the backlash." Su Mingyao was not used to Xing Daoli's cursing, but she still asked curiously, "Benefit? Senior, what is benefit?" Xing Daoli said, "Think about it. Didn't Zichun just comprehend the nomological powers?" Su Mingyao nodded and said, "Yes, but he gave up." "That's right. Under normal circumstances, if you give up something, you won't get something, right?" Xing Daoli asked. Su Mingyao understood what he meant, but she didn't understand the deeper meaning. She was confused. "What a stupid girl. Let me give you another example. You like Zichen and are in a relationship with him, but one day, you decide to give him up. Does that mean you've lost him?" Su Mingyao blushed and nodded. "That's right. What I mean is that if you give up something, you won't have it again. But Zichen is different. He gave up the nomological powers, but some nomological powers remain in his body. After Zichen refines these nomological powers, he will master them. It's equivalent to regaining what you lost. Moreover, he won't occupy a spot and won't need to go through a lightning tribulation." This time, Su Mingyao really understood. Zichen didn't break through, but he had mastered the nomological powers. Moreover, he didn't need to take responsibility for it. After adding the nomological powers, one would need to go through a lightning tribulation to reach the Earth realm. But Zichen now had the nomological powers and didn't need to go through a lightning tribulation. At the same time, he could continue to search for his own nomological powers. When Zichen really broke through, he would master one more nomological power than other Earthrealm warriors. Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. Xing Daoli shook his head and sighed. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. There's actually such a magical scene in the world. But this is exchanged with one's life. Not many people in the world would dare to do this. Within Zichen's body, pure Yuan Qi constantly appeared and reached his wounds. It dragged along the nomological threads and started to refine them one by one. The power of Qi and blood was responsible for healing the wounds after the refinement. The powerful spiritual sense was used to control these two powers. After the refinement, the nomological powers would truly become a part of Zichen's body. Then, they would be hidden within Zichen's body. The tribulation clouds dissipated and the oppressive aura disappeared. The chaotic city regained its tranquility once again. However, no one dared to come to the area where Zichen was. This was because the things that just happened here had already been spread out by some people. Knowing that the terrifying lightning tribulation was caused by this person, those cultivators didn't dare to come to find trouble. Su Mingyao and Xing Daoli stayed beside Zichen to protect him. They quietly waited for Zichen to refine all the nomological powers. The nomological powers that covered his body took Zichen one day and one night to completely refine them. As the last nomological power disappeared, Zichen opened his eyes. Su Mingyao immediately went forward and asked, "How do you feel?" Chapter 1151. The two looked at Zichen. Zichen shook his head and said, "Nothing." Xing Daoli raised his eyebrows and said, "That's impossible. Check again. You just refined so much power of rules. There should be some changes." Zichen closed his eyes and checked his body. This time, he didn't even let go of his bones, blood, and marrow. Finally, Zichen felt a mysterious power hidden in the depths of his body. After a while, Zichen opened his eyes and said, "I feel a special power. I don't know if it's the power of rules. I tried a few times, but I couldn't use it. It must be the power of rules, but you can't use it. Could it be because of the rules of the world? You can't use the power of rules without breaking through to Earth Prime." Xing Daoli was only guessing. Zichen shook his head. Naturally, he didn't know either. He had successfully comprehended the rules but didn't break through. He even exposed his identity as a cultivator. There was no point in staying here. "Where are we going next? To the next city?" Su Mingyao asked. Zichen thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, I've been in the city for 15 years. I've seen too many fights and I'm a bit tired of it. Why don't you come with me to the mountains?" "The mountains?" Zichen nodded. "The mountains have beautiful scenery. Few people will disturb us. This time, we're going to live in seclusion." Su Mingyao didn't look happy. Instead, she asked, "Living in seclusion in the mountains? You're not going to train and comprehend the rules?" Zichen smiled and said, "There are rules in the world of mortals. The mountains also have their own rules. Rules are everywhere." Hearing this, Xing Daoli's eyes flashed with a strange light. He said, "There are not only rules in the mountains, there are also great rules. You too can go to your own world. Today, I also have a feeling. I'm going to walk around alone." Seeing that Zichen is really going to the mountains, Su Mingyao is excited. After so many years of experience in the mortal world, Zichen is used to seeing schemes. So is she. Compared with powerful cultivators, ordinary people without power are more meticulous than cultivators. When it comes to scheming, they are more ruthless and cruel than many cultivators. After 15 years, Zichen was a little tired. As for Su Mingyao, who was the main reason for Zichen's failure in his training, she was naturally even more tired. She had a good appearance, her own strength, and Zichen's protection, so she would not be threatened. However, those who were beautiful but had no one to protect them would fall into the mortal world. She had seen many such situations over the years. After bidding farewell to Xing Daoli, the two left the city and headed towards the mountains. The two of them climbed every mountain they saw and stopped when they saw a river. They walked among the mountains and forests, feeling the unique aura of tranquility. Compared to the outside world, there are naturally fewer fights in the mountains and forests, but it does not mean that there are no fights. In the depths of the mountains and forests, known as the land of death, there are strange beasts living there. Fights between powerful strange beasts are very frequent. Looking at the beautiful scenery in the mountains and the silver waterfall in the distance, Su Mingyao nestles in Zichen's arms. She slowly closed her eyes, opened her red lips slightly, and breathed in gently, letting the fresh fragrance of the flowers between heaven and earth enter her nose and mouth. The beautiful scenery in the mountains and the majestic mountains. Zichen's tired and restless mortal heart, which has been tempered by the mortal world, is slowly cleansed in the scenery and quiet atmosphere of the mountains and forests. Zichen, yes, I am very happy. Happy, yes, happy and happy. We have known each other for so many years, but this is the first time we have been together for so long. So, I am very happy, very happy. I am also very lucky to have met you back then. You are wrong. It is my fortune to have met you. Su Mingyao nestles in Zichen's arms, and Zichen holds Su Mingyao in his arms. The two whispered sweet nothings softly, witnessed by the mountains, rivers, and flowers. The sun set in the west and rose in the east. The golden sunlight passed through the endless space and fell on the two on the top of the mountain, covering them with a layer of golden coat. Su Mingyao raised her head to look at Zichen, and Zichen lowered his head to look at Su Mingyao. The distance between the two is shortened in an instant. Their hearts are already tightly connected, and their lips are also touching. This kiss is quiet, natural, and peaceful. There is no boiling blood, only plain true feelings in it. There is no burning of body, only a close collision of souls. There is no unbearable thirst, nor impatience, only sincerity, longing, and pure love. For a long time, their lips did not separate. The two closed their eyes, feeling each other with their hearts, pouring out their hearts, and feeling each other's deep affection. At this moment, the hearts of the two were connected. For a long time, their lips still did not separate. The two only have each other in their hearts, and nothing else. This kiss seems to be waiting until the end of time, until the sea runs dry and the rocks crumble. After a long time, an ear-piercing cry resounded through the forest. The two were startled, and their lips parted. A trace of anger immediately appeared on Zichen's calm face. Who was it that was so blind? Su Mingyao smiled brightly, and between her lips and teeth, there was still Zichen's taste. Jiao. The cry was even more ear-piercing. The white clouds in the distance seemed to be impacted by something, and then they began to move and dissipate. In addition to the cry, there was also a deep beast roar from afar. Light flashed in the sky, and the color of the sky changed. Two powerful beasts were fighting. The forest is not quiet, and this deep mountain is even more so. Zichen was very unhappy that the beautiful atmosphere was disturbed. Let's go and see, Su Mingyao said, her voice soft. Zichen pulled Su Mingyao and flew to the sky. The battle was taking place 100 miles away. When the two arrived, the two beasts were already engaged in a fierce battle, and powerful energy was constantly shaking. What kind of beast is this? There were two strange beasts fighting. One was a bull with a horn on its head, and its body was covered in flames. The other was a large bird, and its body was emitting a blue light. The blue light contained an icy aura. Seeing the two strange beasts, Zichen's face was filled with doubt. There were many kinds of beasts in this world, and mutants were everywhere. Zichen had never seen or heard of the two beasts in front of him. What a beautiful blue bird! Su Mingyao looked at the blue bird and exclaimed. The blue bird was more than 10 meters long, and its wingspan was more than 50 meters. Its body was covered with blue feathers, and under the reflection of the sun, the feathers were shining with blue light. It was very beautiful. If you like, you can keep it as a mount, Zichen said. Su Mingyao shook her head and said, Forget it. We are here to enjoy the scenery and learn the rules of the forest. Let's not disturb them. The two beasts did not notice the appearance of the two. The two beasts had been fighting for hundreds of rounds. The blue bird breathed out cold energy, and the energy appeared in the air like icicles. The fire bull breathed out fire, and the fire was violent, like a riot of fire snakes. Cold energy was a natural counter to fire energy, and the two beasts were about the same level. Under such a counter, the fire bull was gradually suppressed. The fire bull was not satisfied with its energy being suppressed. It breathed out fire from its nostrils, and its 10-meter-long body rose into the air. It stepped in the air, and wherever its feet landed, ripples would appear in the air like water. Its energy was no match for the bluebird, and the fire bull was ready to use its physical strength to attack. The fire bull turned into a ball of fire and rushed toward the bluebird in the air. It was very fast. The bluebird was not to be outdone. It let out a cry and turned into a blue light, rushing toward the fire bull. Boom! The two lights collided, and the space was shattered, and a giant black hole appeared. The fire bull's horn and the bluebird's claws collided, and then a powerful energy exploded. The two were knocked back, and there was no clear winner. But as soon as they steadied themselves, the two beasts charged forward again. After that, the claws and the horn clashed, creating a sharp sound and the sound of energy explosions. This bluebird's body is very strong. It can actually fight the fire bull head-on. Su Mingyao's eyes were filled with surprise. Zichen nodded and said, "Among the beasts, these two are not bad. They should be mutant beasts. If we bring them back to the Boundless sect, we can." When he saw Su Mingyao's angry expression, Zichen immediately shut up. He almost instinctively wanted to bring these two beasts back to the Boundless sect. Su Mingyao's eyes suddenly lit up. She praised, "Not only is the bluebird able to fight the fire bull head-on, but it is also gaining the upper hand. This is incredible." As expected, the flame bull slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. Zichen was also very surprised. According to common sense, the flame bull's skin was rough and its flesh was thick, so its physical body should be stronger by a level. Boom! Just as they were talking, the two collided again. The fire bull's horn was knocked off, and the bluebird's claws tore a hole in the fire bull's head. The fire bull screamed and fell to the ground, leaving behind a trail of red blood. The fire bull smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Its body was covered with a layer of blue crystal ice, which was caused by the cold energy of the bluebird. It was severely injured, and at this moment, it was urging the flames in its body to expel the cold energy. Boom! The flames in its body vibrated dozens of times, and the cold energy was successfully expelled. The endless flames rose again, then spread, and the entire forest was set on fire. In the middle of the sea of fire, the fire bull breathed heavily. Blood kept flowing out of its head, and its giant eyes were filled with fear and dread towards the blue bird. "Stupid bull, let's see if you can run away this time." In the sky, the blue bird said coldly. The blue light around its body shone brighter, and its aura suddenly increased. Then, it rushed towards the fire bull below. It hated fire and didn't want to get close, but today, it had seriously injured this stupid bull, and it wanted to kill it. The bluebird rushed down. Seeing the cold claws, the fire bull's fear grew. It became irritable and wanted to run, but it seemed to know that it was hopeless. It could only bend its body slightly, and the flames on its body formed layers of defense, preparing for a counterattack. The bluebird was very proud that it could scare the fire bull to this extent. It cried again. Chapter 1152. There was something wrong with the flame bull. What was wrong with it? The winner was about to be decided. Su Mingyao didn't understand what Zichen meant. Zichen looked ahead and explained in a low voice, "Both of them are variant beasts. When they fought before, the difference in strength wasn't that great. The bluebird is only slightly stronger than the flame bull and has injured it. But that doesn't mean it can kill it." Su Mingyao said, "You mean the flame bull still has a way to fight back? Even if it doesn't have a way to fight back, it should have a way to counterattack before it dies. But look at it now, it's afraid. That's not right. It's as if the bluebird can kill it with its next attack. So I guess it's playing tricks." "Tricks? How is that possible? It's already injured. The bluebird can kill it with one attack." Before Su Mingyao could finish, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The fear in the eyes of the flame bull suddenly turned into cold killing intent. The flame energy that formed a defensive barrier around its body suddenly turned berserk. Following that, an even more powerful aura surged from its body. Moo! The flame bull raised its head to the sky and let out a deep roar. A mysterious energy spread out from the flame bull into the surroundings of the sea of flames. The burning trees in the surroundings suddenly began to tremble, and the raging flames became even more berserk. It was as if the tree spirit had been burned to death, and a cry came from within the sea of flames. From the sea of fire, balls of flame energy suddenly floated up. After they appeared, they floated up to the sky. In an instant, thousands of flames appeared in the sky. It was as if thousands of ghost flames were floating in the sky. The bluebird saw this and wanted to stop, but it was too late. It could only let out another cry and raise its strength to the maximum to launch a life and death attack. The flame bull's front hooves suddenly stomped on the ground. Borrowing the powerful vibrations, it was like a burning cannonball, rushing towards the blue bird. At the same time, thousands of flames also rushed towards the blue bird. Boom, boom. When the two collided, thousands of flames exploded. Thousands of explosions rang out, and the entire world trembled. The boundless flames enveloped the blue bird, and a mournful cry came from the blue bird's mouth. This bull isn't stupid. It knows how to use the 5 elements mutual generation to kill the enemy. Seeing this scene, Zichun repeatedly exclaimed. The result before his eyes could be said to be far beyond his expectations. The flaming bull had calculated against the blue bird. After the powerful attack, it fell to the ground. Although it was still standing after landing, it was extremely weak. Obviously, it had used all of its strength in that attack. It raised its head and stared nervously at the sky with cold eyes. That was its all-out attack. If it couldn't kill the bluebird, it would die next. This was the moment of life and death. The raging flame energy gradually dissipated, and the blue bird turned into a black bird, falling to the ground. The blazing bull attacked, and the blue bird died. The flame bull exhaled heavily. It had finally killed its opponent. Its eyes were filled with pride and excitement as it slowly walked towards the blue bird's corpse. Zichun and Su Mingyao looked at the victorious flaming bull and sighed inwardly. The flame bull was about to reach the blue bird, but something happened again. A white light suddenly rushed out from the ground, shaking up a large amount of soil. The white light went straight for the head of the flame bull. The flame bull was very weak. In addition, it had already won, so it had lost its vigilance. It did not expect that there would be a sneak attack at this time. Before it could react, it was hit in the head. Pong! The head of the flame bull was directly smashed by the white light. The white light turned into an object in the air. It was a small white fox, only 1 meter long. Zichun and Su Mingyao looked at the small white fox in surprise. The two of them did not notice the existence of the small white fox at all. Even the world of strange beasts is full of danger. We have to be careful everywhere. Zichun sighed. The scene in front of him was a common one among humans. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After one attack, the small white fox became very weak. It was obvious that its true strength was weaker than the flame bull and the bluebird, but it was the final winner. The two of them did not notice the small white fox before, but the small white fox knew him and Su Mingyao. It stared at the two of them vigilantly. At the same time, the tiredness in its eyes was well hidden, turning into a cold chill. The two of them looked at the small white fox calmly. As if it felt that the humans did not want to interfere in this matter, the small white fox swooped down and rushed towards the flame bull's corpse at lightning speed. Suddenly, the small white fox's body stopped in the air. Its eyes looked towards the horizon, as if it felt something. In its small eyes, there was surprise, shock, panic, and fear. It turned back to look at Zichun and Su Mingyao again. The various emotions in its eyes turned into cold mockery in the end. Immediately after, it abandoned the two corpses on the ground and turned into a white light again, drilling into the ground. But before its figure disappeared, Zichun saw pain and annoyance in its eyes. Just as the small white fox disappeared, a violent aura came from the horizon. Who killed my son? In the midst of the violent aura, there was a loud shout, full of murderous intent. Zichun and Su Mengyao's faces showed a hint of astonishment. A large flame appeared on the horizon, and a man stood in the middle of it. He was a 3-meter-tall man, wearing a flaming robe. He had a single horn on his head and a cow nose. His mouth was very big, and his large front teeth were exposed to the outside. This was a man, but no matter how you looked at it, it looked like a cow. It was the ugliest person that the two of them had ever seen. Zichun used his yin-yang eye and immediately saw the man's body. It was really a cow, and it was the flame bull from before. Thinking about what the man said, Zichun guessed that he was the flame bull's father. Sure enough, when the man came, he saw the little cow's corpse on the ground, and his emotions immediately fluctuated. His eyes were like cold lightning, falling on the two of them, and he asked directly, "Did you kill my son?" The old bull's voice was like thunder, shaking their ears. Zichun shook his head and said, "No." Su Mengyao explained, "The little cow killed the bluebird first. Who knew that a little fox would suddenly rush out, and it would sneak attack and kill the little cow? You said so. You saw it with your own eyes." The old bull's voice shook the sky, and a violent murderous aura surged around him. He stared at the two of them coldly. Su Mengyao didn't speak, and Zichun said calmly, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. You saw my son being killed with your own eyes, but you didn't help. Damn it." As the words full of murderous intent fell, the aura around the old bull became violent. He turned into a sea of fire and rushed toward the two of them, wanting to kill them. Zichun had already guessed that the old bull was going to kill him. He snorted and rushed forward in a flash. Then, he clenched his fist and punched the old bull. The old bull and Zichun both punched out, and the two fists collided in the air. Golden light and fire rippled, and the destructive energy spread in all directions. Zichun's body shook slightly in the air, while the old bull took 8 steps back. There was obviously surprise on his face, and he looked at Zichun again. Zichun said coldly, "If you leave quickly, you can still find the murderer. Before I kill the murderer, I will kill you first." The old bull shouted, and the aura around him became stronger. At the same time, the power of rules appeared between heaven and earth. Zichun sneered, "No wonder you are so confident. So you are at the Earth Origin realm. This is good. My Longhu is in a deep sleep, and now I have one less person to pull the carriage. You are very suitable. Go to hell." The old bull turned into a human and breathed out 2 balls of fire from his nose. The power of rules around him gathered towards his fists. He clenched his fists again and mobilized the power of rules to rush towards Zichun. In his opinion, it should be easy for an Earth Origin Realm cultivator to kill a Human Origin Realm cultivator. Moreover, he was of noble birth and was definitely an ordinary Earth Origin Realm cultivator. There should be no problem for him to kill a Human Origin Realm cultivator in front of him. But in reality, as the two of them clashed, the old bull felt that the opponent's attack was not weaker than his. Boom! Boundless golden light shone. Zichun punched out again, and a powerful force burst out. The two powerful forces started to collide, and the void was shattered. In the energy shock, the power of rules on the surface of the old bull's fist was shattered. Zichun's powerful fist force immediately destroyed the old bull's attack. This time, Zichun took a step back in the air, and the old bull took 3 steps back. Not bad. It is very suitable for training. Just as the old cow was shocked by the other party's strength, it heard those words. Immediately, it was shocked and furious. Then, before it could roar and vent the anger in its heart, it saw a pair of wings suddenly appear on the back of the human in front of it. Lightning flashed on the wings. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. With a shake, the wings disappeared. The old bull felt a gust of wind blowing toward him. Without thinking, he mobilized the power of rules and attacked forward. It was still a head-on collision, fist against fist, but the old bull was still the one who was pushed back. Again, Zichun laughed and rushed toward the old bull. He stuck close to the old bull and started to perform his close combat techniques. The golden light in the sky became brighter. Fist light and finger light appeared one after another. It was very bright. When Zichun launched his all-out attack, the old bull started to defend. Because Zichen's attack was too fast, too dense, and too ruthless, he could not find any chance to counterattack. Therefore, he could only choose to defend and find a chance to counterattack. However, once he defended, he would not have any chance to counterattack. Because as Zichen's attacks became more and more smooth, the old bull's aura was also rising. When his essence, energy, and spirit reached the peak and touched the barrier, it would be the end of the battle. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, the tremors kept ringing. The old bull, who was defending, felt that the human's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. He could not take it anymore and started to retreat. With this retreat, his energy was depleted again. He retreated again and again. PFFF, Zichen's finger light broke the old bull's rules and pierced into the old bull's body. The old bull was forced to retreat. Bang! Zichen broke the rules with a punch and hit the old bull's chest, breaking a few of his ribs. Dong! The fist smashed down like a heavy hammer. It broke the rules and hit the old bull's head, making him dizzy. Zichen was getting more and more comfortable, but the old bull was getting sadder and sadder. He was gradually surprised. Chapter 1153. The old ox was sent flying and spitting out flaming blood. He had been injured in the clash with Zichen, but he was laughing maniacally. His laughter was filled with pride, excitement, and excitement. It was as if he had gained a great advantage. In the old ox's heart, he had indeed gained a great advantage, and a great one at that. That was because he was no longer stuck by the strange attacks of the humans. He was no longer passively defending. He retreated again and again, increasing the distance between the two parties. He was preparing to launch a counterattack that he believed to be the most powerful. Hearing the old ox's proud laughter, Zichen's face was filled with confusion and astonishment. He wondered if this fellow was a masochist. How could he be so happy after being beaten so miserably? Human, go to hell. Very soon, Zichen understood why the old ox was so proud. The flames on the old ox's body began to surge violently. Then, with a shake of his body, he transformed from a human into a beast and revealed his true form. The old ox, who had revealed his true form, was as large as a mountain peak. His horns were as sharp as swords, and the surface of his body was completely enveloped in flames. Wave after wave of tyrannical aura spread out from his body. The power surrounding his body was several times stronger than before. This was the main source of the old ox's pride and confidence in defeating the enemy. After that, his whole body was burning with flames. He stamped on the void and charged towards Zichen. A contest of strength? Looking at the old ox charging forward, Zichen couldn't help but smile faintly. He thought back to many years ago when he was training on the ancient road. He had also competed with a horn. Many years had passed in the blink of an eye. He didn't know how that ox was doing, but he, Zichen, had embarked on the path of pursuing the rules. The old ox charged forward. Its huge body gave people a sense of oppression and suffocation. Zichen's body began to emit golden light as a powerful force seeped out from his body. This time, he didn't clench his fists. Instead, he stretched out his hands and directly grabbed the two horns as the old ox charged forward. Boom! A ferocious sound came from the sky. The old ox's charging body crashed into Zichen's body. Flames and golden light flickered, and Zichen retreated more than 10 steps in the air. During this time, the golden energy and the flames collided continuously. After retreating 18 steps, Zichen finally neutralized the force of Old Bull's collision. His body stopped in midair. At the same time, he used both of his hands to grab Old Bull's horns tightly, not letting it break free. The wrestling began. Looking at the two sides wrestling in the air, Su Mingyao found a small problem. It was related to Xiaonu's origin. She found that Xiaonu only had one horn, and it was a single horn in the middle. However, this old bull had two horns. Seeing that the charging force it was so confident in was easily neutralized by the human after retreating 18 steps, the old cow's eyes, which were already wide open, widened even more. There was disbelief in its eyes, and at the same time, it roared in disbelief. This is impossible. These 4 words were like a sudden clap of thunder, emitting an explosive sound. It carried a substantial energy fluctuation, and at the same time, it also carried a dense stench as it rushed towards Zichun, who was close by. Zichun was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. The golden light on the surface of his body formed a substantial defensive shield, blocking the stench outside. The wrestling officially began. Zichun exerted force with both of his hands. Golden light flashed in his hands, and the powerful force in his body converged towards his arms. He suddenly took 3 steps forward. Under the push of the powerful force, Old Bull retreated 3 small steps in the air. With each step, there would be an explosion in the sky, and a black hole would appear under Old Bull's feet. After 3 steps, Zichun's force was neutralized. Moo. Being forced to retreat by the human, Old Bull was very angry. He roared angrily, lowered his head, and slightly arched his back. The flames around his body began to surge, and the power in his body formed a torrent that converged towards the 2 horns on his head. Very quickly, the 2 horns turned red like red-hot iron. There was a powerful force hidden in them. As Old Bull exerted force with his head, he raised his lowered head, and his horns suddenly rose. A powerful force instantly erupted, and he wanted to fling Zichun away. Zichun's body was hanging upside down in an instant. Both of his feet stomped on the void, and the void seemed to have materialized like the ground. Under Zichun's stomps, ripples appeared one after another. Immediately after, a repulsive force appeared, and he used this force to suppress Old Bull's horns again. Zichun advanced, and Old Bull retreated. On the other hand, Old Bull advanced, and Zichun began to retreat. The 2 of them went back and forth like this, competing with pure strength. As the king of this forest, Old Bull had fought with many people of the same level as him. Once his true body appeared, he could almost completely defeat his opponent. However, today, after his true body appeared, not only did he not completely defeat this mere yuan human in front of him, but his opponent's strength was also on par with his. Not to mention completely defeating him, they were currently on par, and Old Bull could not even suppress him. Old Bull was unwilling to give up. He roared angrily, but in his heart, he was extremely shocked by the human's strength. Furthermore, as they continued to wrestle, his strength was also increasing. However, it was still useless. The old cow realized that as his strength was increasing, the strength of the human opposite him was also increasing. They were still on par with each other. Faintly, the old cow even felt that he was about to be suppressed. Finally, Old Bull felt that his strength had reached the peak. He felt unprecedentedly powerful, and he was confident that his next attack would be able to break free from the human's grasp. Then, he would pierce the human's heart with his horns and lift him up. The feeling of explosive strength gave Old Bull a lot of confidence. At the same time, he felt that it was an honor for the human to die under his strongest attack. However, before he could exert his strength, he felt that his body was suddenly out of control. A powerful force that was completely beyond imagination suddenly spread out from the human's arms. Under this force, Old Bull's body, which was already in the air, slowly rose up again. In an instant, Old Bull lost his center of gravity. His 4 hooves kicked wildly in the air, and the space kept shattering. Zichun's whole body shone with golden light. His essence, chi, and spirit rose to the peak, and he sensed the location of the barrier. Thus, he suddenly used his strength to shake Old Ox, and then lifted Old Ox up high and threw him over his shoulder. Boom! Old Bull's body finally broke free from Zichun's control and flew toward the mountain in the distance. With a loud explosion, the mountain collapsed directly. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and Old Bull was buried. Zichun was in the air, looking down indifferently. Moo! Old Bull roared. The mountain below exploded, and the smoke and dust were burned by the flames. Old Bull rushed out from it and rushed towards Zichun. Zichun, who was in the air, flapped his thunder wings and rushed toward Old Bull. The 2 met in the air. Zichun grabbed Old Bull's horns again and used his peak strength to forcefully stop Old Bull's body. Then, he spun Old Bull's body half a circle and threw Old Bull out again. Boom! Old Bull's body crashed into a mountain again. Zichun's strength became extremely powerful at this moment. Facing Old Bull, who was at his peak, he was still able to suppress him. Every time Old Bull rushed over, he would be sent flying by Zichun. The scene was the same as before. Old Bull was suppressed. His body came into close contact with the ground again and again. Several mountain peaks collapsed, and many deep pits appeared on the ground. Old Bull's roars of anger turned into screams because of the increasing injuries on his body. The unwillingness and anger in his eyes were gradually replaced by fear and hesitation. When the fear reached a limit, he no longer hesitated and was no longer afraid. Anger appeared in his eyes again. This time, he was completely enraged and had gone completely mad. Flames actually began to erupt from his huge eyes. Old Bull rarely gets angry. When fighting with others, I have never used my full strength. But today, you, human, have completely infuriated me. So you must die. Old Bull roared again. The two horns on his forehead suddenly separated from his body and turned into two flaming blades in the air. His horns separated from his body and turned into blades. Feeling the suffocating aura coming from the two flaming blades, Zichun's expression changed. He exclaimed softly, "Earth weapon, Earth spirit weapon, human, at least you are knowledgeable." Old Bull broke through, and my horns experienced the lightning tribulation and successfully turned into earth weapons. But after obtaining them, Old Bull has never used them, not even against other mutated beasts. I didn't expect that the first time I used them would be to kill you, a human Yuan realm human. So, you should be glad that you can die from the suffocation of earth weapons. Zichun sighed. Mutated beasts are indeed blessed by the heavens. Although the lightning tribulation is terrifying, as long as you successfully break through, you will have something that can turn into earth weapons. Old Bull's horns turning into earth weapons was out of Zichun's expectations. He, who had a relaxed expression before, could not help but frown. He felt that this battle was going to be very tricky. Die. The flaming blades clashed in the air, exploding with a sonorous sound as they slashed towards Zichun. Wherever the blades passed, space would shatter. Two traces of flames would be left on the spatial rift. Swoosh. Zichun flapped his lightning wings and dodged the blades' attack with his extreme speed. The two blades made a turn in the distant sky and returned, charging towards Zichun at lightning speed. Sensing the dense killing intent and terrifying aura from the blades, Zichun dodged again with his extreme speed. In this world, if one wanted to avoid earth weapons, they could only use extreme speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the sky was riddled with holes. Streaks of flames crisscrossed in the air like a huge net. Zichun was like a little bird trapped in a huge net, flapping his lightning wings in an attempt to escape. "Ha ha, human, aren't you powerful? Why are you dodging?" Seeing that the human was dodging continuously, Old Bull laughed complacently. His laughter was filled with ridicule and mockery. Zichun glanced at Old Bull coldly and continued dodging. His expression was even more solemn. Earth weapons were very powerful. Their attacks even contained the power of rules. His perfect form could not withstand them at all. This was the effect of an earth spiritual weapon. It could completely decide the outcome of a battle. If Zichun had an earth spiritual weapon now, even if it was the most ordinary earth weapon without a soul, he was confident that he could suppress this savage old bull. Chapter 1154. After a few exchanges, not only did Zichun not injure the old bull, he was also in a very difficult situation and was almost injured by the earth's spiritual weapon. "Ha ha, human. If you have the ability, then don't dodge. I see that your strength is not bad, and you should have some fame among the humans. If you keep dodging today, won't it ruin your little fame?" The old bull was very far away and constantly mocked. With regards to the old bull's mockery, Zichun chose to remain silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to mock the old bull, but he felt that doing so would ruin his reputation. From the beginning, he didn't put the old bull in his eyes. No matter how eloquent he was, a weak person could easily anger a strong person. In the past, Zichun loved to use words to mock others. He would even bring a stool over and point it at others' noses and scold them for half a day. However, the premise was that he was the weaker party. If he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would feel better if he could discuss the opponent. But now, He didn't put the old bull in his eyes and thought that he was stronger than the old bull. If he were to fight with the old bull, he would naturally feel that it would weaken his own status. Therefore, he remained silent and wasn't angered by the old bull. This also showed that he had some self-restraint. Of course, there was also the old bull being too shameless. He was an Earth Origin Realm martial artist, yet he actually looked down on a Human Origin Realm martial artist who was dodging and didn't dare to fight with him. Zichen was sometimes very shameless, but that was when he was facing strong people and when it was advantageous for him. But now, being shameless would only lower his status. Forget it. He is very strong and has an earth spiritual weapon. Let's go. Finally, seeing Zichen who was dodging continuously, Su Mingyao opened her mouth. Yes, human. That's your little wife, right? She left you some face and let you go. You can try to get lost now. The old bull grinned, but suddenly felt that something was wrong and shouted, No, you can't get lost. I will kill you and avenge my son. Zichen was finally angered, but it wasn't because of the old bull, but because of Su Mingyao. Obviously, in Su Mingyao's heart, the current Zichen couldn't do it. But how could a man not do it in front of a woman? Idiot. Today, I, Zichen, am going to take you as my mount. Isn't it just a fight? Come on then. The enraged Zichen finally opened his mouth to speak. With a flash of light, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was a flaming spear that came from the guardian of the holy burial ground. He gripped his spear tightly and swung it at the incoming blades. Boom! Zichen accurately struck the sharp blade with his spear. An explosion sounded in the sky, and the energy shook violently. The two blades landed on the spear one after another, and the powerful force caused cracks to appear on the spear. Then, the spear exploded. With a single strike, the spirit weapon shattered. Haha, human. So this is what you're relying on. You're using a mere mortal-level soldier to block an earthly soldier. You're really a fool. Old Ox laughed mockingly. Zichen didn't say anything. Another light flashed in his hand, and another spirit weapon appeared. Bang! After the collision, the spirit weapon shattered again. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Not bad at all. I don't know how many of these things you have. I'll break them one by one before killing you. Sure enough, it was just as Old Ox said. Zichen took out the spirit weapons one by one, and then they exploded one by one. Looking at Zichen, who was like a child throwing a tantrum, Su Mingyao shook her head and smiled. Finally, Zichen took out all the spirit weapons in his hand. He had no choice but to take out a black flaming axe. Clang, clang. The blades landed on the axe twice, but there was no explosion sound. Instead, there was a clang sound. The earthly soldier didn't shatter the axe. Old Ox was stunned. Zichen's eyes lit up. This is impossible. Looking at the undamaged black axe, Old Ox's eyes had a trace of surprise. He then said loudly, "This is a coincidence." As he said that, he controlled the two flaming blades to slash down again. Clang. Zichen's eyes lit up. He waved the axe and slashed forward. With a flash of light, the axe collided with the blades. There was a clang sound, and the power was once again violent. Zichen was forced back 3 steps. The axe was undamaged. Looking at the axe, Zichen's eyes lit up. He said, "That's right. This ancient soldier's origin is extraordinary. Its effect is extraordinary. Its toughness is comparable to an earthly soldier." Understanding this, Zichen was happy but also a little heartbroken. If he knew this would happen, he would have taken out the ancient soldier and not wasted so many spirit weapons. Impossible. How can an earthly soldier not destroy a human-level soldier? Old Ox's eyes were filled with disbelief. Following that, Old Ox launched a few more attacks. The clang sound became louder and louder, but there was still no effect. "Now it's my turn." Zichen looked at Old Ox. His gaze became extremely cold. In the next moment, Old Ox saw the axe in the human's hand disappear. Just as he was confused, he saw a black weapon appear in the human's hand. It was a heavenly halberd. Like the axe, there were black flame patterns on it. Obviously, the quality was the same. Zichen held the heavenly halberd tightly and rushed towards Old Ox. Shio! Shio! Two flaming blades shot towards Zichun. Zichen's strength was raised to the peak. The moment he touched the barrier, he swung the halberd and smashed it down. This smash was full of power. The blades began to tremble. Following that, the powerful force sent the blades flying. After sending the blades flying, Zichun displayed his extreme speed and rushed towards Old Ox. How is this possible? Old Ox's eyes were filled with shock. He began to dodge. At the same time, he used his mind to command the earthly soldier. But it was useless. Since the ancient soldier could restrain the earthly soldier, Old Ox did not have the strength to turn the tables. Zichun held the halberd in one hand, and a pair of gloves appeared in the other. He easily struck out with 2 strikes. After sending the earthly soldier flying again, he flashed to Old Ox's side. One hand turned into 2. Zichun poured all his strength into the heavenly halberd and smashed it towards Old Ox. Boom! With a loud bang, Old Ox's defense was broken. His body was like a sandbag as he was sent flying. This time, Zichun decided not to give Old Ox a chance. His figure flashed again, and he appeared above Old Ox. The halberd in his hand smashed down again. Old Ox's body fell in a straight line and smashed a deep hole in the ground. Old Ox cried out in pain. When he appeared again, Zichun was already in front of him. His hands grabbed Old Ox's horns and threw him over his shoulder. Boom! Boom! The battlefield shifted from the sky to the ground. Facing the powerful Zichun, Old Ox did not have any room to resist. His body was constantly in contact with the ground. Many of his bones were broken. The Old Ox let out a miserable cry. In front of the human, he had already used all of his methods. He had no more trump cards, but he was still suppressed. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear, because in this region, he, who was invincible, was actually being suppressed by a human. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! The Old Ox finally had a chance to catch his breath and shouted loudly. He was now in a very sorry state. Facing a human, he had no room to fight back. The human in front of him had the strength to kill him, but he didn't feel any killing intent from the human. He still remembered what the human had said just now. He wanted him to be his mount. Under normal circumstances, Old Ox would naturally not agree. But now that he had used all his means, he was still suppressed. Once the human broke through to the earthly Yuan realm, his combat power would naturally be much stronger. Such a human was qualified to make Old Ox compromise. Old Ox compromised, but he did not compromise. He threw Old Ox over his shoulder again and again. Old Ox was dizzy, seeing stars and coughing up blood. Shrill cries and begging for mercy rang out in the burned forest. The cries lasted for half an hour. After half an hour, the cries finally disappeared. The cries disappeared because Old Ox had fainted after being thrown to the ground. Zichun was panting heavily. Using his peak strength to throw a mountain-sized ox took a lot of energy. A fragrant wind blew over. Su Mingyao came to Zichun's side and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead. You must be tired. Take a rest. Su Mingyao pulled Zichun to the side. The two sat on a big rock and looked at Old Ox. Suddenly, Su Mingyao chuckled. What are you laughing at? Zichun looked at Su Mingyao. I'm laughing at that Old Ox. He must be very depressed to meet you. Maybe he has an illusion in his heart. Who is the real mutated beast? That Old Ox really deserves a beating. Just as they were chatting, Old Ox suddenly moved and slowly woke up. When he woke up, he was still in a daze. His body was shaking, and he only managed to stabilize himself after a while. He was thinking about what had just happened, and then he thought of that terrifying human. Do you still want to fight? Suddenly, a voice came into Old Ox's ears. When Old Ox heard it, fear appeared in his eyes again. He turned his head and saw the human sitting on the big rock. I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore. Old Cow shook his head and said. Zichun said, you know your place. Forget it. Anyway, I'm tired. Now, do you want to come with me, or do you want me to take you by force? After saying this, Zichun waved his hand and a black carriage appeared. Old Ox's body was as big as 10 carriages. It seemed impossible to pull him, but Zichun didn't care. Old Ox trembled and fear appeared in his eyes, but he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said, I have a condition, Is it to avenge your son? Zichin asked. Old Ox shook his head and said, No, Little Ox isn't my son. I just picked him up. He died because he was too weak and too stupid. He can't blame others. In this deep mountain, many powerful mutated beasts die every year. But as long as they aren't killed by someone of a higher realm, they won't seek revenge. Of course, this refers to mutated beasts, not humans. Then what is your condition? Zichun wasn't interested in the mutated beast's way of survival. I have a few enemies. They are all in the Earth realm. Before I leave with you, I want to get rid of them. Zichun sneered. Getting rid of them is a lie. Your real goal is to get the dawn. Old Ox smiled embarrassedly. That's about the same. Fine, I'll help you this time. You can't be too weak when you follow me. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.